Chapter 1 Road Survival Game. Welcome to the Road Survival Game. If you want to survive, you must remember the rules of the game. 1. Each player has a second-hand car as a means of transportation, and other supplies must be obtained by themselves. 2. There will be scattered supply boxes on the road. Please try to collect them as much as possible. This is the key to survival. 3. There are not only supplies in the supply boxes, but also unknown risks. Please be cautious when facing each supply box. 4. If you die in any way during the game, you will really die. 5. Do not trust other players. They may be your allies, or they may covet your supplies. 6. Upgrade your vehicle as much as possible. More equipment can help you withstand more disasters, and only it can help you reach the finish line. 7. Driving at night will encounter more dangers, so choose carefully. 8. A disaster will occur every 7 days. Please prepare before the disaster occurs. This week's disaster: Doubleday Sky. 9. Close your eyes and silently read the game panel for more information. 10. The elderly, children and other unsuitable people will not participate in this game. Friendly reminder: the speed of the moment is not a big deal. Only those who arrive at the finish line alive are the ultimate winners. I wish you all a happy game. Zhang Tuahai frowned and looked at everything in front of him. A 4-lane asphalt road. On both sides of the road was an endless desert. The scorching wind whipped up the yellow sand and slapped it in his face, making him feel sore. The scorching sun hung high in the center of the sky. The hot sun was so bright that it made it difficult to open his eyes, and large drops of sweat kept rolling down his face. Zhang Tuahai rested his hand on the steering wheel and looked out at the apocalyptic scene outside. He let out a sigh. A survival game? He had only had a hangover the night before, and he never expected to wake up and find himself in this strange game. At the moment, he was sitting in a second-hand, broken-down car. The sun visor was half hanging off, the dashboard screen was cracked, the seat cover had a rip in it, and the whole car looked like it had been through a lot. Zhang Tuahai's eyes fell on the gas gauge. A line of text appeared. Fuel remaining, 200 units, consumption per kilometer, 1 unit. He turned his head to the side. On the passenger seat was a crowbar. A crude crowbar, a good helper to help you open the supply box. Of course, you can also use it to open other things, such as your teammate's head. There was nothing else in the car except for this crowbar. Oh, it really is up to oneself to collect. The first thing to do is to understand the game's mechanics and then think about how to survive. Zhang Tuahai closed his eyes and silently recited the game panel in his heart. A light blue panel appeared in front of him. The contents were World Channel, Regional Channel, Trade Area, Manufacturing, and Private Messages. Zhang Tuahai entered the World Channel first. Can anyone help me? Where am I? The roads are covered in yellow sand. How do I get out of here? Is there only one crowbar in your group? Is there anything else? Is there any water? I'm dying of thirst. I'll trade you my crowbar. I'm starving. Can anyone give me something to eat? The messages scroll by. Apart from complaints, there's not much else. Zhang Tuahai notices a symbol next to the send button. Today's number of posts, 1. System message, World Channel, 1 message per day. Is this a restriction on the exchange of information between players? Zhang Tuahai pondered. Judging from the information revealed by everyone's messages, everyone is in the same situation. Zhang Tuahai turned his attention to the regional channel. The interface was similar to QQ Group Chat, with 5,000 members. The avatars are all real photos, and the names are all real names. Zhang Tuahai peered at the screen for a while, and found that the content was similar to the World Channel, and it was all useless information. Zhang Tuahai had originally wanted to see what others had discovered. After all, the rules of the game said that there were supplies in the supply box, but there were also dangers. Therefore, it would be best for someone to test it out. However, it seemed that no one had set out yet. Shaking his head, Zhang Tuahai continued to study the game interface. The trading area is a platform for trading goods, where players can exchange goods with each other. However, it is currently empty. The manufacturing area can be used to make things, but there are no recipes here. Players need to provide manufacturing drawings, which can only be obtained from the supply box. Private messages are the same as the mailboxes of other games and social platforms, and can be used for one-on-one communication. After studying all the functions, Zhang Tuahai exited the game interface. He now had two options: either wait here and let someone else find out the news and post it in the channel, or go out and find supplies himself. The first option was safe, but he would be putting his fate in someone else's hands. The second option would require him to take some risks. Zhang Tuahai preferred to be in control of his own fate. Moreover, he had come over from a hangover, and now his stomach was empty, so he was naturally at a disadvantage compared to others. He can't afford to waste time. What's more, there's a disaster in the sky in 7 days. If he can't get ready before then, he'll die too. He has to hurry. Zhang Tuahai twisted the key and stepped on the accelerator. The second-hand car drove off into the unknown. Although there were no cars on the road and no cameras to catch him at any time, Zhang Tuahai still kept the car at 30 miles per hour, scanning the road with his eyes, looking for supplies. The scenery on both sides of the road was unchanging, with endless yellow sand that seemed to stretch on forever. The waves of heat and sand blowing in made Zhang Tuahai feel dry and thirsty. Zhang Tuahai raised the window to cool himself with the air conditioner, but was shocked to discover that there was no air conditioner in this broken car. Stingy. Zhang Tuahai cursed the organizers in a low voice. Suddenly, a white box not far away caught Zhang Tuahai's attention. A 1-foot square, white-painted wooden box was placed in the middle of the road. Is this the supply box? Zhang Tuahai slowly stopped the car, grabbed the crowbar on the passenger seat, and carefully got out of the car and came to the side of the supply box. Zhang Tuahai focused his eyes on the white wooden box, and a line of words suddenly appeared. Level 1 supply box, the most basic supply box. It may contain supplies or it may be dangerous. This is a note from the game. It really is a time of opportunity and crisis. Is it time to show what you're made of? Zhang Tuahai thought to himself. At that moment, a synthesized electronic voice sounded in Zhang Tuahai's ear. Prompt system binding successful. The wooden box in front has a bottle of mineral water and a slice of whole wheat bread. No danger, you can open it with confidence. Chapter 2 Level 1 Water Collector. System? Zhang Tuahai was first stunned, then his face lit up with joy. If there was a system, then he would be much more convenient in the future. System, are you there? Zhang Tuahai tried to ask. The system was silent. Zhang Tuahai asked several times in his heart, but the system was silent and there was no response. Can't communicate? Zhang Tuahai guessed in his heart. However, the most important thing now was to open the supply box and verify the accuracy of the system. Zhang Tuahai went to the white supply box, inserted the flat end of the crowbar into the gap in the lid, and then slammed it down. With a crunch, the lid of the supply box was prized open. The supply box flashed for a moment and then disappeared, revealing the contents inside. A bottle of mineral water and a piece of nitrogen-packed whole wheat bread fell to the ground. Zhang Tuahai quickly picked up the mineral water and bread. The mineral water bottle only had the words mineral water written on it, and there was no information about the place of production or the time of production. The same was true of the bread packaging, which only had the words whole wheat bread written on it, and there was no other information. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Tuahai would never touch such a product with no information. However, now Zhang Tuahai was hungry and his stomach was churning with acid, so he didn't care and tore open the package and stuffed the bread into his mouth. The aroma of the whole wheat bread spread in his mouth instantly, and the bread was as sweet and soft as if it had just come out of the oven. He finished the whole wheat bread in 2 or 3 bites, and the pain in his stomach eased a lot. Zhang Tuahai unscrewed the mineral water and gulped down half a bottle in one go, feeling much better. Although he was still a little thirsty, he looked at the half-empty bottle of mineral water and carefully put it away with the cap screwed on. He didn't know when the next supply box would be found, so he had to use it sparingly. After searching for the first supply box, Zhang Tuahai felt more confident and continued driving, scanning the road with his eyes. After driving for about 40 minutes, Zhang Tuahai found the supply box again. There were 2 of them. 2 white supply boxes were placed on the road, one on the left and one on the right. There were 2 of them? Could they be bread and water? Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up. He hadn't even finished the bread he had just eaten. He could eat at least 4 loaves of bread at this rate. Zhang Tuahai jumped out of the car with a crowbar in his hand. Before he could do anything, the synthesized electronic voice sounded again. In the left-hand box was a rat with germs, which could cause the Black Death if bitten. In the right-hand box was a level 1 equipment manufacturing diagram. Big Rat. Black Death. Hearing these two words, Zhang Tuohai instinctively took 2 steps back. He had heard of the Black Death before. It was said that in the Middle Ages, the Black Death killed 1/3 of the European population. In an environment where medical facilities are extremely scarce and supplies must be collected by oneself, getting sick or injured could easily mean death. Not to mention the almost certain death of the Black Death. Out of caution, Zhang Tuohai chose to stay away from the box on the left. Zhang Tuohai carefully moved to the right box and used a crowbar to knock open the lid. The supply box disappeared, revealing a parchment. Zhang Tuohai picked up the parchment. Level 1 water collector, the lowest grade water collector, which can collect 1 to 2 liters of water per day. The output will vary depending on the environment. Resources required for construction: for metal scraps, 2 metal parts, 2 glass scraps. Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up when he saw the description of the blueprint. According to scientific research, a person's normal daily water intake is about 2 liters. If you don't consider your health, you can reduce it to 1 liter or even less if you only need it to sustain life. In other words, as long as Zhang Tuohai builds this water collector, he can basically meet his own water supply needs. If he compresses his needs a little, he can even take out some to sell in exchange for the resources he needs. As the core player of the simulation business game, Zhang Tuohai is very clear about the importance of first mover advantage. As long as he establishes an advantage at the beginning, resources will gather like snowballs, and his development will become faster and faster, using resources and technological advantages to shear the wool of others. Now, the only question is how he can get resources and build the water collector first. Zhang Tuohai's eyes fell on the half-empty bottle of mineral water he had left. Zhang Tuohai returned to the car, closed his eyes and concentrated, entering the game interface. At this time, there were still many people complaining in the chat channel about why they had been selected for the road survival game. A few pioneers were scolding the stinginess of the contents of the supply box. I just opened a supply box and got 2 units of glass fragments. What's the use of this crap? I got a broken metal piece, and it was bitten by a big rat. Does anyone have tetanus medicine? I got 10 units of gasoline. Does anyone have water? Let's trade. I'm thirsty. After 5 minutes of peeking at the chat channel, he found that no one had mentioned the information about the manufacturing drawings and the hint system. It seems that I was quite lucky. If it weren't for the hint system, I would probably be the one lying in the car asking for help. Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of relief and then opened the trade channel and posted the half-empty bottle of mineral water. For sale, 300 milliliters of mineral water. In exchange for 8 units of metal fragments plus 8 units of metal parts plus 8 units of glass fragments. Note, if you have other valuable supplies, please contact me in private. Zhang Tuohai was being greedy in order to give the other person room to negotiate. Otherwise, if the other party used other important resources to offset the price difference, he might not be able to build the water collector in the first place. After posting the transaction information, Zhang Tuohai was ready to continue searching for supplies by car. However, just as he was about to start the engine, his eyes fell on the resource box containing the mouse again. If I take this box away, can I trick the others at a critical moment? Such a thought suddenly popped into Zhang Tuohai's mind. With a let's give it a try attitude, Zhang Tuohai got out of the car again, walked over to the supply box and tried to lift it. The supply box was very light, and Zhang Tuohai lifted it without much effort. It really works. Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. He carefully placed the supply box in the back seat of the car. If no one bothers me, that's fine, but if someone doesn't have any sense. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the white supply box in the back seat of the car and gave a sneer. After driving for another half hour, Zhang Tuohai found another white box. It contained a roll of hemostatic bandages and a ham sausage. There is no danger, so please open it. The prompt system gave another prompt. Zhang Tuohai prized open the box and found a sealed roll of hemostatic bandages and a ham sausage about the same thickness as meatballs. There was no brand identification either. With great difficulty, Zhang Tuohai suppressed the urge to eat and put the ham in his bag. He didn't have much supplies at the moment, so the ham would have to be used as reserve rations and couldn't be wasted. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai also got a preliminary understanding of the game. He had driven for about 2 hours and encountered 4 supply boxes in total. Except for one that contained a rat with Black Death, the other 3 were all filled with various supplies. In other words, as long as you dare to drive forward, you will get some kind of reward. Plus the trading channel, you can get the supplies you need to survive. Unless you stay in one place and wait for help from others, most people can survive the initial test. Chapter 3: Intelligence and Making a Water Collector. After collecting the 3rd batch of supplies, Zhang Tuahai returned to the car. This time he didn't immediately set off on the road. Driving for 2 hours in a row, plus searching for supplies, had taken a toll on his mental state, and he needed to rest for a while. During this time, Zhang Tuahai closed his eyes and opened the game panel to see how the half bottle of mineral water he had hung up was selling. After summoning the game interface, Zhang Tuahai was startled to see hundreds of people looking for him to communicate. The number of private messages had already reached 99 plus. Great God, where did you get the mineral water? I'm dying of thirst, can you give me a bottle of water? I can be sweet or salty. Give me the water and I'll give you 1 million. Zhang Tuahai looked through the messages. Most of them were worthless, so he deleted them. A few people had obtained some resources and wanted Zhang Tuahai to lower the price. But the resources they had were too few. They didn't match Zhang Tuahai's psychological price. Fortunately, Zhang Tuahai wasn't worried about his water not selling. On this road, with deserts on both sides, water was the most precious resource, and no one would complain about having too much. At worst, they can wait until nightfall and then someone will have saved up enough resources. Just as Zhang Tuahai was about to close the game interface and continue on his way to find supplies, a new private message suddenly came in. Hello, I have the relevant resources, but the quantity is not enough, but there are other things that can be used to make up the difference. How many relevant resources do you have? Zhang Tuahai replied with a private message. There are 5 units of broken glass, 6 units of metal fragments, and only 3 units of metal parts. The other party quickly replied. Fortunately, it is enough to build the water collector. Zhang Tuahai let out a sigh of relief. Now that the basic goal has been achieved, Zhang Tuahai has made up his mind to finalize the deal. The only thing left to see is how much the other party is willing to pay to make up the difference. What are you going to use to make up the difference? Zhang Tuahai rubbed his hands together and asked. The other party sent a screenshot. Lightweight tire manufacturing drawing, level 1 tire manufacturing drawing. Requirements: 20 units of low-grade rubber, 20 units of metal scraps, 16 units of metal parts. Effect: 30% reduction in fuel consumption. Seeing this drawing, Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up. Lightweight tires don't seem to be a survival resource, and they're not useful in the current situation. But in the long run, this is definitely a magic weapon. You have to know that at the beginning, each of them only had 200 units of gasoline. How long can these 200 units of gasoline last? At a cruising speed of 30 miles per hour, it can only last for about 7 hours. If they can't get new gasoline to refill within these 7 hours, the car will be unable to move. In this kind of place, being unable to move is the same as a slow death. Reducing fuel consumption by 30% is equivalent to having 2 more hours of exploration time than others. A supply box can determine life and death, let alone 2 hours. This kind of thing can be said to be the earlier it is used, the greater the benefit. It's a surefire deal. Yes. Zhang Tuahai suppressed his joy and replied to the message. You should know the value of this drawing. If it weren't for my sister's injury, I would never have taken it out. You must add a medical resource for treating external injuries, otherwise I cannot accept this deal. A long message came back quickly. Seeing the message, Zhang Tuahai's fingers tapped the steering wheel, calculating the pros and cons of the deal. He had the medical resources to treat external injuries. Moreover, with the help of the prompt system, he could easily avoid those risks and basically would not get hurt. So, the bandage in his hands would probably be useless. It was a good deal. However, there was one message in the reply that interested him. You just mentioned your sister. How did you get in touch with her? Were you with her? Was it the same car or 2 cars? How did she get injured? If you can tell me these things, I can trade with you. To strengthen the persuasiveness of his words, Zhang Tuahai also took a picture of the hemostatic bandage and sent it over. Hemostatic bandage, used to dress wounds, the bandage is coated with an agent that can reduce inflammation and sterilize, and promote wound healing. After the message was sent, the other side was silent. However, Zhang Tuahai was not worried that the transaction would be affected. Because medical resources are the third most important resource after food and water. No one can guarantee that they won't get injured, except for people like him who have a reminder system to avoid risks. A medical resource is a talisman that can save your life in a critical moment. Zhang Tuahai believes that at least at this stage, no one will sell it. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Tuahai looked at the name of the person who sent him a message. It was a girl named Su Mu, who looked very young. Sure enough, as Zhang Tuahai had predicted, 3 minutes later, the other party sent a reply. Actually, it's no big deal to tell you this. My sister and I were both selected for the game at the same time. Fortunately, we weren't far apart, and we successfully met up. These supplies were put together by the two of us. My sister was injured by the explosives inside when she opened a supply box. The manufacturing drawings for this portable tire came from that box. It was an explosion. Zhang Tuahai was shocked to hear Su Mu's explanation. He had originally thought that the danger in the supply box was something like a mad dog or a rat, but he never expected there to be an explosion. If he wasn't careful, it could have killed him. At the same time, Zhang Tuahai deeply felt his own luck. If it weren't for the binding prompt system, he would have probably fallen in front of the rat box. Can you ask what color the box is? Zhang Tuahai asked. Level 2 supply box, blue. Su Mu replied. Does the higher the level of the resource box, the greater the danger it contains? Zhang Tuahai wrote down this guess and then traded with Su Mu. He exchanged half a bottle of water and a roll of hemostatic bandages for the resources for making a water collector and the blueprint for making a lightweight tire. After the trade was completed, Zhang Tuahai immediately went to the manufacturing page. The blueprint was detected, level 1 water collector, lightweight tire. The resources for making a level 1 water collector are complete. Yes. With a buzzing sound, the blueprint and resources disappeared into a pool of liquid. A level 1 water collector can collect 1 to 2 liters of pure water every 24 hours. Fluctuates according to the external environment. Can be used in the car. Can be upgraded. Upgrade materials: 1 blueprint for a level 2 water collector, 8 metal ingots for metal parts, and 4 glass parts. Chapter 4, Wilderness, a challenge for the brave. It's finally made. Zhang Tuahai was overjoyed to see the water collector in his hands. At this point, some tiny water droplets had already begun to form on the bottle wall of the water collector, and it looked like it could be used as needed, without having to collect it once every 24 hours. Carefully placing the water collector on the passenger seat, Zhang Tuahai continued driving, searching for supplies along the highway. However, he drove along the road for more than an hour, but didn't find a single supply box. This discovery made Zhang Tuahai a little anxious. According to the previous rules, there should be a supply box every 10 to 20 kilometers. However, he had already driven 40 kilometers, but hadn't collected a single supply box. This was a bit unreasonable. Moreover, he had been driving for 3 hours, and had already used half of his gas. Could it be that the difficulty level has been increased after getting 2 maps in a row? Zhang Tuahai guessed. After thinking it over, Zhang Tuahai decided to go to the chat channel to find out what was going on. Closing his eyes and concentrating, Zhang Tuahai opened the game panel. At this time, in the regional channel, apart from those lying down waiting for rescue, most people were discussing the issue of supplies. How come the supply boxes have disappeared? I haven't found any for over an hour, and if I don't find water soon, I'll die of thirst. Yeah, I was in the air-conditioned room, and I could have flirted with the new secretary if I wanted to. I don't know who was so mean as to throw me into this place to suffer. They said they had put supplies on the road, but after looking for more than an hour, I haven't found a single one. Yeah, they said there were supplies on the road at first, but now we can't find them. Are they planning to let us die of thirst and hunger here? We've already died almost 300 times, and maybe it's our turn soon. As soon as the man finished speaking, a red system message popped up on the regional channel. Player Li Ning has died. Cause of death, dehydration. Zhang Tuahai looked up at the number of players in the group. He clearly remembered that there were 5,000 people at the beginning, but how could there be so few in such a short time? Zhang Tuahai flipped through the system messages. He was shocked to discover that almost every minute, a message would pop up on the regional channel about a player dying. The causes of death of the players were also varied, including death from dehydration, death from heatstroke, death from explosives in the supply box, death from poisoning, death from being bitten by a beast in the supply box, and the most tragic death from drinking sewage, which resulted in acute diarrhea and death from dehydration. So many people have died already? It's really dangerous. Seeing the dense stream of death messages, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai was also relieved that he had received the prompt system. Otherwise, he would have been one of the dead and wouldn't be able to peek at the screen here. But what was the reason for the disappearance of resources on the highway? Just as everyone was guessing, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Version update prompt: to increase the difficulty, a limited time challenge has been added, the Brave Challenge. Rules: from today onwards, every day from 12 noon to 6 p.m., the time for the Brave Challenge will automatically start. During this period, all supply boxes will be refreshed in the wilderness on both sides of the road. If you are confident in your strength, you can go to the wilderness to obtain the supply box. In order to match the difficulty, all the supply boxes that are refreshed in the wilderness have a 50% chance of being upgraded to the next level. Serious warning: there are countless risks lurking in the wilderness, so please players to act according to their abilities. The Brave Challenge? Supply boxes are refreshed in the wilderness? There are risks in the wilderness? The probability of supply boxes being upgraded by one level? Zhang Tuohai sorted out the information. Isn't this high risk and high reward? Use better supplies to let players face higher dangers in the wilderness. Should I go to the wilderness to try? Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. I'll go to the wilderness to try. I'll be trapped here anyway, so I might as well try my luck. If I die, it'll be a relief. Someone said, I think it's better to stay here and wait for rescue. As long as we refuse to look for supplies and refuse to cooperate, maybe they will let us go. Someone obviously didn't want to move. Yes, just now 300 people died looking for supplies on the highway. Now we are going to the even more dangerous wilderness, and the chance of death is definitely higher. Well, then you stay here and see what you do when you don't have any food tomorrow. The regional channel was clearly divided into two factions. One group advocated trying their luck in the wilderness, while the other group advocated staying put and at least waiting until after the challenge time tomorrow, then taking advantage of the morning to go to the highway to look for supplies, which would be less risky. The two factions each held their own views, and neither could convince the other. Zhang Tuohai looked at the regional channel, which was in an uproar, shook his head, and exited the game panel. He was ready to try his luck in the wilderness. For others, the wilderness might be full of danger, but for him, it was not necessarily so. He had the hint system. Since the hint system could help him avoid the dangers in the supply box, it might also be useful in the wilderness. If the hint system could help him avoid the dangers in the wilderness, then the time for the Brave to challenge would be an excellent opportunity for him to obtain resources. Moreover, he also had a reason to go to the wilderness. That is, there is a disaster called the Double Sky disaster in 7 days. The Double Sky, just by hearing the name, you know that it is definitely not to be underestimated. Just a few hours ago, 300 people died on the regional channel. If they can't prepare in advance, even if they survive the first 6 days, what awaits them on the 7th day will be death. It is precisely for this reason that he must find every opportunity to collect supplies and improve his chances of surviving the disaster day. Zhang Tuohai grabbed a crowbar for self-defense, put the water collector in his arms, took out the car key, and walked towards the desert. As soon as Zhang Tuohai got off the car, he felt a wave of heat. The scorching sun baked the road so hot that even through the soles of his shoes, he could feel the heat of the road surface. Zhang Tuohai estimated that if you threw an egg on the road now, it would be cooked in a few minutes. The scorching wind blew from time to time. However, not only did it not bring even a hint of coolness, it made the body even more feverish. Not only that, but the wind also carried fine yellow sand, and in no time at all, Zhang Tuohai's face was covered in a fine layer of sand. The sand mixed with the sweat that ran down his forehead and soon turned into mud, hanging on Zhang Tuohai's body and making him feel even more uncomfortable. However, Zhang Tuohai could not care about this at the moment. He carefully observed his surroundings, first using a crowbar to test the desert in front of him, and only after confirming that everything was fine did he take a step forward, stepping from the road into the desert area. At the same time, the electronic synthesized voice of the prompt system sounded again. 100 meters ahead there is a hidden quicksand pit, falling into which is certain death. 200 meters ahead at 11 o'clock, there is a pile of white bones under the yellow sand. If you step on them carelessly, they may pierce the soles of your shoes and cause tetanus. 300 meters ahead at 3 o'clock, cross the sand dune. Behind the dune is a level 2 supply box containing 2 buckets of instant noodles, a tea egg, and a liter of mineral water. It really works. Hearing the synthesized voice of the prompt, Zhang Tuahai excitedly punched the air. His guess was correct, and the prompt system was useful in the wilderness. Zhang Tuahai quickly walked towards the sand dune. Chapter 5, Double Harvest. Zhang Tuahai came to the foot of the sand dune and tentatively climbed up. However, the entire sand dune was made of fine sand, which was a bit soft and unresponsive when stepped on. It was okay when walking on flat ground, but when climbing up the sand dune, his feet easily sank into the sand. After climbing a few steps, Zhang Tuahai's shoes were filled with all kinds of fine sand, and he almost lost his shoes. At this time, the temperature of the sand surface was at least 40 degrees Celsius, extremely hot. Zhang Tuahai couldn't imagine what would happen if he stepped on the sand barefoot. Should I go around the sides of the sand dune? Zhang Tuahai thought to himself. Please climb straight up the sand dune to the top. On the left side of the sand dune is a vortex of quicksand, and on the right side of the sand dune is a black scorpion with a bad temper. It seemed to sense Zhang Tuahai's thoughts, and the synthesized electronic voice immediately sounded. After receiving the prompt from the prompt system, Zhang Tuahai dared not think about shortcuts anymore, and he climbed up the dune to the top of the dune along the route. Zhang Tuahai inserted the crowbar into the dune to act as a crutch, and climbed up the dune to the top with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. By the time Zhang Tuahai had climbed to the top of the dune using his hands and feet, he was covered in sand and dust. As soon as he reached the top of the dune, he saw the blue crate neatly placed behind the dune. Level 2 crate, slightly more advanced crate, may contain supplies or may be dangerous. This is a note from the game system. Level 2 crate contains 2 buckets of instant noodles, a tea egg, and a liter of mineral water. There is no danger, so please open it with confidence. This is the prompt given by the prompt system. After hearing the prompt from the prompt system, Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up, and he quickly climbed 2 steps to the blue supply box. He slammed the crowbar into the gap in the supply box, pressed down hard, and pried the lid of the supply box open. Swish! The blue supply box disappeared in an instant, revealing the contents inside. There were 2 buckets of instant noodles, one with the flavor of pickled cabbage and the other with the flavor of braised beef. The tea eggs were tightly wrapped in vacuum packaging. Next to them was a large 1-liter bottle of mineral water. As expected, great danger comes with great rewards. Zhang Tuahai excitedly hugged all the supplies in his arms. With these supplies, he would be able to survive for the day. If he was a little more frugal, he would even be able to eat breakfast tomorrow. Digging down 1 meter, there was a white resource box containing 80 units of gasoline and 1 coat. It's a double yolk egg. Zhang Tuahai was shocked to hear the sound next to him. He didn't expect to get 2 resource boxes at once when he entered the desert this time. Although the resource box buried under the sand was only white, the supplies inside were very important. Needless to say, gasoline is the 3rd most important resource after food and water. With gasoline, you can travel farther in search for more resources. The 80 units of gasoline would be enough for him to cruise for 2 to 3 hours. Based on the frequency of obtaining a supply box every 10 to 20 kilometers, this gasoline should be enough to ensure that he can obtain 4 to 8 supply boxes tomorrow, and should be able to obtain enough survival supplies. Zhang Tuahai quickly pushed the instant noodles and other supplies aside, and dug down with his hands in the sand. Zhang Tuahai, who had only eaten a piece of bread, began to pant after a few shovelfuls. However, he did not stop to rest, but continued to dig down. Because the area was surrounded by sand, every time he dug out a handful of sand, half a handful of fine sand would flow in, making Zhang Tuahai's digging work very slow. Moreover, the sand, which had been exposed to the sun, was extremely hot, causing Zhang Tuahai's hands to become red and swollen. If it were any other person, they would have given up long ago without the proper tools. However, Zhang Tuahai knew how important the resources below were to him, and he kept digging down. He dug for more than an hour in a 1-meter deep pit, and his fingers were so worn out that they lost all feeling. When he saw the white supply box, Zhang Tuohai's eyes were already filled with stars. After unscrewing the mineral water bottle and taking a sip, Zhang Tuohai rested for a while against the sand pile before he finally caught his breath. He looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky, grabbed the crowbar, inserted it into the gap in the supply box, and pressed down hard. The white supply box was opened, revealing the contents, a small metal bucket with the words 80 in gasoline written on it. Next to it was a neatly folded black coat. 80 units of gasoline found. A coat found. These are the prompts given by the game system. Great. Seeing the resources, Zhang Tuohai felt his body filled with renewed energy. He excitedly picked up the gasoline can. With this can of gasoline, he would be able to make it through tomorrow. Zhang Tuohai threw the gasoline can out of the sandpit, then picked up the coat and looked at it carefully. It was an old-fashioned coat with a black camel hair exterior and a fine, short-haired interior that reached Zhang Tuohai's calves. It was estimated to be able to withstand temperatures as low as -10 degrees Celsius. However, Zhang Tuohai looked up at the scorching sun overhead. The temperature in the desert was as high as 30 to 40 degrees. Why would he need such a coat? Was the resupply operator being mean? Zhang Tuohai speculated. But since it was already out of the box, he might as well take it. Zhang Tuohai took the coat with him. After leaving the sandpit, Zhang Tuohai took the supplies back to the car along the same route. After throwing the supplies on the back seat, Zhang Tuohai leaned back and rested, and at the same time entered the regional channel to see how everyone was doing. This look scared Zhang Tuohai a lot. The regional channel had already been scrolled by the system in red. Line after line, they were all death messages from players. Even now, the death messages are still rolling up from time to time. The number of people in the regional channel has dropped to 3,028. And the number is still shrinking. In other words, in just less than 2 hours, more than 1,700 people have died? Zhang Tuohai looked at the numbers in a daze. It was not until the sun had set that the rolling death information gradually stopped. The number of members in the regional channel finally settled at 2712. A challenge for the brave led to the death of more than 2,000 players in this area. The attrition rate was nearly half. Chapter 6, A Bumper Harvest, The Crossbow Blueprint. Looking at the dense stream of death messages on the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Behind each death message was the loss of a life. Before the first day was over, nearly half of the people in the regional channel had already died. After the 7th day of disaster, how many people would be left? Zhang Tuohai didn't dare to imagine it. At the same time, he was also extremely grateful that he had obtained the prompt system. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the endless traps. The sun fell below the horizon and it got dark. The night in the other world was a bit strange. There was no moon and the stars were very sparse. The road was dark and you couldn't see anything beyond 10 meters. Zhang Tuohai wanted to turn on the headlights, but he found that this broken car didn't even have headlights. Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. He didn't dare to drive in such poor visibility. Moreover, the initial game prompt had said that driving at night would be dangerous. Since it was so dangerous during the day, it was easy to imagine how terrifying the dangers that the game system specifically warned about would be. Zhang Tuohai decided to sleep in the car at night and search for supplies tomorrow. He opened a bucket of instant noodles, but since there was no water, Zhang Tuohai could only eat the noodles dry. He crushed the noodles, sprinkled half a bag of seasoning on them, and shook them well. It was like reliving his childhood. While eating the noodles, Zhang Tuohai turned on the regional channel to see what everyone was talking about. I'm so thirsty. I've been looking for supplies all day, but all I've found are all kinds of rubber and metal parts. There isn't even a drop of water. If anyone has water, I'm willing to trade all my resources for it. Wake up! What kind of terrain is this? Desert. Any fool knows that the most scarce resource in a desert is water. No one will sell water. Let's wait and see if we can find any tomorrow. I'll tell you a little known fact, if you don't have water, you can drink your own urine. You think I don't want to? You need a container to drink urine. How can I drink it without a bottle? Bottle? I have one, but I can't give it to you for free. You have to trade resources for it. Zhang Tuohai was moved by the information he saw on the forum. Many people who are still active in the regional channel have some supplies, more or less. And what they lack the most is water. He could take advantage of this opportunity to exchange their resources for water. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuahai took the 1-liter bottle of mineral water in his hand and asked with his mind, "Can a whole bottle of water be sold separately?" Yes. The game platform answered very clearly. If it can be split, there is no problem. Zhang Tuahai posted the 1-liter bottle of mineral water on the exchange channel. Selling mineral water, 200 milliliters of mineral water for 6 types of resources, limited resources, metal parts, low-grade rubber, metal fragments, metal ingots, glass. A total of 50 copies, first come, first served. Note, if you have special resources or drawings, you can chat privately. After posting, Zhang Tuahai returned to the regional channel and shouted, "The trading channel can buy water. A total of 50 copies, brothers with resources, hurry up." Zhang Tuahai's shout caused a sensation in the regional channel. Is it true that someone is selling water? Why do I have to use resources to buy it? Can I use money instead? I'll give you 10,000 cash and a Rolex. Why are resources limited? Can I use plastic scraps and weeds instead? They're in the supply box anyway. Big brother, do you have any food? I haven't eaten for a day. I have 20 units of wood. Just give me a loaf of bread. The regional channel was noisy. However, although the regional channel was noisy, these people were not slow at all. Soon, a liter of water was sold out. Zhang Tuahai sorted out his harvest. He had a total of 36 units of metal scraps, 28 units of low-grade rubber, 28 units of metal parts, 6 units of glass, and 2 units of metal ingots. Together with the remaining resources he had accumulated, it was enough for him to make a light tire. He even had most of the resources needed to upgrade the secondary water collector, and only needed 6 metal ingots and the key manufacturing blueprint to upgrade the water collector to level 2. Seeing that the water had been sold out, the people in the channel yelled at him. "Big brother, do you have any more water? Sell some more, I was too slow and didn't get any." "That's right, sell some more, can I give you 3 resources? I have 6 units of wood, all for you, plus an original lace, just give me a glass of water, please." Zhang Tuahai directly blocked this message, leaving only one sentence, "Sold out today, if you wanna buy, please come early tomorrow." He didn't reply. Some people who didn't get the water were still begging on the channel, while others were cursing. Zhang Tuahai shook his head at the chaotic messages and prepared to exit to make light tires. At this time, a private message was sent in. The sender was an old acquaintance, Sumu. "Do you have any water or food?" "I don't have any resources, but I have a blueprint. Crossbow blueprint, level 1 weapon, range 50 meters, requires 2 metal ingots, 10 metal scraps, 8 metal parts, and 8 low-grade rubber." Note, after making the crossbow, it will be equipped with 10 crossbow bolts. If you need new crossbow bolts, look for the crossbow bolt production blueprint and make them. Seeing the blueprint, Zhang Tuahai's heart stirred. This world is not as safe as the original world, and a weapon for self-defense is very necessary. More importantly, he has all the resources he needs to make the crossbow, and he can make it as soon as he gets the blueprint. He looked at the water collector. There is already enough water in it. I'll give you 500 milliliters of water and 1 tea egg. Zhang Tuahai replied. This is too little. At least 1 liter of water, 6 tea eggs, and 6 loaves of bread. Sumu replied discontentedly. Seeing Sumu's reply, Zhang Tuahai smiled. This is impossible. No one can afford to buy so much now. According to my guess, you must have asked many people for this drawing. They definitely won't offer more than I do. At most, 400 milliliters of water, 1 tea egg, and no more. Seeing Zhang Tuahai's reply, Sumu's fingers froze. As Zhang Tuahai said, her drawing had been on the trading channel for a long time, and there were many people asking for prices, but no one could come up with food to exchange. However, this amount of food is not enough to fill a stomach. At least 2 more loaves of bread are needed. A drawing should be exchanged for a full meal. Sumu tried to fight back. I don't have bread now. If you're willing to wait, I'll exchange it with you tomorrow when I find some. Zhang Tuahai looked at the only remaining bucket of instant noodles and a ham sausage and said, although the crossbow is good, food is obviously more important. After seeing Zhang Tuohai's reply, Sumu looked at her sister, who had become pale from weakness, and made a decision with a gritted teeth. I can give you the drawing first, but you have to give me the water and tea eggs first, and give me 3 loaves of bread tomorrow. Sumu sent a message with her lips clenched. After seeing the message, Zhang Tuohai was slightly stunned. Judging from the message, he guessed that Sumu had reached the point of desperation, otherwise, he would not have proposed such a mortgage condition. Yes, but I'm not sure I can find the equivalent amount of bread. Can I get other food as well? Zhang Tuohai asked. Of course, I hope you can keep your word. Sumu hung the crossbow blueprint on the trading interface. Zhang Tuohai hung the water and tea eggs. The deal was done. Zhang Tuohai obtained the crossbow blueprint. Chapter 7, Canned Food and Pigs. Having obtained the crossbow blueprint, Zhang Tuohai moved on to the manufacturing interface. The blueprint for the crossbow and the blueprint for the light tires have been detected. Are you sure? The 2 blueprints disappeared, and the resources on the back seat were reduced by half. Light tires, level 1 vehicle parts, can reduce fuel consumption by 30%. How do I install this thing? Do I have to install it on the car myself? But I don't have a wrench or a jack. How can I do that? Just when Zhang Tuohai was at a loss, the game system gave a prompt. Level 1 accessory light tires detected. Can the system assist in the completion? Okay. The 4 tires disappeared, and then the car shook a little. The tires have been replaced. That was easy. For the first time, Zhang Tuohai had a favorable impression of the game system. Found 4 ordinary tires. Can they be disassembled into resources? They can be disassembled into 20 low-grade rubber, 20 metal fragments, and 16 metal parts. Don't disassemble them yet. Looking at the 4 tires in the back seat of the car, Zhang Tuohai hesitated and gave up disassembling them. Tires might be useful in the future, so I'll just leave them as they are for now. After disposing of the tires, Zhang Tuohai stared at the crossbow placed on the passenger seat. The crossbow was only half a foot long, with a handle like a gun handle at the bottom, a trigger, and could be easily used by one hand. Next to it was a leather quiver, which contained 10 arrows that glistened with a cold light. Zhang Tuohai picked up the crossbow, played with it for a while, and became familiar with how to use it. It was a pity that there were no good targets around to measure the strength of the crossbow. However, judging from the strength of the bowstring, it should be no problem to kill a chicken at a distance of 50 meters. After playing with the crossbow for a while, it became completely dark. The pitch-black sky covered the earth like a black pot lid, with only a few sparse stars scattered in the sky, casting a few bright lights. Zhang Tuohai, sitting in the car, felt increasingly cold, with his hands and feet freezing and trembling. This place is so cold at night, even though it was so hot during the day. Zhang Tuohai quickly took out his coat from the back seat and put it on. After putting on the coat, Zhang Tuohai felt much warmer. He turned on the regional channel and found that it was indeed discussing the weather. Damn, how did it suddenly get so cold? This is a desert, and the sand dissipates heat quickly. Isn't it common knowledge that it's hot during the day and cold at night? But the temperature is too low, isn't it? The temperature is only 15 degrees Celsius now, and it feels like it's dropping. I think it's going to drop below 10 degrees Celsius at night. I'm wearing shorts, and it's going to be below 10 degrees Celsius. Am I going to freeze to death? Can anyone lend me a lighter? I've found some wood, and I'll light a bonfire and return it. I'm so cold. Does anyone have a cotton jacket? I'm willing to trade it for bread. After watching the noisy regional channel for a while, Zhang Tuohai turned it off, tightened his coat and fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't that he was indifferent, but there were too many suffering people, and even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. All he could do was collect more supplies tomorrow and see if he could sell anything. The next morning, just as it was getting light, Zhang Tuohai woke up. Before the outbreak, his family made soy products, and it was common for him to get up in the early morning to deliver goods. As usual, he turned on the regional channel to take a look. The regional channel was very quiet, and most people should still be sleeping at this time. There were only 6 red death notices hanging on the channel. 3 people had died of hypothermia, 1 had died of poisoning, and 2 had died in a car accident. At this time, the number of people in the regional channel had dropped to 2,706. Zhang Tuohai sighed, took out the remaining bucket of instant noodles, and sprinkled on half a bag of seasoning left over from yesterday. As for the seasoning in this bucket, Zhang Tuohai planned to save it for later, when he found a pot to make soup. After a night, the water collector had accumulated about 800 milliliters of water, barely enough for him to drink today. He hoped that he would have good luck today. Zhang Tuohai took a sip of water, twisted the key, and set out on the road to search for supplies. After driving 20 kilometers, Zhang Tuohai found two boxes at once. One was white and the other was blue. The white box contained 5 pieces of roasted bread, 5 cans of canned yellow croaker and 5 liters of mineral water. The blue box contained a healthy young black pig weighing 100 g. Please handle it with care. If you need to deal with it, please go around to the back of the box to get the first chance to use your cell phone. A young black pig. Upon seeing the hint, Zhang Tuohai suddenly perked up. He was not yet brave enough to deal with an adult pig, but he was still brave enough to try his hand at a young pig weighing over 100 kilograms. Moreover, he now had 2 powerful weapons, a crossbow and a crowbar, so he should be able to deal with a young pig weighing only 100 kilograms. At the very least, he could drive his car into it and kill it. Zhang Tuohai was eager to try. To be on the safe side, Zhang Tuohai first pries open the white material box. 5 steaming hot naan breads appear in front of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai weighs them in his hand. They are substantial, each weighing a catty, which is enough for a meal. It would be even better if there were a bowl of mutton soup. Zhang Tuohai carefully stored the naan, which would be his staple food for the next 2 days. The 5 cans of yellow croaker were even more pleasing to Zhang Tuohai. These cans would provide him with a lot of fat and salt, which was important for maintaining his strength. Zhang Tuohai carefully hid the 5 cans of fish under his seat. After everything was taken care of, Zhang Tuohai followed the system prompts and went to the back of the blue supply box, holding a crossbow in one hand and a crowbar in the other, looking ready for action. He inserted the crowbar into the gap in the supply box, took a deep breath, pressed down hard, and with a bang, the supply box disappeared, and a small black pig weighing over 100 kilograms appeared on the road. The little black pig looked at the empty road blankly, as if it hadn't yet realized what had happened. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai did not dare to be negligent and immediately aimed the crossbow at the little black pig's back of the neck. Just as Zhang Tuohai was about to pull the trigger, the electronic synthesized sound of the prompt system suddenly sounded again. The direction of the crossbow shot moved 1 inch to the left. Zhang Tuohai was startled by the sudden sound of the prompt and subconsciously moved the crossbow to the left and pulled the trigger. The arrow flew past the little black pig's ear. What a pity! Seeing that the arrow had missed, Zhang Tuohai threw the crossbow and grabbed the crowbar with both hands, ready to rush up and give the other party a hard time. However, coincidentally, the little black pig seemed to hear the sound behind him, and subconsciously turned half of his body and looked back. This turn didn't matter, and the crossbow bolt instantly shot into the little black pig's eye socket. Pop! The crossbow bolt pierced the little black pig's eye and stopped only when it had penetrated all the way to his brain. The little black pig fell to the ground and flailed a few times before dying. Chapter 8, Braised Pork. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he saw the little black pig lying on the ground. He had originally thought that it would take a fierce battle, but in the end, he didn't expect that the little black pig would be killed with just 1 arrow. You see, although it was a young pig, it was still more than 100 catties in weight, and if it weren't for a professional, it would have been difficult to kill it. If it weren't for the prompt system reminding him at the critical moment, he would have really had to fight the little black pig with real weapons. The prompt system is actually so useful? Zhang Tuohai discovered that the prompt system seems to be able to do more than just check the box. However, the most important thing now is to disassemble the pork. Zhang Tuohai did not have a suitable knife, so he had to use a crossbow bolt from his quiver. When Zhang Tuohai stabbed the crossbow bolt into the little black pig, a prompt suddenly popped up. The disassembler has not been found to have suitable tools for skinning and cutting. This will reduce the amount of meat obtained. Can the disassembler be forced to disassemble? Zhang Tuohai had never killed a pig before, so he didn't know what he would cut into if he used a crossbow bolt to disassemble it. Now, the system can actually help him disassemble it, which is naturally desirable. Confirm. With Zhang Tuohai's voice, the little black pig disappeared in an instant. Obtained 500 g of pork *60. Obtained pig's feet *4. Get pig head *1. Looking at the pile of cut meat in front of him, Zhang Tuahai didn't know whether to cry or laugh. After a rough estimate, he found that the amount of meat had been reduced by 20 caddies, and the pig offal was also gone. There really is no free lunch. It seems that the skinning tool will also have to be added to the agenda. After Zhang Tuahai had moved all the meat to the car, he suddenly thought of a problem. It's so hot now, and if these pork are left here, they will spoil quickly. The only way is to sell it while it is still fresh. In addition, I should start collecting refrigerators and grills. Zhang Tuahai doesn't want to eat raw meat. Open the trade channel. Selling 500 grams of pork *50, each for 20 resources of various types, collecting various blueprints, other resources in private chat. PS selling 4 pig feet and 1 pig head, private chat for those who need it. After the trade was posted, Zhang Tuahai shouted out a message in the regional channel. The trade channel is selling pork, so if you are interested, hurry up. Zhang Tuahai's message caused a huge uproar in the regional channel. Zhang Tuahai, isn't this the big boss who sold mineral water last night? Today he's selling pork. He really is a big boss, he's amazing. Big brother, is the pork cooked? Can you roast it for me before I trade it? Big brother, please give me some meat. I haven't eaten for a day. I'll trade you my Rolex. This was happening on the regional channel, and Zhang Tuahai's private messages were about to explode. Big brother, I'm sweet and pretty, and I can do anything. As long as I can eat enough every day, I'm fine. Big brother, I got a blueprint for a wok. How much meat can I get in exchange? Big brother, do you provide cutting services? A piece of pork is too big, it's hard to bite. I have to say that everyone who is still alive, except for a few fools who are waiting to die in their original positions, has some supplies. Within a few minutes, Zhang Tuahai had hundreds of various resources, and the number was still rising. He had also received 6 drawings. They were a folding table, a planting box, a peeling knife, an iron pot, a mobile stove, and a barbecue fork. There were also many other miscellaneous things, such as toilet paper, soap, and water cups. Zhang Tuahai took one of each. Salt and pepper were even better. Zhang Tuahai even received a pack of braised pork. Amazing, he actually hunted a pig, so there won't be a shortage of resources now. Sumu also sent a private message. Fortunately, this is what I promised you yesterday. Zhang Tuahai said as he sent a piece of grilled naan to Sumu. Yesterday, Sumu agreed to let him owe him 3 loaves of bread, which he was very grateful for. Now that he doesn't need to worry about food for the time being, he naturally felt generous and gave him a baked naan. So much? You've really struck it rich. Sumu exclaimed. I'll trade you the meat for it. Zhang Tuahai said. Is it cooked? I can't digest raw food, and my sister is still sick and can't eat raw food. If it were anyone else, I would have said no. But you came at the right time. I just got the stove, so I can cook your share as well. Zhang Tuahai said, looking at the portable stove he had just made. Portable stove, level 1 kitchenware. It can cook by itself after adding enough fuel. It has a stabilizer, so it won't tip over even if there is a violent shaking. With this thing, he can braise meat while driving to look for supplies. Really? Then give me 2 pieces of braised pork and I'll trade you for this. Sumu looked at his sister, who was a little pale, and sent a drawing to Zhang Tuahai. Light reducing. Glass, level 1 auto parts. It can effectively reduce strong light and lower the temperature inside the car. This thing is good. Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up when he saw the drawing. This thing can reduce light and lower the temperature inside the car. It's a godsend in this desert under the scorching sun. Moreover, 6 days later is the day of the disaster, when the sun will be in the sky. 2 suns appear in the sky, and you can imagine how hot it will be. Maybe this light-reducing glass is the key to survival. However, there is one thing that concerns Zhang Tuahai. Sumu has already traded 3 drawings with him in 2 days, and the speed at which he obtained these drawings seems a bit abnormal. This is exactly what I need. I'll give you an extra pig's ear, but the meat will have to stew for a while, so you'll have to wait. Zhang Tuahai replied. Okay, I'll wait for good news from you. Sumu said. Sister, you just gave him the drawings? Suchi asked from the side. There's no way. He seems to be more trustworthy in the regional channel. You also know our situation. If you don't replenish your meat, your body won't last long. Su Mu said. Sister, I'm dragging you down. Su Chi said with guilt. What are you talking about? We'll leave alive. Su Mu rubbed Su Chi's head and said. On the other side, Zhang Tuahai had already set up the mobile stove on the back seat, and the iron pot was also placed on the stove. He threw the pork, pig's feet and pig's head that had not been traded into the pot, added water and braised meat, and braised it. As for the fuel, he used the wood that had been traded. Zhang Tuahai stuffed in 20 units at a time, and this wood was enough to braise the pork. Chapter 9, First Encounter with a Living Person. After finishing processing the pork, Zhang Tuahai continued on his journey to collect supplies. Although he had just harvested a lot of things, he still needed more supplies to last for 7 days, not to mention the day of disaster. He had to stock up on enough supplies to feel at ease. The yellow sand was endless, and the road was long, with no end in sight. Driving on the same road for a long time is fine for a short time, but after a long time, Zhang Tuahai's spirit inevitably becomes a little lax and even sleepy. As a result, when he looked up, he suddenly saw a woman standing in the middle of the road. The woman was standing in the middle of the road, waving her arms and looking excited. Next to her was a broken car. It was as old and worn out as Zhang Tuahai's car. Zhang Tuahai stopped the car. However, he was careful and parked the car about 7 or 8 meters away from the woman. In this world, where no one is there to maintain order, it is never too careful. Who knows what this woman is up to? The woman was overjoyed when she saw Zhang Tuahai stop the car and ran towards him. A woman with no strength, her only weapon is a nail clipper, you can beat her with one hand. The prompt system gave a timely reminder. Stop, don't come any closer. If you have something to say it here. Zhang Tuahai aimed his crossbow at the woman. Although the prompt system had already indicated that the other party was not a threat, Zhang Tuahai remained vigilant. Oh, don't be so cold. We're all people who have been stranded here. Let's get closer. The woman said this while winking at Zhang Tuahai. To be honest, the woman is quite pretty, with big waves, a melon-shaped face, big eyes, long eyelashes, and a pretty good figure. In the past, Zhang Tuahai wouldn't mind talking to her in depth. But in this uncertain world, it's better to save it. If you have anything to say, just say it. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Zhang Tuahai said, while scanning the surroundings. He made sure there was no one else around to ambush him. There was no one else around, and no one was lurking in ambush. It seemed that Zhang Tuahai's thoughts had been detected, and the prompt system gave an answer. Handsome guy, my car is out of gas. Can you lend me some? The woman said in a high-pitched voice, and threw a flirtatious glance at Zhang Tuahai. It turned out that there was no gas, no wonder it was parked here. Zhang Tuahai nodded in response. At the same time, he lamented that this woman was really bold, and she was so casual about stopping cars on the highway. That is to say, if he had met someone with evil intentions, what would have happened is self-evident. Zhang Tuahai did not have the idea of bullying the weak. However, it was impossible for him to give the other party gas for nothing. He is neither a lawless villain nor a saintly woman with a heart for the world, but just a small person who wants to survive. If you want gasoline, fine, but you have to give something in exchange. If you want to get laid for free, don't waste my time. Zhang Tuahai's words made the woman a little unhappy. How can you be so stingy? It's just a little gasoline. Just lend it to me. I'll give it back to you when I have it. Besides, you have so many supplies. What's wrong with giving me some? We all came from the same planet, shouldn't we help each other? Besides, you're so heartless, leaving a weak woman like me here? And, don't you really know me? Don't you watch the live broadcast? The woman said, while looking into Zhang Tuahai's car. Zhang Tuahai had kept the back window open to prevent carbon dioxide poisoning. From the woman's perspective, she could clearly see the piles of supplies in the back seat. Of course, it was mainly all kinds of materials. A gust of wind blew, and the aroma of braised pork spread, making the woman involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Sorry, I don't know you. If you don't have anything to exchange, then leave. Zhang Tuahai shook his head. I feel that the woman is a bit unreasonable. It seems that the other party really has a bit of fame online, but so what? Want to get free resources from him? You wish. Why are you like this? The woman was a bit angry. She is a small-known hostess. Usually, she sells cuteness in front of the camera and gives out benefits, and there are countless licking dogs who give her money. If she wants something, the licking dogs will help arrange it. As a result, her unbeatable trick met a wall with Zhang Tuahai. Who said I don't have anything to exchange? Seeing that Zhang Tuahai was really leaving, the woman was a bit anxious. How about I give you my stockings? I guarantee they are authentic and original, definitely not fake. Puff. Zhang Tuahai almost spat out a mouthful of water. It turned out that the woman in front of him was the one who had been exchanging original stockings online all day yesterday. Seeing Zhang Tuahai's serious gaze, the woman involuntarily took 2 steps back. What are you doing? I'm telling you, I'm not the kind of person who will do that. Don't worry, I'm not interested in those things. I just need supplies, food, drink, drawings, and materials. If not, then don't block the road, I'm leaving. Zhang Tuahai said, twisting the car key. No, don't go, I have the drawings. Seeing that Zhang Tuahai was really leaving, the woman couldn't help but be a little anxious and hurriedly shouted. Oh? What drawings? Hearing the drawings, Zhang Tuahai stopped. Steel frame body, which can double the structural strength of the car body. The woman hurriedly said. It's not bad. Zhang Tuahai thought about it, and this thing is also useful to collect. Although he killed the woman, he could still get the blueprint. And he didn't have to spend any resources. But he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to go against his own bottom line. Why didn't you sell it on the trade channel? Zhang Tuahai was curious. There must be no shortage of people who want to buy this blueprint. If the woman had put it on the trade channel, it would have been easy to sell it. I asked, but they didn't offer enough. The woman said with a pout, they were either short of water, food, or gasoline, and I didn't want to part with it. I see. Zhang Tuahai nodded. I won't bully you. I'll give you 40 units of gasoline, a quarter of a naan, and 300 milliliters of water for this drawing. These things are enough for you to have a full meal and explore twice. Whether you can get anything depends on your luck. Zhang Tuahai thought about it and gave a fair price. After all, the map is something that increases the strength of the car, so it must be worth a lot. It's a dangerous night in the desert, and there may be wild animals. A stronger car body can save your life in a critical moment. I smell meat. Can I have some? The woman asked hesitantly. The meat is not fully cooked yet. Eating half-cooked meat may cause diarrhea. If you insist on having meat, I can give you 200 grams, but there will be no more roasted bread or water. Zhang Tuahai said. Forget it. How do we trade? The woman asked. Hang up the trade channel. The trade channel clearly shows the goods traded by both parties, so there is no need to worry about the other party adulterating the goods, and there is no need to come into contact with each other. You are Zhang Tuahai, the one selling water and pork? After entering the trade channel, the woman naturally saw Zhang Tuahai's name. I'm so stupid. I should have guessed it was you when I saw you cooking meat. Remember to contact me if you have any good stuff. The price is absolutely fair. Zhang Tuahai waved his hand and left first. Chapter 10, The Lucky Mermaid Statue. After driving for about 5 kilometers, Zhang Tuahai came to a Y-shaped intersection. The two roads stretched out into the distance, seemingly without end. The road on the left had more supply boxes, but they were all filled with ordinary supplies. The road on the right had fewer supply boxes, but they were all filled with high-level supplies. The prompt system gave a prompt in an instant. Looking at the prompt, Zhang Tuahai's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. He looked at the ordinary supplies behind him. Although the number of common materials had decreased after making some items, he now looked down on these common materials. Instead of spending time and effort to find these low-value common materials, it was better to find precious blueprints and higher-value items. He could exchange those common materials through the trade channel. The items he had exchanged for that morning alone would have taken him days to obtain on his own. Indeed, scissors were the key to quickly accumulating wealth. Zhang Tuahai turned onto the road to the right. After driving for about 20 kilometers, Zhang Tuahai finally saw a new supply box. It was blue. A level 2 supply box, containing 100 units of gasoline, 10 liters of water, and a manufacturing blueprint. Nice! Zhang Tuahai jumped out of the car and opened the supply box. 40 bottles of 250 milliliters mineral water, 250-unit gas canisters, and a blueprint were neatly arranged on the ground. Zhang Tuahai took the blueprint first, ready to see what he had drawn this time. Lucky Merman statue, interior decoration, placed in the car can greatly increase the amount of blueprints obtained. Material requirements: 2 units of intermediate wood, 1 unit of common spirit. Placement requirements: level 2 vehicle. After looking at the blueprint 3 times, Zhang Tuahai gasped. This thing is simply a magical artifact. In this world, if there is anything that is most valuable, then blueprints must be at the top of the list. Take himself as an example. If he had not obtained the blueprint for the crossbow, he would not have been able to easily kill the little black pig. Therefore, the blueprint is productivity. Zhang Tuahai can personally testify to how low the blueprint production rate is. Even with the system by his side, he has not produced a blueprint so far. This shows how low the blueprint explosion rate is. And this statue can actually increase the blueprint explosion rate, which is simply a magic weapon. However, there are a few questions here. What is the essence, and what is a level 2 vehicle? Zhang Tuahai quickly closed his eyes and began to communicate with the game system. Can I ask what a spirit is? And how do I upgrade to a level 2 vehicle? After killing a beast, there is a chance of obtaining a spirit. The quality of the spirit obtained depends on the level of the beast. After obtaining a vehicle core, you can upgrade the vehicle. A vehicle core can upgrade a normal level 1 vehicle to level 2. How do I obtain a vehicle core? Zhang Tuahai asked hurriedly. Destroy other vehicles. The cold voice of the game system shocked Zhang Tuahai. He had always thought that the only things he would have to face were natural disasters and wild beasts. He had never imagined that fellow players would also be enemies to each other. For now, the news has not spread, and the regional channel is still relatively harmonious. But sooner or later, the news will be discovered. What will everyone think then? Those with a cruel heart will definitely have designs on others. It seems that we must be more careful in the future. Zhang Tuahai's heart grew more vigilant. At the same time, he also roughly understood why Sumu was able to produce so many manufacturing diagrams. It was probably because she had obtained something similar to the mermaid statue. Moreover, she had come with her younger sister, and driving a car would save resources. Perhaps they had obtained the car core at that time and upgraded their vehicle to level 2. However, another new problem was placed in front of Zhang Tuahai: how to obtain a car core. Should I go back and kill that stupid woman? Zhang Tuahai thought about it for a while, and then rejected the idea. He had just entered the world of the apocalypse, and he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Forget it, let's just collect the other materials first, and there will always be a way. Zhang Tuahai loaded all the supplies into the car and continued driving forward. He had to say that the quality of the supply boxes on the right side of the road was indeed much higher. Until noon, Zhang Tuahai had found 2 more supply boxes, 1 blue and 1 white. The blue crate contained 2 boxes of eggs and a pack of dehydrated vegetables. The white crate contained 5 buckets of instant noodles. This greatly enriched Zhang Tuahai's food variety. Seeing so much food, Zhang Tuahai decided to splurge and boiled a bucket of instant noodles, added 2 poached eggs, some dehydrated vegetable leaves, and a large piece of braised pork, filling a small basin. Unexpectedly, in this ghost world, I can also eat instant noodles that look the same as the cover. Zhang Tuahai took a bite of the soft and juicy braised pork, and his face was full of satisfaction. He finished the bowl of instant noodles in one go, and Zhang Tuahai leaned back in his chair and burped. This was the first full meal he had eaten since he came through. A sense of happiness welled up in him. It turns out that being able to eat a full meal is such a happy thing. Zhang Tuahai looked out of the window at the desert inside. Oh, right, let's see how those people are doing. Zhang Tuahai turned on the regional channel. Has anyone found any food? Can anyone give me some food? I haven't eaten for 2 days. I'm willing to trade my Rolex for it. Hey, big brother, are you still standing there? Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but smile when he saw this big brother. He had been seeing this big brother post on the screen since the first day, asking for food in exchange for his Rolex every day. However, no one was willing to trade with him. If only this guy would drive around for a while, he wouldn't have to be in such a desperate situation. But it would be nice to have a watch to tell the time. It's really inconvenient not to have a specific time. Thinking about this, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. He looked through his supplies and then sent a message to the other person. 1 caddy of braised pork for your Rolex, plus all the gasoline in your car. You don't drive anyway, so it's a waste to keep the gasoline there. It's only a caddy of braised pork, that's too little. My Rolex has a certificate, and even if I throw it on the second-hand market, I can get a few $100,000 for it. That's too little, at least 100 caddies, plus 100 bottles of mineral water. The man immediately said. Seeing the other person's words, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but sneer, 100 caddies? Have you woken up? Do you think this is still the world of the past? Can you exchange a Rolex for a loaf of bread? You've been shouting for a day and a half, and you know the situation. I bought the Rolex just as a side dish. What's really valuable is gasoline. If you're willing to exchange it, then do it. If not, forget it. After Zhang Tuahai finished speaking, he didn't reply. Chapter 11 Wild Leaks. Can you add a little more? I have a Rolex, but I only got a piece of meat in return. That's too little. People will laugh at me if they hear about it. You can add something else. The man saw that Zhang Tuahai was unmoved, and his tone softened. He had been shouting for a day and a half. If he could have exchanged it for something, he would have done so. But the reality was that no one was willing to exchange food. At most, those people are willing to offer some broken glass or metal scraps, which is even more greedy than him, a capitalist. If he couldn't find anyone, he would have hung those guys on the street lamp. Now, he has finally met a fool who is willing to exchange food, so of course he doesn't want to let go. At most, plus 100 milliliters of mineral water, and the price increase transaction is immediately invalidated. Zhang Tuahai said firmly. He knew that when dealing with such people, one must be tough at critical moments, otherwise, the other party will keep asking for more and more. Okay, that's it. 100 units of gasoline plus a Rolex, in exchange for a pound of braised pork and 100 milliliters of water. How about the deal? The man asked. 100 units of gasoline? Shouldn't it be 200 units? Zhang Tuahai asked coldly. It was too cold last night, so I used some gasoline as fuel for heating. The man seemed a bit aggrieved. You're a wasteful brat. Zhang Tuahai whispered angrily. The 100 units of gasoline would have allowed him to explore at least 4 to 5 times, and he didn't know how many good things he could have obtained. But it was actually burned as fuel by this wasteful brat, which almost made Zhang Tuahai angry to death. Where is the ignition device? How did you light the fire? Zhang Tuahai asked with anger. I also have a windproof lighter, a Zippo. The man said. Then take this lighter as compensation. Zhang Tuahai was somewhat helpless. Okay. The man reluctantly added the lighter to the list of transactions. The two traded on the trading platform. Looking at the 100 units of gasoline that had been traded over, Zhang Tuahai nodded with satisfaction. With this thing, the deal is not a loss. After putting the gasoline away, Zhang Tuahai picked up the Rolex again and looked at it carefully. Leather strap, gold dial, it looks like it's no different from an ordinary quartz watch. Is this thing worth millions? Zhang Tuahai shook his head and put it on his wrist. He looked at the time, it was about 11:30, half an hour before today's Brave Challenge, so he took the opportunity to take a break and see if there was anything to pick up on the regional channel. However, after browsing the regional channel, he found that most of the poor people were like ghosts. Many people searched for a morning and found a few pieces of bread, some basic materials, and not even a single drawing. There were also a few production drawings hanging on the trading channel waiting to be sold, but they were all ordinary items such as chairs, iron pots, and water cups, which Zhang Tuahai already had and didn't even bother to take a look. Forget it, let's take a look again tonight. After the Brave Challenge, there may be something good. Time quickly came to 12 o'clock. The game system announcements sounded again. Time's up. Welcome to the second challenge of the Brave. The challenge time is still 12 to 1800 hours. Please pay attention to the time, and I wish you all a happy game. Hopefully, today will also be a good harvest. Zhang Tuahai organized his equipment, took his crossbow and crowbar, got out of the car, and walked into the desert. At 12 o'clock, 500 meters away, there is a sand scorpion hiding in a sand pit. Be careful of its tail stinger, which is highly poisonous. At 1 o'clock, 200 meters away, there is a desert fox. Don't try to catch it, you won't be able to catch up with it. At 11 o'clock, 1,000 meters away, there are ruins of a village. There are good things inside, but there are some quicksand pits along the way, so be careful where you step. Ruins of a village? Let's go take a look. Zhang Tuahai was excited. Since he came to this world, he had never seen any buildings except for the road. The creatures he had seen were all animals, so his understanding of the world was really limited. Now, there was a ruin, which was an opportunity for him to understand the world. With this in mind, Zhang Tuahai walked into the desert. There is a pit 50 meters ahead. Please proceed to 11 o'clock. There is a desert python 30 meters ahead under the sand dune. If you don't want to become a skeleton, stay away from that sand dune. Along the way, Zhang Tuahai successfully avoided one trap after another according to the instructions of the guidance system. Although he passed through this area without incident, he was still scared by the endless traps in the desert. It was only because he had the guidance system that he was able to pass through safely. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably not be able to walk out of the desert alive. This is a challenge for the brave? It's more like a challenge for the dead. After passing through a group of sand dunes, Zhang Tuahai saw a deserted village. The village was built with yellow rocks and poplar trees. Perhaps because it had been deserted for so long, many of the houses had collapsed, leaving only the ruins, proving that people had once lived here. Zhang Tuahai looked at the style of the houses: yellow rocks, small windows, very typical of desert houses. The doors and windows were gone, the walls were also eroded by the wind and sand, there was nothing of value. In the center of the village was a well, but it had been filled with yellow sand and there was no water to be seen. You have discovered the ruins of a village hidden in the desert. It has been abandoned for a long time, but some crop seeds have been left behind. Walk 200 meters forward and turn right. In the courtyard behind the house you will find something. A courtyard? Could it be crops? What crops could there be in the desert? Wheat, grapes? If only there were grapes, it would not only improve life, but also allow for another round of sheep shearing. Zhang Tuahai muttered to himself, and carefully turned to the back of the house. Behind the house was a small yard enclosed by poplar branches. However, the poplar branches had fallen down long ago, and some weeds were growing in the yard. Weeds? Wait a minute? Could this be? Zhang Tuahai thought to himself. You have found wild leeks. Zhang Tuahai slapped his thigh. He had actually found leeks. Chives are a good thing. They don't require much fertilizer and are not difficult to grow. After planting them, you can basically ignore them and cut them after a while. Moreover, there are many ways to cook them. They taste good in scrambled eggs, stir-fried meat, and even when grilled. This large area in front of him weighs at least 20 caddies. He's rich. Chapter 12, The Injured Tiger. Zhang Tuahai rushed excitedly to the leek field, took out the peeling knife he had just exchanged in the morning and started digging. Soon, the remaining 10 caddies of leeks were all dug up by Zhang Tuahai. After digging up the leeks, Zhang Tuahai took off his coat from his waist, put it on the ground, gathered all the leeks inside, and tied them into a bundle. Fortunately, he had the foresight to bring his coat with him. Otherwise, it would have been a problem to carry all the leeks back. As for what to do with them when he got back, Zhang Tuahai had already thought of a solution. When he sold pork in the morning, he had received a drawing of a planter pot, which he had originally intended to use to enrich his drawing collection, but now he could use it. If this batch of leeks could be successfully transplanted, he would have a vegetable that could be self-sufficient. With this batch of leeks alone, he won't lose anything on this trip. Is there any more supplies around the system? If not, I'm going back. Zhang Tuahai asked, carrying the leeks. 200 meters ahead, turn right. Behind the village, there's a wounded tiger. Tiger? Zhang Tuahai nearly jumped out of his skin. If he had crossed earlier, he might not have cared about tigers. After all, he had a weapon in his hand, so what was there to fear? He had seen tigers in the zoo before. However, after watching a video on the internet of a tiger biting a car tire and smashing the window with a slap, his mind was completely changed. Tigers in the wild are different from tamed ones in the zoo. The roar of a wild tiger can make people's scalp numb, and its terrifying power can be felt through the screen. The oppression from the top of the food chain is no joke. Are you sure that tiger is a supply? Or is it treating me as a courier? Zhang Tuahai's legs were shaking. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but be scared when they learned that there was an uncontrollable tiger lying less than 200 meters away from them. If he fell down with his current physique, the tiger would probably only be half-fed. The tiger was injured, with both front paws seriously injured, and it was having a hard time moving. Really? If it's injured, I can go and take a look. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Tuahai's thoughts started to wander again. After all, tiger penis is a delicacy. And with so much tiger meat, he could make a fortune if he made it into braised meat. With his mind made up, Zhang Tuahai picked up his crossbow, hunched his back and walked carefully towards the back of the village. It took him 10 minutes to cover the short distance of 200 meters. By the time he reached the corner, his back was soaked in sweat. Zhang Tuahai peeked out quietly and looked around the corner. 2 meters away, a tiger lay on the ground, its teeth bared. They locked eyes. Arg! Zhang Tuahai sat down in shock. The tiger had been starving for days and was now so thin it looked like a skeleton. It was overjoyed to see the delivery man and stood up, ready to pounce on Zhang Tuahai. However, as soon as it stood up, it fell to the ground again with a thud. The expression on its face became even more hideous. It turned out that both of its front paws had been seriously injured, and the bone fragments were exposed at the wound site. Apparently, both of its front paws were broken. It turned out to be broken, which scared the hell out of me. Looking at the tiger's 2 broken paws, Zhang Tuahai let out a sigh of relief as he sat on the ground. No wonder the prompt system didn't prompt him, it turned out to be no threat. However, it was a bit hasty for him to come over so directly. I should have waited a bit longer, until it had bled out and then come over to pick up the easy prize. That was a mistake. It's painful to live like this, so I'll help you die. Seeing that the tiger had no way to fight back, Zhang Tuahai felt relieved and raised his crossbow, aiming at the tiger. Although the tiger had never seen a crossbow before, it knew that something was wrong when it saw Zhang Tuahai's expression. It shook its head and struggled to get up again. The swaying body made it impossible for Zhang Tuahai to aim at its vital points. He lifted it up an inch and pulled the trigger. The prompt system gave a prompt again. Hearing the voice, Zhang Tuahai subconsciously raised the crossbow and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt with a cold gleam shot into the tiger's eye. Ooh! The tiger screamed and fell to the ground, floundering a few times before losing its breath. A dead tiger corpse was found. A large amount of materials will be obtained after decomposition. Finally, it is dead. After receiving the system's prompt, Zhang Tuahai took out a small knife from his bosom, came to the tiger's body, and cut it down. A corpse of a level 1 beast tiger was found. A level 1 cutting tool, a skinning knife, was detected. The corpse can be disassembled, causing a small amount of meat loss. A complete fur can be obtained. Do you want to disassemble it? Okay. Although he would lose some meat, which made Zhang Tuahai feel a bit sad, it was much more reliable to have the system do it for him than to do it himself. Obtain 500 g of tiger meat *200. Obtain a complete tiger skin *1. Obtain a tiger penis *1. Obtain a set of tiger internal organs. Obtain a tiger bone rack. Obtain a common spirit *1. I'm rich, I'm rich. Seeing the pile of materials in front of him, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but smile. Not to mention the common spirit, it was an important material for the lucky mermaid statue. Not to mention the tiger meat, it was heavyweight meat, something that he couldn't normally eat. He never thought that he would be able to eat meat in this world. The only pity was that Zhang Tuahai still hadn't gotten a refrigerator. Otherwise, just freezing the meat and eating it slowly would be enough to last him for hundreds of days. The tiger skin is also a good thing. It can be used as a blanket at night and is quite warm. The internal organs are also a good source of vitamins. In addition, it seems that stir-frying them with leeks is also quite delicious. When I go back, I'll see who is cooking oil. If I really can't buy any, using the meat to make oil is also an option. However, that would reduce the taste of the meat. Wait, I'm going to sell it anyway, so what does it matter if it tastes bad? As for the tiger skeleton, Zhang Tuahai still hasn't found a use for it. Just keep it anyway, in case it comes in handy later. With so many supplies, Zhang Tuahai definitely couldn't carry them all at once. The skeleton alone had to be carried separately. In total, Zhang Tuahai made 4 trips back and forth to get everything back into the car. It was exhausting, and he had to see if there was a cart for transporting goods next time, otherwise it was too tiring to carry things back and forth like this. Zhang Tuahai thought as he slumped in his chair. Zhang Tuahai felt that his survival strategy was a bit different from others. Everyone else had to work hard to get a little food and water. However, he was like loading goods, and he actually had to worry about transportation. If others knew about this, they would be envious to death. Chapter 13, Making Dumplings. After a short rest, Zhang Tuahai turned on the regional channel to see how everyone was doing. When he turned on the regional channel, he was once again bombarded by a series of red death messages. Zhang Tuahai counted, and there were about 200 people, and most of the deaths were due to quicksand or poisoning. There were far fewer than yesterday. I don't know if those who survived have become smarter, or if they were scared by the death rate, resulting in fewer people daring to explore. After a while, someone started to show off their harvest in the chat channel. Haha, it really is a challenge for the brave, and the reward is generous. I got a blue resource box and made a hot dog with sausage inside. What's a hot dog? I made 2 sandwiches with bacon and lettuce. I'm not as lucky as you guys. I can only make staple foods. I made 4 apples. Do you want to trade with me? Several people who had obtained food began to show off in the regional channel, making the people who stayed behind envious. Seeing more and more people in the regional channel showing off their harvest, Zhang Tuahai guessed that everyone who went out to participate in the Brave Challenge had returned, and now was the time when everyone had the most supplies, and it was a good opportunity to harvest. Who among you has flour? I will trade meat for it, and I also need cooking oil. Zhang Tuahai said. It was the big boss who sold pork in the morning. As soon as Zhang Tuahai spoke, he was immediately recognized. Big guy, what do you need flour for? Someone asked. Nothing, I got some meat, leeks and eggs. It looks like I have all the ingredients. I'm going to make some meat and leek dumplings. If anyone wants to eat them, just let me know and I'll give you some resources in exchange. Zhang Tuahai said with a smile. Making dumplings? The person who was eating a hot dog suddenly felt that the hot dog in his hand was not as delicious as before. Damn, I finally got a hot dog, and I thought it was pretty good, but now the big guy is already thinking about dumplings? Is the difference between people that big? Big guy, I'll order a plate. Can I use apples instead? I'll give you 2 apples. What do you think? Someone in the regional channel immediately asked tentatively. Big guy, I don't have any supplies. How about gasoline? Big guy, I've collected 20 pieces of glass. Can I exchange them? Don't get excited yet. Let's get the flour first. Otherwise, we'll all have to eat fried tripe. Zhang Tuahai calmed everyone down. I have 50 kilograms of flour, but you have to give me 50 kilograms of braised pork in exchange. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on the channel. Your price is too ridiculous. Zhang Tuahai frowned. 50 kilograms of flour and 50 kilograms of braised pork are not of equal value. 50 caddies of flour, whether made into noodles or steamed buns, can never compare with the energy and satiety of 50 caddies of meat. What's more, most of the people here don't even know how to steam buns or roll noodles, so the flour in their hands will just go to waste. Isn't it better to trade it for meat? So what? Anyway, you're in urgent need of flour, and I'm not in a hurry. If you want to, you can trade it for 50 caddies of braised meat. If you want to, you'd better hurry, because tomorrow it won't be this price. The man replied. And don't forget, in this weather, the meat can't be stored for long. I have plenty of time to wait, can you wait? The man was obviously confident. Seeing the reply from the man, Zhang Tuahai sneered. The man dared to ask for such a price because he knew that the meat could not be stored for long. However, Zhang Tuahai obviously would not let him take advantage of him. Even if he didn't eat the dumplings today, he would not let the other party succeed. Otherwise, everyone will think that he is weak and can be bullied, and it will be difficult for him to buy supplies cheaply in the future. As for the fact that the meat cannot be preserved, it doesn't matter. At worst, it can all be used to make oil. When the meat is dried, it can still be preserved for a while. If pushed to the limit, Zhang Tuahai will stop selling supplies. Just as Zhang Tuahai was about to refine the meat into oil, Sumu sent him a private message. I have flour here, but only 20 caddies. Do you want it? Sumu asked. Of course I do. What are you going to trade for it? Meat, water, canned food, roasted bread, and even dumplings, but you have to wait a while. Zhang Tuahai said. We don't want to trade for a fixed amount. We want to make a deal. Sumu said. What kind of deal? From now on, until the day of the disaster, there are 6 days in total. I can give you the 20 jin of flour right now, but you have to be responsible for our meals for the next 6 days. Don't worry, our sisters don't eat much, about 3 or 4 jin per meal. Sumu said with some trepidation. After seeing Sumu's message, Zhang Tuahai began to calculate in his heart. If we calculate according to the amount of 3 taels of flour per meal for the 2 sisters, then 2 people would be 6 taels, and 3 meals a day would be 1.8 jin. Including the day of the disaster, a total of 6 days would be 10.8 jin. You would net nearly 10 jin of flour. Moreover, this is not even taking into account the addition of water. Even if you add some vegetables, shredded meat, or something, you would still make a profit. Moreover, if you agree to this deal, you can also keep this major producer of drawings, and you can receive more drawings, which is a win-win situation. This deal is worthwhile. Yes, 3 meals a day are guaranteed to be hot, but the mealtimes may not be on time. After all, we still have to find supplies. Zhang Tuahai said. Then it's settled. I sent the flour over, you receive it. Sumu gave you 20 caddies of flour. Sister, you just gave him the flour? Do you trust him so much? What if he cheats us? Suchi was worried. There was nothing we could do. Sumu sighed. We don't have a pot, a stove, a fire starting device, enough water, or firewood. Most importantly, none of us can make noodles or steamed buns. The flour would be wasted in our hands, but if we give it to him, at least we can be sure that we will have enough to eat for the next 6 days. But what if he cheats you? Suchi asked. He shouldn't. Sumu shook his head. Didn't he fulfill his promise last time when he traded the braised pork? And he even gave you an extra pig's ear. Don't you remember the taste? Hearing Sumu's words, Suchi couldn't help but lick her lips. The taste of pig's ear was really delicious. She never knew that pig's ear could be so delicious. Of course, this is all secondary. The important thing is that he still needs to do business on the platform. If he defaults on our account, he loses his credibility and there will be no business on the platform. He won't lose the big picture for the small picture. Sumu continued to explain. I hope so. After listening to Sumu's explanation, Suchi could only nod in agreement. Chapter 14, Stuffed with Food. Zhang Tuahai didn't know what the Sumu sisters were talking about him. At this time, he was busy with his own business. The leeks he brought back need to be planted properly. In the future, whether or not they can eat fresh vegetables will depend on them. In the morning, Zhang Tuahai received the planting pot production diagram, which he now used. Zhang Tuahai made 7 or 8 planting pots in a row before planting all the leeks he brought back. After a few planting pots were placed, the already limited rear space was suddenly crammed full. Many things could no longer be placed, and had to be piled up on the passenger seat, and even some of the less important materials had to be moved by Zhang Tuahai into the trunk. The space in a second-hand family car is really too small. I wonder if there are any drawings for increasing the storage space, even if it is converted into a Wulingshan car. Looking at the back seat, which was full of all kinds of supplies, Zhang Tuahai scratched his head. He realized that sometimes too much stuff can be a bit of a nuisance. For example, he would have to sleep sitting down tonight. Because the supplies had filled up all the space, there was no room to put the chair down. I wonder if Zhang Tuahai would be beaten to death by people who came to his door after he posted his feelings on the regional channel. After planting the leeks, Zhang Tuahai made a small steel basin and started to knead the dough. Zhang Tuahai often cooks at home, and although he can't compare to a restaurant chef, he can still make dumplings. He kneaded the dough, chopped the filling, rolled out the dough, wrapped it, boiled it, and did it all in one go. At the end, there were a few extra pieces of dough, which Zhang Tuahai put away and prepared to cut into strips for noodles in soup the next morning. He first sent 2 plates to Su Mu and her sister, and then he picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. SSSHHHH. A feeling of burning spread through his mouth. It was so good. Zhang Tuahai likes to eat hot dumplings like this. However, something was missing. What was missing? Zhang Tuahai looked around at the items and slapped his head. He was missing the dipping sauce. How can you eat dumplings without garlic and vinegar? He immediately opened the regional channel. Does anyone have vinegar and garlic? I'll pay a high price. The regional channel, which was originally used to exchange ideas, was quiet for a moment and then suddenly exploded. Holy shit, is the big guy really eating dumplings? Suddenly, the spicy strips in his mouth didn't taste good. Big guy, can you make me a plate of dumplings too? I'll trade you 2 bottles of water. Big guy, I have an orange in my hand. Can I trade it for a few dumplings? Big brother, I have some plain stockings. Can I trade them for a plate of dumplings? When Zhang Tuahai saw the last message, his face turned a little black. You're still here trading plain stockings for things? If you don't sell them, this joke won't work, will it? Ignoring that message, Zhang Tuahai directly posted a plate of dumplings on the trading channel. It's already been posted on the trading channel. It's a 5-minute free auction. When they saw that a plate of dumplings had really been posted on the trading platform, everyone in the regional channel went crazy. Today was the 2nd day of their journey through time. Many people had only been able to survive on dry bread for the past 2 days, and they weren't even sure if they would be able to eat enough. Those who were lucky had been able to survive. Those who weren't lucky had been starving for 2 days. At this point, someone suddenly posted a plate of dumplings. The enthusiasm of everyone in the regional channel was ignited in an instant. I'll bid 20 pieces of wood. I'll give 15 metal scraps and a banana. I'm all in. I've saved 40 metal parts in the last 2 days, so I'll trade them all. I'll give a blueprint for a Durex condom. I hope the Frying Sky Gang will give me a face. Why is there a Frying Sky Gang here? I'll give a blueprint for a lighter. As the prices kept rising, Zhang Tuahai was overjoyed. He was eating dumplings and looking at the prices offered by the others, looking for something that suited his needs. After a while, Zhang Tuahai finally found a good thing. The carriage modification drawing. Carriage modification drawing, level 1 auto parts. After use, the carriage space is expanded by 10 cubic meters. Requirements: 20 metal ingots, 40 metal parts, and 20 low-grade rubber. What a good thing! Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up when he saw this carriage modification drawing. If this thing is left with someone else, it will be wasted. Now, everyone is short of food, so how can they find the time to expand the carriage? However, this thing is a key material for Zhang Tuahai. If the carriage is not expanded, there will be no place to put the new materials collected tomorrow. In his heart, Zhang Tuahai had already decided that he must get this drawing. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Zhang Tuahai did not find anything better, so he designated the person who took out the carriage modification drawing to make the successful bid. The successful bidder went off to eat dumplings. He had only had 2 slices of dry bread for the past 2 days, and if he didn't get any food today, he might not even have the strength to look for supplies tomorrow. Those who didn't bid were getting anxious. Big brother, do you have any more dumplings? I haven't eaten for a whole day, can I have some more? Yeah, big brother, I don't want a whole plate, even 10 dumplings would be fine, I'll trade you the plans. Seeing those people, Zhang Tuahai decisively refused. They actually wanted him to make dumplings for them? He wasn't very good looking, but he wanted to be. Do you know how much effort it takes to make dumplings? He's not a beauty, and if he is, you can't touch him, and you still want to eat the dumplings you made? You can't even think about it. If you don't get it, you can buy something else. I just made a pot of tiger meat, 200 grams per serving, for 31st class materials. 2nd class materials, blueprints and other items are available in private chat, limited to 50. If you are interested, go directly to the trading platform to bid. Zhang Tuahai said, and hung 50 servings of braised tiger meat. 200 grams? Big guy, how did it get smaller? Didn't you have 500 grams in the morning? And, you only exchanged 20 ingredients in the morning, how did it become 30 now? As Zhang Tuahai expected, as soon as the transaction was posted, someone started to complain. Indeed, you can't expect too much, otherwise, these people will become more and more demanding. By then, even if Zhang Tuahai prepares 4 dishes and a soup for them, someone will still pick and choose. Zhang Tuahai did exactly that, and banned these people from buying. Then, Zhang Tuahai posted a message. The meat sold in the morning was raw meat, and this is cooked meat. The meat sold in the morning was pork, and this is tiger meat. Moreover, the braised pork was only sold once. In order to prevent the meat from spoiling, I decided to sell the remaining meat as lard until I find a new way to preserve the meat. After that, Zhang Tuahai said no more, but just watched with a cold eye. Many people may not know what oil residue is. In the past, meat was a precious commodity. At that time, people liked to buy fatty meat because it could be used to make oil. The oil made from fatty meat is called lin yu, and the meat after the oil is made is called oil residue. This kind of meat that has been boiled in oil tastes good when it is hot, but when it is cold, it is dry and woody, and modern people simply can't get used to it. However, in the past, it was a rare delicacy. Do you think you are on vacation? You are already picky about the meat? Then let me give you some oil residue, and then you dare to complain that you don't even have oil residue to eat. Zhang Tuahai thought to himself. Chapter 15, New Sources of Wealth. Zhang Tuahai's words made everyone else on the channel panic. They had originally thought that they would be able to eat good food with Zhang Tuahai, but now not only was the meat limited, it was also out of print. In the future, they could only eat the oil residue. They had just started eating meat, so how could they accept this kind of psychological gap? For a moment, they cursed the grandson who started the trouble in their hearts, and then quickly snapped up the braised pork on the platform. In the blink of an eye, 50 servings of braised pork were sold out. Shit, where is the braised pork? I was a little slow and it was gone. I got 2 servings, and I wanted to grab a few more to save. You animal, you actually grabbed 2 servings, are you still a human? I haven't eaten for 2 days, sell me one quickly. Big guy, I haven't eaten for a day, I still have a drawing in my hand, I'll trade it for a piece of meat, even 100 grams is fine. There are really a lot of rich people, there's still oil to squeeze. Looking at the noisy crowd on the platform, Zhang Tuahai rolled his eyes and said. Who can make me soft-hearted? Well, since we are all players, I will take out my stock. 10 pieces of braised pork. Originally, this was for later, but now I will take it out. However, in the future, everyone will only be able to eat the oil residue together. Those who want it can come and talk to me in private. Don't look at Zhang Tuahai's pitiful words. In fact, there is still a lot of the same braised pork in his pot. He has obtained a total of 200 caddies of tiger meat, but he has only sold 20 caddies, just 1/10. He plans to keep 50 caddies of meat for making braised pork as his own reserve, and 5 caddies of it will be cut into minced meat and served as a side dish for Sumu and her sisters. The rest that cannot be sold will be made into oil residue and sold slowly. I believe that after a period of beating, they will be able to recognize the reality, and by then, oil residue will also become a hot commodity. And I will be able to enjoy a lot of meat oil for free, which is really great. Big brother, is it really only 10 pieces left? Is there nothing else? Someone asked, still not giving up. That's right, I want to save more too, but I've run out of braised pork ingredients. Also, this damn weather, fresh meat will definitely spoil overnight. Zhang Tuahai spoke with a helpless tone. Everyone heard that, right? Whoever has the refrigerator's blueprints, don't hide them, trade them out quickly, and sacrifice a little for everyone to be able to eat meat. Someone immediately called for action on the channel. Yes, if anyone has preserved meat, please take it out and sell it to the big boss. As soon as Zhang Tuahai started to complain, someone on the channel immediately volunteered to help Zhang Tuahai. Zhang Tuahai knew what these people were thinking. They just wanted Zhang Tuahai to remember them and think of them first when there were supplies. However, looking at these people waving their flags and shouting, Zhang Tuahai really felt like a star. No wonder those people are so desperate to become famous. It really feels good to have fans backing you up. The regional channels were in chaos, and the regional channels were not peaceful either. Those without resources were shouting on the regional channels, and those with resources had already contacted Zhang Tuahai privately. Big brother, this is the metal ingot I got. Although it's a bit lacking, with only 2 pieces, it's still a level 2 resource. Boss, this is the manufacturing diagram for hunting spears I got. Isn't it a bit much to ask for a piece of meat in return? Boss, I have the design drawings for stab-proof clothing. Can you exchange it for a piece of meat? Sure enough, if people aren't pushed, they won't know that they have so much potential. I didn't expect these people to have so many good things. Zhang Tuohai naturally accepted all offers, taking everything that he thought was useful. After all, it was a private transaction, and no one knew how much he had sold. Even if he was found out in the end for overtrading, what could he do? Don't forget, this is a seller's market. Even if they are reluctant, they have to buy from us. While Zhang Tuohai was happily acquiring all kinds of blueprints and level 2 materials, Sumu and Suchi were also secretly peeking at the screen. Sister, do we really have to eat oil residue in the future? Suchi asked uneasily. How can I rest assured in the future when you look like this? Even if you are sold, you are still being counted by the helpers. Sumu looked like he hated iron that couldn't be made into steel. Isn't that true? Suchi blinked her eyes. From what I know about him, the materials in his hands are definitely not as few as he said, and he definitely has his own way to store more materials. Really? Suchi's eyes flashed. At least 70% sure. Sumu said with certainty. By the way, in the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to contact him privately. Sumu turned to Suchi and warned him. Don't worry, I won't. Suchi promised. After some careful selection, Zhang Tuohai collected 6 blueprints and a large amount of secondary materials. The 6 blueprints were for the manufacture of hunting spears, stab-proof clothing, sunscreen clothing, antibiotics, blankets and thermometers. Among them, the blueprint for the manufacture of antibiotics was the most expensive, costing 500 grams of braised pork, a piece of grilled naan and 500 milliliters of water. However, it was worth the price. Anti-inflammatory medicine, an excellent medicine for inflammation. Recipe, 2 units of level 1 herbs/tablet. If Zhang Tuohai's calculations are correct, this is a hen that lays golden eggs. In this world of survival, who can guarantee that they won't get injured? If you get injured, you have to take anti-inflammatory medicine, otherwise you'll wait for the wound to become infected and fester. If it gets that bad, it's almost the same as waiting to die here. So this is definitely a must-have. It is second only to food, water and gasoline in importance. It can be predicted that this will become Zhang Tuohai's main industry in the future. Long-term acquisition of level 1 herbs, price negotiable. Zhang Tuohai immediately posted an acquisition message on the trade channel. However, after waiting for a long time, there was not even a single inquiry. Someone did ask in the regional channel. What is a level 1 herb? Has anyone seen one? I knew it wouldn't be that simple. If it were that easy to collect herbs, I wouldn't have gotten this drawing. Zhang Tuohai looked at the drawing and shook his head and smiled. Zhang Tuohai knew that medicine was valuable, and there was no reason that the person selling the drawing didn't know that. If anti-inflammatory drugs were really that easy to make, the person selling the drawing could have used the medicine to exchange for food, and would never have been reduced to selling the drawing. It seems that making anti-inflammatory drugs is still a long-term process. Zhang Tuohai simply put the drawing away and waited until he had collected the herbs. As for the other items, they were much simpler, and Zhang Tuohai had made a copy of them. What else can I make to make money? Zhang Tuohai looked at the few things he had just made. He didn't plan to sell hunting spears and stab-proof clothing for the time being, and he didn't think anyone would buy sunscreen clothing or thermometers. After looking at them, Zhang Tuohai's gaze settled on the blankets. Chapter 16, A Late Night Attack. Blanket, level 1 cold protection item, can help you withstand temperatures of up to -10 degrees Celsius. Materials, 5 units of level 1 fabric. Zhang Tuohai had already experienced how cold it gets at night in the desert. Moreover, the deaths of those who died of hypothermia last night had also proven the horror of low temperatures. Selling blankets, 10 units of level 1 fabric each. Zhang Tuohai was not too greedy with this kind of material, and he decided to make a small profit by doubling the price. At this time, night had fallen and the temperature had begun to drop. Zhang Tuohai felt that the temperature today seemed to have dropped even faster than yesterday. He glanced at the thermometer and saw that the outside temperature had dropped to 10 degrees above zero. Of course, this was just the beginning. In the middle of the night, the temperature would drop even lower, possibly approaching or even falling below zero. Zhang Tuahai believed that his business would be good that night. Sure enough, when Zhang Tuahai hung out the blankets, everyone was enthusiastic about buying them. The first batch of 10 went on the shelves and sold out in less than 10 minutes. Zhang Tuahai immediately used the fabric he had earned to make 20 blankets and hung them up again. "Big guy, I'm out of fabric. Can I use metal scraps?" Someone sent a private message. "Okay." After looking at the metal scraps needed to make a spear, Zhang Tuahai reluctantly agreed to the other party's request. He traded one blanket for it. Of course, he didn't forget about the Sumu sisters, and sent 2 blankets to them. He had no choice. They were big customers, and he had to maintain good relations with them. Besides, it was only 2 blankets, and he could afford to give them away. If he sold 2 more, he would have made his money back. "Thank you. I'll give you the cost price for the blueprint." Sumu glanced at the blanket in his hand, sighed, and sent a blueprint. Flashlight blueprint, level 1 lighting equipment. Materials: 1 low-grade electronic component, 5 metal fragments, 5 glass fragments, 1 glass, 5 metal parts. Note: hand-cranked charging. It's a lighting device? Zhang Tuahai's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen a device that required electricity. Although it was hand-cranked. The materials were all common level 1 materials, except for the glass, which was a level 2 material. Zhang Tuahai simply made it. In the blink of an eye, a 1-foot-long black metal flashlight appeared in front of Zhang Tuahai. The only difference from a normal flashlight was that there was a rocker next to it. Zhang Tuahai turned it vigorously for dozens of times, and then pressed the switch. A dazzling beam of light shot out of the flashlight, shining more than 10 meters away. After a minute, the light gradually weakened and disappeared. The performance is okay, and this thing can also be used as a melee weapon, right? Zhang Tuahai weighed the flashlight in his hand. It weighed 5 or 6 caddies and was made of pure metal. If it hit your head, it would at least cause a concussion. Moreover, the beam of light was very bright, and if it hit your face without warning, it could even cause blindness. It was a semi-controlled weapon. It's very useful. I'll give you a set of sunscreen clothes. Zhang Tuahai flipped through his supplies and threw a set of sunscreen clothes to Sumu. This thing is a set of gauze clothes, but it blocks light well and can effectively prevent sunburn. Zhang Tuahai has light-reducing glass, so he doesn't need this thing and just gave it to Sumu. "I'll add a dish for you tomorrow, stir-fried tiger treasure," Zhang Tuahai said. "Can I have a few more sets of sunscreen clothes?" Sumu hesitated and replied, "I can provide the materials." "Why do you need so many sunscreen clothes? This thing is useful when you wear one set." Zhang Tuahai was a little curious. "The clothes have been worn for 2 days and are too dirty." Sumu stammered. Zhang Tuahai scratched his head. 10 minutes later, Zhang Tuahai made 3 sets of sunscreen clothes with the materials sent by Sumu and sent them back. After thinking about it, he broke half a bar of soap. Save water. After dealing with these, Zhang Tuahai saw that no one was trading anymore, so he boiled the rest of the tiger meat into oil residue, wrapped it in a blanket and coat with the residual heat of the stove, and went to bed. At night, in a trance, Zhang Tuahai seemed to hear a few wolf howls. He suddenly woke up. He rubbed his eyes and looked around, and found that there was a pair of green eyes flickering at a distance of more than 10 meters in front of the car. A lone wolf was found 10 meters ahead, posing no threat to the vehicle. The prompt system gave a timely reminder. Hearing that there was no threat, Zhang Tuahai was relieved, and his unease was greatly relieved. He began to observe the lone wolf. The wolf was very patient, constantly circling the car, and occasionally scratching the doors with its claws, testing the weak points of the car's protection. However, Zhang Tuahai's car was a modified steel frame body, which was not something an ordinary wolf could open. However, the way the wolf was turning around and around without any restraint made Zhang Tuahai very annoyed. "Is there any way to kill it in one go?" Zhang Tuahai asked the prompt system in a low voice. "You can use a powerful flashlight to blind it and then use a crossbow to attack it from a distance." The system gave him a prompt. It seemed like a good idea. Zhang Tuahai thought it over and decided it was a good idea and not too risky. He decided to give it a try and started frantically shaking the lever of the powerful flashlight, bringing his 20 years of single-handed speed to the extreme. After shaking it for 2 minutes, Zhang Tuahai let go of his tired hand and knocked on the car window. The wolf that was wandering outside heard the sound and looked up in confusion. It saw the sun. A white beam of light shot straight into the wolf's eyes. The wolf let out a scream and turned to run into the distance. Kid, you still want to run now? Zhang Tuahai opened the car door and raised the crossbow to aim at the wolf's tail. Raise it an inch. With the help of the prompt system, Zhang Tuahai pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow flew like a shooting star, straight into the tail, and even the tail feathers disappeared. Woof! The wolf let out a scream, fell to the ground, and its body wriggled back and forth like a maggot, the movements getting smaller and smaller, as if it was already dying. Is it in a state of collapse? Can I finish it off directly? Zhang Tuahai asked, while picking up the hunting spear. This wolf still has the ability to fight back. When you get close to it, it will bite your neck off. Wait an hour before it loses the ability to resist. The prompt system immediately prompted. Shit, so insidious. Hearing the prompt from the prompt system, Zhang Tuahai was startled. He didn't expect that this wolf, despite being so badly injured, still had the ability to fight back. Moreover, this guy actually knows how to act, and even he almost fell into its trap. If it weren't for the prompt system, he would have been fooled by this animal today. How dare you trick me? I'll kill you and eat your meat later. Zhang Tuahai tightened the car door and waited quietly for the wolf to die. Chapter 17, The Pharmaceutical Business. The wolf's vitality was very tenacious. Zhang Tuahai waited for an hour, and the wolf finally became weak. It lay on the ground, staring at Zhang Tuahai with a murderous look. The wolf had lost its ability to resist, and there were no other creatures around to move. The system gave a prompt. This is the time we've been waiting for. The system gave a prompt, and Zhang Tuahai's courage grew. He took a hunting spear in one hand and a powerful flashlight in the other and went over to the wolf. No matter how cunning you are, you can't escape from my clutches. So, you're finally in my hands, huh? Zhang Tuahai shone the flashlight on the wolf lying on the ground. The wolf stared at Zhang Tuahai with its eyes wide open, its green eyes full of ferocity. If it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't get up, it would have jumped on Zhang Tuahai and bitten off his neck. Hey, you're still daring to glare at me. Looking at the wolf's ferocious gaze, Zhang Tuahai felt a surge of anger in his heart. At this time of day, why are you still acting like a ferocious beast, trying to scare people? When he thought about how he had almost been deceived by this animal, Zhang Tuahai's heart was even more angry. If this gets out that I almost got tricked by an animal, how can I survive in the future? Kill it, kill it. Zhang Tuahai raised his hunting spear and stabbed it at the wolf. The wolf was exhausted and could barely move, so Zhang Tuahai's spear stabbed into the wolf's throat without a hitch. Pop! Blood spurted. The wolf struggled a few times and then lost its voice. Seeing that the wolf was motionless, Zhang Tuahai flicked the wolf's eyes with a flashlight. Seeing that the wolf really didn't react, he let out a sigh of relief. No animal can resist the direct light of a flashlight. Zhang Tuahai took out a skinning knife from his bosom and stabbed it into the wolf. Detecting that possessing a skinning knife will cause a slight loss of meat, do you wish to continue? Yes. Obtain 500 g of wolf meat *120. Obtain 1 set of internal organs. Obtain 1 wolf bone. Obtain 1 wolf skin. Obtain 1 common spirit *1. Quite a good harvest. Zhang Tuahai first picked up the wolf skin. The grayish-green fur was soft, but a bit prickly to the touch. It wasn't as soft as tiger skin, and the color wasn't as good. Let's put it away for now. If anyone needs it later, we can just dispose of it. He rolled up the wolf skin and threw it into the trunk. He treated the wolf bones in the same way. Although he didn't know what they were for, it was always a good idea to keep them. The offal was also easy to handle, and just a little stir-frying with some vegetables made a dish. However, Zhang Tuahai was a little embarrassed about what to do with the wolf meat. If he wanted to eat it, he had already saved enough pork and tiger meat. The wolf meat smelled a little fishy, and he wasn't very interested. In theory, hanging it on the platform and selling it would be the best option. However, he had previously said on the platform that everyone would only be able to eat meat scraps from now on. Now, if he hangs the wolf meat up again, isn't he slapping himself in the face? No one will believe him if he talks again in the future. The meat can be hung again, but at least wait until after the first disaster day. After thinking about it, Zhang Tuahai still didn't know what to do with the meat. In the end, Zhang Tuahai decided to throw the meat into the car and wait and see. If he couldn't find a new way to store it before sunset today, he would make the meat into oil and sell it slowly. After putting the harvest into the car, Zhang Tuahai looked at his watch. It was already past 5 a.m. It would be dawn in less than an hour. Zhang Tuahai couldn't sleep either, so he turned on the regional channel to see what everyone else was doing. At this point, the regional channel had already been flooded with messages, and the various information was rapidly scrolling upwards, making it difficult for Zhang Tuahai to read the text. Zhang Tuahai frowned, flipped through the messages, and read them carefully to find out what had happened. It turned out that night, he wasn't the only one who had been attacked by wild animals. Moreover, the wild animals that attacked him weren't just wolves. There were lions, tigers, leopards, rhinos, and brown bears. It was not known where the desert region had so many grassland and forest animals. Some even said that they had been chased by an elephant for more than an hour. It was not known whether it was true or a bluff. Many people had died, and the system had issued dozens of death notices in a row. Many people had been injured and asked for help on the regional channel, wanting to get medicine. Some even put all their assets on the trading channel in order to get a healing potion. Zhang Tuahai didn't know what to do about this. Although he had the production drawings for anti-inflammatory medicine, he didn't have any level 1 herbs, so even a clever housewife can't cook without rice. However, in the spirit of humanity, Zhang Tuahai still posted a message on the trading channel. Contract processing of anti-inflammatory medicine, 3 units of level 1 herbs for 1 anti-inflammatory medicine, direct transaction, limited to 100 people. The last one was added after Zhang Tuahai had thought about it. If it wasn't added, those who didn't get injured and had herbs might think that they could wait and see, and wouldn't make a move. And adding a limit would give them a sense of urgency, urging them to trade with him. As for how many people actually traded with him, that wasn't up to him to say. After Zhang Tuahai posted the trade information, the regional channel instantly exploded. It was the big guy again, and the big guy actually had anti-inflammatory medicine. Big brother, please sell me a piece of anti-inflammatory medicine, and I'll give you a bag of toast. Are you stupid upstairs? Didn't you read it clearly? Big brother wrote that he was processing on behalf of others. Obviously, Big brother only had the drawings but no raw materials. Damn, I only have 1 unit of herbs. If anyone has herbs, I'll trade you for a cookie. Big brother, I have 3 units of herbs. Make 1 for me first. Although I'm not injured, I'll make 1 first. Who knows when I'll need it? Those who aren't injured can wait in line. The injured should have a chance. Big guy, I only have 2 units of herbs, but I got a dead snake. Can you use it as a trade? The regional channel was full of praise. Those who didn't have herbs were buying them, and those who did were trading with Zhang Tuahai, afraid that they would miss the opportunity. In the lively regional channel, a young man with a gloomy look was so upset that his face was about to drip with water. His name is Fan Mingkuan. He used to be a swindler. I don't know if it was because he had done too many bad things that he was punished. In the 2 days that followed, he opened 7 or 8 boxes, but apart from this drawing, they were all pieces of wood and torn cloth. He didn't even get half a loaf of bread. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so anxious to trade the drawing to Zhang Tuahai. At this point, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned blue. If he had insisted for another night, he would have been the one to get rich. Chapter 18, Public Opinion. As the former owner of the anti-inflammatory drug manufacturing diagram, Fan Mingkuan clearly knew the raw materials needed to make the anti-inflammatory drug. Each piece of anti-inflammatory drug requires 2 units of level 1 herbs. Now Zhang Tuahai is asking for 3 units. In other words, for every 2 anti-inflammatory drugs Zhang Tuahai makes, he gets 1 as profit. If he really only makes 100 copies as Zhang Tuahai has indicated, then Zhang Tuahai will be able to get 50 anti-inflammatory pills. 50 anti-inflammatory pills. What time is it now? After the beast attack. How many people were injured on the regional channel? How many people need medicine? Even if they are not injured, who knows if the beast attack is only this time? Shouldn't you buy a piece for emergencies? At that time, what is the price of an anti-inflammatory pill? What can't you trade for? Fan Mingkuan felt a pang of pain in his heart when he thought about how he had traded away such a huge fortune for a pound of braised pork, a piece of grilled naan, and 500 milliliters of water. What is it to lose a watermelon and pick up a sesame seed? This is it. Fan Mingkuan threw the grilled naan that he didn't want to eat onto the ground and slapped himself hard in the face. You're so greedy. What's wrong with being hungry for 2 days? Can you die if you just endure it for one more day? Fan Mingkuan was even more angry when he saw people on the regional channel rushing to the trading channel to find Zhang Tuahai to trade. This wealth should have been his, but now it was all going to Zhang Tuahai. No, if I can't have it, you can't have it either. Fan Mingkuan's eyes were red and he opened the regional channel to vent his anger. Are you stupid? One anti-inflammatory pill only needs 2 units of herbs, but this black-hearted merchant Zhang Tuahai is asking for 3 units of herbs. This is obviously taking advantage of you, and you are still rushing to send him money. Are you stupid? If I were you, I would unite and boycott this kind of black-hearted merchant's behavior until he lowers the price to 2 units of herbs per pill. After typing 2 paragraphs in a row, Fan Mingkuan turned his gun on Zhang Tuahai. Zhang Tuahai, now that all of humanity has descended into the end times, everyone is in a huge crisis. At this moment, everyone should unite to overcome the difficulties. You are still thinking about making money at this time. Do you have any conscience at all? If I were you, I would help everyone make medicine for free. Help everyone get through this crisis. As a professional troll, Fan Mingkuan knows that when he is trolling, he must put himself in a moral high ground, and present himself as a virtuous moral gentleman, so that he can point his finger at others. Fan Mingkuan's words were not only seen by the people in the regional channel, but also by Zhang Tuahai, who had been paying attention to the regional channel. Looking at Fan Mingkuan's words, Zhang Tuahai almost laughed out loud. He felt that Fan Mingkuan was mentally ill. He was still thinking about the same old internet outrage stuff. If he had been in a peaceful society before, his approach might have been useful. But now, it was pure nonsense. What kind of environment is it now? The end times. The end times when everyone is fighting for survival. The fact that he can provide anti-inflammatory drug processing services is already the greatest help to everyone. At least, he is much better than a guy like him who only knows how to talk. As for a boycott? That's a joke. He is the only one in the entire region who provides anti-inflammatory drug processing services. Unite to boycott him? If he shuts down the contract manufacturing service, who will the rest of us turn to for anti-inflammatory drugs? How many people will die of festering wounds in a few days? Only someone with a hole in their head would listen to Fan Mingkuan's nonsense. Such people, dead or alive, are a waste of resources. Zhang Tuahai smiled as he watched Fan Mingkuan spout nonsense, and flipped through the trade information, prioritizing those who had offered 3 level 1 herbs for trade. At this moment, he suddenly received a private message. Handsome, do you want to help get rid of this fly? Just add a fried egg to your breakfast. Su Chi. Are you Su Mu's sister? Zhang Tuahai felt that the name sounded a lot like Su Mu. Yes, my sister is Su Mu. What do you think of this trade? Although he won't pose any real threat to you, it's still annoying to have a fly buzzing around your ear. Besides, if some idiot is fooled by him, you'll lose out on a profit, won't you? How about I take care of it for you? I don't ask for much, just a fried egg. Su Chi said. Then I'll leave it to you. If you do a good job, I'll give you an anti-inflammatory medicine. Zhang Tuahai replied with a smile. Okay, I'll take care of it. Su Chi said cheerfully. After getting Zhang Tuahai's approval, Su Chi began to fight with Fan Mingkuan on the regional channel. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He's just jealous and slandering the boss out of spite. Let's not talk about whether it takes 2 or 3 units of herbs to make an anti-inflammatory. Even if it takes 3 units of herbs, the boss is already doing you a great favor by helping you make the anti-inflammatory. If I were him, I would charge 10 units for an anti-inflammatory. And then sell the finished product at a high price. Wouldn't that be great? I think Fan Mingkuan is probably trying to use this idea to fool you into buying the anti-inflammatory medicine from him, then sell it to you at a high price. If you believe him, you'll be crying. Moreover, the big guy is now the only anti-inflammatory drug manufacturer. If you make him angry, he will directly close the processing channel. Where will you get anti-inflammatory drugs? Let's wait to die together. Also, don't forget that the big guy is the only food seller in our district. If the big guy gets angry and closes the sales channel, where will you go to get food? Now that I have said this, you decide what to do. Anyway, I hope you all give up the transaction. I just want to trade more anti-inflammatory drugs with the big guy. Now we are selling anti-inflammatory drugs in advance. Each anti-inflammatory drug is exchanged for a pack of toast, a bottle of mineral water, and 20 copies of any level 1 materials. Drawings are also accepted in exchange. Pre-orders are limited to 10 people. Suchi felt that the amount was not enough, so she added another fire. Are you crazy? Where did we get 10 anti-inflammatory drugs? Sumu poked Suchi, who was in a trance. I'm just saying, if anyone really comes to exchange it, tell them that it's all gone. After all, no one knows if it's true or not. Suchi said nonchalantly. Sumu thought about it for a moment and felt that it seemed to be the case, so he didn't say anything more. After Suchi's remarks were posted, the regional channel exploded instantly. Some people who had been hesitant after being fooled by Fan Mingkuan immediately reacted. Now, Zhang Tuahai is the only person who can exchange anti-inflammatory drugs. If you offend the other party, where will you get anti-inflammatory drugs in the future? Those who don't have food in stock are even more panicked. Many of them are living off the food they get from Zhang Tuahai. If Zhang Tuahai really gets angry and cuts off the food supply, they may really starve to death. In order to avoid angering Zhang Tuahai, these people immediately formed a team and began to criticize Fan Mingkuan. Chapter 19, Summary of the Harvest. Seeing that the regional channel had instantly changed its stance, and that everyone was unanimously turning their guns on themselves, Fan Mingkuan was furious. You wait for me, sooner or later I will make you pay the price. After cursing in his heart for a few words, Fan Mingkuan disappeared on the regional channel. After attacking for a while, the other players lost interest when they saw that Fan Mingkuan had no intention of fighting back, and they all turned back to continue looking for Zhang Tuahai to exchange for anti-inflammatory medicine. At first, Zhang Tuahai only accepted orders for 3 units of herbs, but later, after trading dozens of times, Zhang Tuahai accumulated a large amount of level 1 herbs, and he also began to pick and choose orders with higher compensation. The highest unit price was 1 anti-inflammatory medicine for 200 units of gasoline. At one point, Zhang Tuahai thought that the other person was a reincarnated oilman who had struck oil. Later, he learned that the other person was also a rather eccentric character. After entering the game, this person could always get gasoline out of any box he opened. He never got anything else. Not even a piece of bread or a drop of water. It was all gasoline. After hearing about the other person's experience, Zhang Tuahai observed a 3-second moment of silence for the other person. From a certain perspective, this person was also a loser. In addition to gasoline, Zhang Tuahai also exchanged various level 2 resources and functional blueprints, but they were all blueprints for making things like kitchen knives, survival knives, toilet paper, hot pots, and charcoal. They weren't very useful, but they were still very useful for improving the quality of life. In addition to these things, Zhang Tuahai also hoarded more than 50 anti-inflammatory drugs. Zhang Tuahai did some calculations and was shocked to discover that there were actually quite a few people who had obtained herbs. However, everyone had previously hoarded them as scarce resources. Today, when they had to use them, they took them out one after another. These people really do have some stock. It seems that the sickle needs to be a little sharper. Zhang Tuahai was sure that players on the same channel must have some good things in their hands, and they just weren't selling them at the moment. It was time to step up the heat. Zhang Tuahai rolled his eyes and posted a list of today's food transactions on the trade channel. 200 grams of oil residue * 50 copies. Each copy is exchanged for 30 copies of various level 1 resources, and level 2 resources and drawings are negotiated privately. After the transaction was posted, the players in the regional channel were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Zhang Tuahai to keep his word and actually turn the meat into oil residue. Moreover, the transaction price has not changed at all. Big guy, why is it all oil residue? Is there nothing else? Someone asked in desperation. There's no way, meat spoils too easily in this weather, and I didn't receive a refrigerator, so I had to exchange it for oil residue, which can be stored for a longer time. In fact, there's not much oil residue left, so if you can afford it, buy some while you still can, because there might not be any left someday. Zhang Tuahai was tearing off a piece of braised pork while looking pitiful. But, this oil residue is too hard to eat. Big brother, do you have any more food? Even canned food is fine. I'll trade you gasoline. Big brother, do you have any more braised pork? Even if it's from last night, I have some level 2 resources here. How about I give them all to you? Several players with some resources tried again. No, I really don't have any more. Zhang Tuahai replied while fiddling with the fried eggs in the pot. He had braised pork. He also had canned food. However, he was not going to trade. He planned to let these players wait for a few days, and then after they had gotten used to the oil residue, he would release some canned food and braised meat in moderation, and he would definitely gain more resources and make more profits. After replying to those players, Zhang Tuahai cooked 2 bowls of noodles and sent them to the Sumu sisters. Of course, he also put in the previously promised poached eggs and braised meat. Wow, that's a lot of food. There's even braised pork. Thank you, Suchi said cheerfully. I had a bit of luck this morning, so I'm sharing the wealth with you. I'll be back to normal treatment at noon. If you want to eat meat, it's still the same old rule. You can trade resources for it, and I can give you a discount. Zhang Tuahai replied. Stingy. Doghead /. After sending Suchi away, Zhang Tuahai organized his recent harvest. In terms of vehicle modification, he had already installed a steel frame, tinted glass, light tires, space expansion, and a thermometer. Overall, the performance of the vehicle had been improved, but in the face of the disaster a few days later, he was afraid that he was powerless. In particular, the most important air conditioner, he had no clue. As for the Lucky Mermaid statue, although the materials had been collected, it was still impossible to build and install it for the time being due to the vehicle level. In terms of weapons, he has hunting spears, crossbows, skinning knives, and high-powered flashlights. He has also made a set of stab-resistant clothing that can withstand the damage of certain cold weapons. Overall, Zhang Tuahai has basically achieved the ultimate in cold weapons. If he wants to upgrade, he will have to work on hot weapons and armor. As for food and water, Zhang Tuahai is not short of them. He has hundreds of caddies of raw wolf meat, dozens of caddies of braised tiger meat, hundreds of caddies of oil residue, various canned foods, roasted bread, instant noodles, dehydrated vegetables, flour, leeks, and eggs. If he were to use them all himself, he would have enough for a month. As for water, he has a water collector, so he can use it all by himself. With the 200 units of gasoline he had exchanged this morning, Zhang Tuahai had a total of 500 units, which was enough for the next few days. Other items such as sunscreen clothing, toilet paper, kitchen knives, edible salt, iron pots, and portable stoves were also very abundant, at least enough to ensure his daily needs. As for various first and second level common resources, Zhang Tuahai did not make a detailed count, but there were quite a few. Zhang Tuahai calculated the resources in his hands and determined the goals for his actions in the coming period. The first goal was to prepare for the disaster that would occur 4 days later. He planned to get at least 1 car air conditioner in 4 days, and if that didn't work, an electric fan would be acceptable. If there was a sunscreen net, he would be happy with that. Second, he would not stop stockpiling all kinds of food. In the world of the end, food would always be hard currency. At the same time, finding food preservation technology should be on the agenda, preferably a refrigerator. The last point was weapons. Although Zhang Tuahai has quite a few weapons in his hands, they are all cold weapons. If possible, Zhang Tuahai still wants to get a hot weapon. The woman he met yesterday reminded Zhang Tuahai that on the road, he encounters not only disasters and wild animals. Passing players can also be encountered. Those players, however, are probably not as easy to deal with as the stupid woman before. If he had a gun, he would have a little more confidence when facing these people. After calculating the future direction of development, Zhang Tuahai stepped on the accelerator and began a new day of exploration. Chapter 20, The Trap. After setting off, Zhang Tuahai felt that he was in luck today. He had only driven 10 kilometers when he came across a blue supply box. From it came 4 small instant hot pots and 2 buckets of snail noodles. When snail noodles were all the rage, Zhang Tuahai bought 2 buckets of them, but found that he couldn't get used to them. Now that he had basically no shortage of food, he didn't want to put his stomach through any more hardship. Do you like snail noodles? Zhang Tuahai turned to Su Chi and sent her a private message. I like them a lot. Can you make them? Su Chi asked in surprise. This is your lunch. Zhang Tuahai threw the 2 buckets of snail noodles over. Su Chi? Where's the water? At least give us hot water. How can we eat without hot water? After so many days, you haven't even solved the problem of hot water? Zhang Tuahai was a bit helpless. Do you think everyone is as rich as you? We haven't even finished building the mobile stove, let alone boiling water. Su Qi said helplessly. Then wait until noon. I'm driving, so I'll boil water for you during my lunch break. After Zhang Tuahai said that, he closed the private message. After chatting with Su Qi for a while, Zhang Tuahai discovered a fact, and that is, his equipment is considered rich among many players. Even the Su Mu and Su Qi sisters, who are professional drafters, have not set up a stove, and even drinking water can become a problem, let alone other players. It seems that his initial goal of establishing a technological advantage among the players in the channel has been achieved. Now, what he needs to do is to use the first mover advantage to continuously expand this advantage, use the technological scissors gap to continuously shear the wool from other players, and continue to grow stronger in order to survive one disaster after another. Zhang Tuahai, who had just received the hot pot, was very excited and continued to drive at 30 miles per hour while humming a song. After driving for about 20 kilometers, he suddenly saw a car parked in the distance. Someone is here. Zhang Tuahai became alert and slowed down, while at the same time he loaded the crossbow. After getting closer, Zhang Tuahai realized that the car was parked across the road, blocking most of the lane. On the hood of the car was a young woman wearing an OL uniform, with big waves in her hair, a face like a famous internet celebrity, and a pair of flesh-colored stockings, looking enchanting and charming. When the woman saw Zhang Tuahai approaching, she smiled at him and even waggled her finger at him. What is this? Is there a streetwalker here? Zhang Tuahai was shocked. Player Lu Sisi is discovered, with a three-edged military knife at her waist. Please be careful. Her vehicle is a level 2 car. Behind the sand dune 30 meters away is a player Zhang Yongxiang, with a compound bow. A trap. This is Zhang Tuahai's first reaction when he hears the prompt from the system. Zhang Tuahai hates traps the most. When he was outside, he was almost framed by these people. In the end times, there are still people who want to use this trick to lure him into a trap. Zhang Tuahai's temper is unbearable. He wants to show these people a little color. However, it is not Zhang Tuahai's style to fight head-on. Although he has a crossbow, he can kill one of the opponents with an advantage, but there is still one hidden behind the sand dune. If the opponent takes the opportunity to retaliate, it will be troublesome. You can't always be on guard against the opponent every day, can you? Moreover, the other car is a level 2 car. To upgrade the car to level 2, you must destroy a car. In this desolate end of the world, where did the destroyed cars come from? Maybe these two have other skills. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuahai was even more determined not to fight. Seeing Zhang Tuahai slowly park the car 20 meters away, Lu Sisi couldn't help but frown slightly. She played with her long hair that had been blown by the wind and said, "Handsome guy, can you help me? My car is broken, can you help me fix it?" Which car is broken? Seeing Lu Sisi's appearance, Zhang Tuahai sneered in his heart. He lowered the window and said, "Sister, we have no grudges in the past and no hatred in the present. It's a bit too much for you to put the abacus on my head. Why don't you move aside and let us go our separate ways? What is this young man talking about? I just want you to help me fix my car because it's broken. What bad intentions could I possibly have?" Lu Sisi leaned forward as she spoke. Wow! The headlights are really round. Yuck, the headlights are really white. Lu Sisi is not without some charm, and she has the perfect proportions. If it weren't for the prompt system, Zhang Tuahai might have really gone over to help with the car. But now, after saying all that, you still want to trick me? Then don't blame me for not being a good friend. Zhang Tuahai's face darkened, and he pulled out a white storage box from the back seat. It was a storage box he had found on his first day, and it contained a rat with the plague. He had originally brought it on the car on a whim, but he didn't expect to use it here. Zhang Tuahai threw the box out of the car window onto the ground. "Sister, I can see that you are having a hard time here. How about this? Take this box as a fee for your trouble. I won't stay with you. I'll see you again if we're destined to meet." After Zhang Tuahai finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed forward like an arrow. When Lu Sisi saw Zhang Tuahai's car speeding up, her face suddenly changed. She stepped on the hood and threw herself towards the side of the road. She fell on the hot road, her stockings and dust all worn out. Zhang Tuohai's car rammed into the car in front of him and drove away. Zhang Tuohai's car drove away, and Zhang Yongxiang, who had been hiding behind the sand dune, ran out and carefully helped Lu Sisi up. Sisi, are you okay? No, how did that kid know there was a problem? Could it be that you didn't hide well enough and were exposed? Lu Sisi gave Zhang Yongxiang a dissatisfied look. No, I followed your instructions and hid behind the sand dune. I even buried half my body in the sand. It was impossible for him to find me. Zhang Yongxiang was also puzzled. That's strange. Why didn't he take the bait? Is my mother no longer attractive? Lu Sisi took out a small mirror and looked left and right, but she couldn't figure it out. Forget it, why bother? He threw down a white material box, so we didn't wait for so long in vain. Zhang Yongxiang picked up the white material box happily. Humph, what's a white material box? I glanced at it when his car passed by just now. There were so many materials in his car that they were leaning against the window. As long as I finish this job, I'll definitely be able to eat for a while. Lu Sisi rolled her eyes and said. Really? That's great. Finally, I found a fat sheep. After I open the box, I'll go and fuck him. Zhang Yongxiang rubbed his hands together and took out a crowbar to pry open the box. A big black rat suddenly jumped out and bit him on the thigh. Chapter 21, Car Upgrade. Player Zhang Yongxiang and Lu Sisi died of plague, an acute form of the Black Death. Zhang Tuohai was driving when he suddenly heard a system prompt. He quickly pressed the brake and opened the regional channel. The game system also announced the deaths of the two. So soon? Zhang Tuohai looked at the time. It was less than 10 minutes since he left, and the two had already died. What kind of plague is this? It's so overbearing. It's almost as bad as poison. Zhang Tuohai's heart sank. Fortunately, he got the prompt system and didn't open the box, otherwise he would have died. However, since these two people died, then their car. Zhang Tuohai's heart warmed up. His current shortcoming is vehicle upgrades. He wants a vehicle core, but he hasn't had a way to get one. Now, this opportunity has come. Zhang Tuohai turned the car around and drove in the direction it had come from. The car must not disappear, it must hold on. Zhang Tuohai drove at high speed and finally arrived at the scene of the incident before the car disappeared. System, is there any danger around? The rats carrying the plague have fled, there is no danger around, please do not touch the bodies. The prompt system gave a prompt thoughtfully. Zhang Tuohai was relieved and came to the car of the two people, looking at the scene of the incident. Zhang Yongxiang and Lu Sisi were lying on the ground, their faces contorted as if they had encountered something terrible. There was a wound on each of them, and black blood was flowing out. Afraid to approach the two corpses, Zhang Tuohai took a detour and came to the car parked on the side of the road. There wasn't much in the car, just 2 cans of luncheon meat, a bottle of water, a dozen level 1 supplies, and the most conspicuous thing was 2 things that looked like car models. Zhang Tuohai took one of them in his hand. Found the core of the car. Can be used to upgrade the vehicle level. This is it. Zhang Tuohai excitedly punched the air. The last piece of the short board to upgrade the vehicle was finally gathered. With this thing, he could upgrade the vehicle level, and the mermaid statue could also be installed on the car. The probability of obtaining the drawing could be greatly improved. Although the Sumu sisters and he had a good relationship. But the key material of the drawing was still more reassuring in his own hands. However, these two people actually had 2 car cores, which meant that at least one of them had died at their hands. It seems that these two people are not good people either. Once he realized this, the last bit of guilt in Zhang Tuohai's heart disappeared. If he kept these two people, more players would suffer at their hands. He had solved the problem of these two people, which was also a way to rid the world of evil. How did the car cores come out in the first place? Just as he was wondering, the game system's prompt sounded. Unoccupied vehicle detected. Please confirm if you wish to extract the car core. Yes. Crackling, crackling. With a loud metallic sound, the dilapidated second-hand car in front of him instantly became even more dilapidated, with paint peeling off and glass breaking, just like an abandoned scrap car. At the same time, a shiny car model appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hands. So this is how the car core is extracted? Zhang Tuahai had a sudden realization. After collecting all the materials, Zhang Tuahai returned to the car and took out a car core. Upgrade the car level. The car core has been detected. The level is being upgraded. Please wait. With a buzzing sound, Zhang Tuahai's car underwent a radical change. The dilapidated dashboard and seats instantly became brand new, the various gauges became clean, the body became much taller, and the space more than doubled. The old, dilapidated car had been upgraded into a brand new business car in the blink of an eye. This is some black technology, isn't it? Zhang Tuahai touched the shiny new car body in disbelief. This car would cost at least 700,000 to 800,000 yuan on the outside, and he had always dreamed of owning one. But his family could never afford it. Unexpectedly, this long-cherished wish has been realized in this world. The second-level vehicle has been upgraded, and now the conditions for upgrading to the third level are as follows. 1. Load at least 2 second-level vehicle modification parts. 2. Have 2 vehicle cores. There are actually conditions for upgrading to the third level? Zhang Tuahai thought to himself. He already had 2 vehicle cores, and now he just needed to get 2 second-level vehicle modification blueprints. It seems that I need to pay more attention to this aspect in the future. After upgrading the vehicle, Zhang Tuahai took out the long-lost blueprint for the mermaid statue. Lucky mermaid statue, interior decoration, placed in the car can greatly increase the amount of blueprints obtained. Material requirements: 2 units of intermediate wood, 1 unit of common spirit essence. Placement requirements: level 2 vehicle. Zhang Tuahai has already met all the conditions. Create. A white light flashed, and the corresponding materials disappeared, and a palm-sized mermaid statue appeared in Zhang Tuahai's hands. The mermaid statue was made of wood and carved with a small mermaid. Lucky mermaid statue, level 2 decoration, placed in the car can greatly increase the amount of drawings obtained. Upgrade conditions: 2 units of advanced wood, elite level essence *1. The materials needed have increased again. Zhang Tuahai wrote down the required materials in his notebook and continued on his way. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuahai felt that the new car was different. Whether it was the feel or the flexibility, it was much better than the previous second-hand car. Unfortunately, the accessories in the car were the same as the ones he had installed before. Not to mention the air conditioner, there was not even a radio. It seems that he still has to collect them himself. Zhang Tuahai shook his head and searched the road. After driving for another 30 kilometers, Zhang Tuahai finally found a blue supply box on the side of the road again. It was a level 2 supply box, containing 4 cans of La Gamma chili sauce, 2 cans of peanut butter, and a level 1 vehicle modification blueprint. The effect of having a statue is different. Zhang Tuahai was overjoyed when he got the hint. Before installing the statue, he had never even gotten half of the vehicle modification blueprint. Now, he had actually gotten the whole thing, which was too good to be true. The only pity is that this modification plan is a level 1 plan. After using a crowbar to open the box, Zhang Tuahai picked up the plan directly. Strong bumper, level 1 vehicle modification plan. After installation, it can make you no longer fear any malicious impact from level 1 vehicles. Material requirements: metal ingots, 6 units. Metal parts, 8 units. Metal fragments, 20 units. Chapter 22, Old Ma and the Level 2 Water Collector. Awesome! Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw this blueprint. With this accessory, he wouldn't have to worry about people blocking his way in the future. If they dare to block his way, he can just ram them. Before, when Lu Sisi and her friend blocked his way, Zhang Tuahai rammed them too, but a small dent appeared on the front of his car. Fortunately, the upgraded vehicle fixed this small damage. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to repair it. Now, with the bumpers, at least he doesn't have to worry about damage to the car body. Zhang Tuahai happily ordered the manufacture. In the blink of an eye, 2 thick bumpers were installed at the front and rear ends of the vehicle. The sturdy bumpers are thicker than ordinary bumpers, and they are made of solid metal tubes with sharp spikes, which look formidable. Not bad. Zhang Tuahai nodded in satisfaction. With this, he won't be afraid of other people's cars blocking the road maliciously. If he encounters someone like Lu Sisi again, he won't mind giving the other person a lesson they won't forget. Zhang Tuahai, with his bumper installed, was full of spirit and continued his journey to find supplies. The effect of the mermaid statue was indeed powerful. During the next trip, Zhang Tuahai discovered 2 resource chests again, one blue and one white. The white resource chest yielded 20 units of gasoline and 2 liters of water. The blue resource box produced 4 buckets of turkey noodles and a blueprint. Sun Protection Net, Level 1 item, reduces heat absorption by 10% when covered. Material requirements: 10 units of fabric, 5 units of low-grade plastic. Note: multiple overlays have no superimposing effect. Zhang Tuahai looked at the sun protection net and didn't know what to say. If it was useful, then reducing heat absorption by 10% was indeed a bit low. If it wasn't useful, then it could indeed reduce the effect of the sun's rays. Moreover, it is obviously effective against the double sun disaster a few days later. Although I don't think much of this thing, I can sell it. Zhang Tuahai came up with a new idea. Although he didn't think much of the effect of this thing, those people on the regional channel might not think so. Especially when the 2 suns shine on the Earth, the temperature rises rapidly. In order to improve the survival rate, they have no choice but to buy it. Zhang Tuahai estimated that the greatest value of this thing should be on the day of the double sun disaster. The higher the temperature, the higher the value of the product. At that time, it might be possible to make a fortune. Thinking about this, Zhang Tuahai's depression was relieved. Taking advantage of the abundant materials at hand, Zhang Tuahai tried to make one. The sunscreen net looked like a black net that could be draped over a car. However, because there was no hook, the car could not be moved after the sunscreen net was attached. Otherwise, the sunscreen net would be blown away. It's for them anyway, so if it can't be moved, it can't be moved. Compared to being sunburnt to death, I believe they will accept this small drawback. Zhang Tuahai put the sunscreen net away and began to prepare lunch. It was already 11 o'clock, and at 12 o'clock, he would begin today's brave challenge, so he had to prepare in advance. He lit the charcoal fire on the portable stove and made a pot of hand-pulled noodles. The topping was naturally braised pork with La Gamma chili sauce, plus a little dehydrated vegetables, which looked a bit like the cover of instant noodles. Zhang Tuahai held the bowl, eating the noodles while watching the regional channel and chatting. Without a mobile phone, the regional channel became his only program to accompany his meal. It was noon again. What did the brothers eat? It was another day of bread and mineral water. I'm better than you, I have half a ham sausage left over from yesterday. Why do you all eat so much? Why do I only have half a piece of bread, which is also left over from yesterday? Where is the boss? Can you sell some more oiled eggs? I finished those oiled eggs this morning, and now I'm really hungry. Holy shit, you can actually eat something so greasy? Someone was shocked. Shit, wait until you haven't eaten for 2 days and then say that. Big guy, please, sell me some more oiled eggs. Can one of you give me something to eat? I'll give you my suit, it's a gold lion, I don't ask for much, just a piece of bread. Zhang Tuahai glanced at the last person's name, it was the same person who had sold him the watch yesterday. He was still selling things to survive? Zhang Tuahai sighed, he had sentenced this person to death in his heart. What's the use of a suit? I don't think anyone would wear it. And if he sold it, this person would probably freeze to death tonight. As for the requests to sell more oiled eggs, he just ignored them. At times like this, he had to stick to the rules he had set. Otherwise, if he relaxed the rules when someone asked, how could he do business in the future? Moreover, each portion of oiled eggs was at least 200 grams, and this food was enough to keep these people alive for a day. During the siege of Leningrad, soldiers were only given 125 grams of black bread mixed with sawdust per day. These people are already very lucky to have oiled eggs to eat. Zhang Tuahai turned on the regional channel and ate 2 bowls of noodles in a row, still not satisfied. It's almost noon. When are you going to get the hot water? I'm waiting for the snail noodles. Su Chi sent a private message. I almost forgot about these 2. Zhang Tuahai slapped his head. I'll get it right away. Zhang Tuahai said, and poured a pot of water on the stove. Do you have any new drawings today? I can trade you for some La Gamma or peanut butter. Zhang Tuahai asked casually. Peanut butter? Su Chi couldn't help but salivate at the mention of it. She had loved all kinds of nuts since she was a child. In this world, eating was already difficult, let alone eating nuts. It was better not to see it, but when Zhang Tuahai mentioned it, Suchi couldn't help but drool. However, she and her sister didn't have much food, and they had to use every bit of it sparingly. How could they use the remaining food to exchange for peanut butter? But peanut butter is really delicious. Moreover, in the desert, peanut butter is a precious source of energy. With a jar of peanut butter, you can maintain your physical strength for a long time. The only drawback is that it is not very nutritious. But at this point, who cares about nutritional balance? Su Chi's heart was torn between heaven and earth. Maybe I should trade it. Sumu couldn't help but rub Su Chi's short hair when he saw her. But this thing is too precious. If we give it to him, we will suffer too much. Su Chi looked at the drawing in Sumu's hand in surprise. She didn't expect her sister to take out this drawing. It doesn't matter, we don't have the chance to gather all the materials for it anyway, and we don't have the key first-level water collector. What's more important is that we've run out of fresh water. Besides, we have this statue, and we'll be able to get similar drawings again soon. Sumu said, rubbing the mermaid statue placed in the front of the car. Then, okay. Suchi lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. I'll give you this blueprint in exchange for 2 bottles of peanut butter and our daily drinking water for the next few days. If you agree, we can trade right away. Sumu showed Zhang Tuahai a blueprint. Blueprint for making a level 2 water collector. Sumu didn't want to trade this blueprint either. She knew that once she had this blueprint, she would have a steady supply of water. Not only would she never have to worry about running out of water again, she would even have a way to make money. But the problem is that she simply can't collect all the materials. She's had bad luck, and there are only a few of these drawings, and the materials are in short supply. If she wants to go online to exchange them, there's no one who needs them. Many people don't even have a first-level water collector, let alone a second-level one. Even if there are a few who are interested, they are asking for a lot, and they are trying to take advantage of the opportunity to buy a wave of drawings at a low price, trying to get a bargain. The worst thing is that she has not been able to find water, and the water Zhang Tuahai gave her is almost gone. If she can't find any more water, she and her sister will both die of thirst. After thinking it over, Su Muzi decided that it would be better to try Zhang Tuahai than to give it away to someone else. At least, the two sides had done a transaction before, so they knew each other well. Chapter 23, Eagle Attack. Level 2 Water Collector Upgrade Blueprint, Level 2 Item, produces 10 to 20 liters of water every 24 hours after placement, depending on the local environment. Materials, 1 Level 2 Water Collector, 8 metal ingots, 4 metal parts, 4 glass. It's worth it. After looking at the data for the Level 2 water collector in Sumu's conditions, Zhang Tuahai felt that the deal was still worthwhile. He has no shortage of materials for production, and the most valuable thing inside is the 4 units of glass, but he has already exchanged a lot of it in the past 2 days, so he is not short of it. He can also give the other party chili sauce. He has so much food that he doesn't need chili sauce. Although he promised to supply the other party with daily drinking water after the deal, it is still very profitable to calculate. The normal daily drinking water intake of a person is about 1 liter. Even if he gives the 2 sisters 2 liters of water a day, and the water collector produces 10 liters of water a day, then he will make an extra 8 liters of water a day. Now, in the regional channel, 200 milliliters of water can be exchanged for 3 to 10 units of Level 1 resources. Level 2 resources can also be exchanged for 1 to 2 units. If you have a bottle of Leia Gamma, you can probably exchange it for 500 to 1000 milliliters of water. In other words, his daily output is enough to offset these expenses, and there is even a surplus. This is a big profit. After calculating the account in his heart, Zhang Tuahai immediately agreed to the deal and exchanged the water collector upgrade drawings for it. He then upgraded the water collector directly to Level 2. If the Level 1 water collector is only as big as an ordinary water cup, the Level 2 water collector is like a beer keg. The bucket is made of pure metal, with a tap next to it and a water pressure gauge on the sidewall, indicating how much water is in the water collector at the moment. It's quite convenient. After playing with the Level 2 water collector for a while, Zhang Tuahai was very satisfied. He had another way to make money, which was selling water. In this ghostly place, you can probably survive for 2 days without food, but without water you will probably die of dehydration in a day. At least until everyone has a stable way to get water, this business can continue. After putting the water collector away, Zhang Tuahai sat on the seat, conserving his energy and waiting quietly for the arrival of the brave challengers. After several days of brutal selection, there were not many players who dared to participate in the Brave Challenge. Those who are still participating in the challenge, apart from some players who are extremely confident in their own strength, are all desperate. If there were any other way, they would not participate in this challenge that is a matter of life and death. Every challenge has nearly 50% casualties. Who can withstand it? However, the challenge of the brave is a death warrant for others, but for Zhang Tuahai, it is a rare opportunity. Every day, he relies on this challenge to increase his income. The hour hand and minute hand coincide, and it is 12 noon. The game system reminds you, today's brave challenge officially begins. Zhang Tuahai hung up his crossbow, put on his stab-proof clothing, and took out a small knife and a flashlight from his waist. The scorching sun shone on his body, and in a short while, Zhang Tuahai's clothes were soaked with sweat. This ghostly weather, I don't know when I can get out of this desert. Zhang Tuahai frowned and asked in a low voice, is it better to go that way? It is recommended to turn left by 60 degrees and walk 2,000 meters. There seems to be a lot of sand there, but there is nothing there. Zhang Tuahai glanced in the direction indicated by the system, but there was nothing there. However, out of trust in the system, Zhang Tuahai decided to follow the direction indicated by the system and explore. Although he had entered the desert several times, Zhang Tuahai was still not used to walking in the desert. After a few steps, his shoes were filled with sand, and this feeling made Zhang Tuahai very uncomfortable. Using his hunting spear as a walking stick, Zhang Tuahai slowly walked forward in the desert. There were no obvious references in the desert, but with the correction of the guidance system, Zhang Tuahai would not get lost. Just when Zhang Tuahai felt a little tired and was about to take a break, suddenly there was a burst of cawing in the sky. Zhang Tuahai looked up and saw that it was a giant eagle circling the sky, as if it had set its sights on him. The eagle had a wingspan of at least 4 meters and looked majestic. Even from such a high altitude, Zhang Tuahai could feel that this thing was not easy to deal with. Flat-haired beast, what are you screaming about? I'll beat you down and make soup out of you sooner or later. Zhang Tuahai said angrily. The eagle seemed to sense Zhang Tuahai's dissatisfaction and swooped down from the sky, heading straight for Zhang Tuahai. The eagle was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it had swooped down from hundreds of meters in the air to Zhang Tuahai's face. The eagle stretched out its feet and reached out for Zhang Tuahai. The eagle's claws were extremely sharp, 7 or 8 centimeters long, thicker than Zhang Tuahai's thumb, and the claws were extremely sharp, flashing with cold light. Zhang Tuahai estimated that if he were caught by the eagle, he would lose at least a large piece of flesh. The eagle was too fast, and it was impossible for Zhang Tuahai to use the crossbow and hunting spear to fight back. What should he do? Zhang Tuahai was faced with a life and death moment for the first time, and he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Hold the spear in front of your chest and don't make any unnecessary movements. The prompt system gave a prompt in an instant. At this point, Zhang Tuahai had no time to think, and his body instinctively completed the action as instructed by the prompt system. He placed the hunting spear across his chest. Crack! The hard spear shaft was smashed to pieces as soon as it came into contact with the eagle's claws, and the eagle's claws continued to reach out for Zhang Tuahai. Zhang Tuahai fell backwards with the force of the hunting spear, and fell to the ground in the desert. Looking at the eagle's claws getting closer and closer, Zhang Tuahai felt like he was in an ice cave. Am I going to die here? However, before Zhang Tuahai could think much more, he felt his body soften again. His body fell down again. Plop, Zhang Tuahai's body fell on a soft spot. Although it hurt a little, he wasn't seriously injured. Zhang Tuahai looked around. It was a dark place with little light. Just as Zhang Tuahai was about to take out the powerful flashlight on his waist to check it out, suddenly another sound rang out. A huge object fell from above and landed right in front of Zhang Tuahai. What is it? Zhang Tuahai curiously turned on the powerful flashlight. It's you! Zhang Tuahai was delighted to see the true face of the object that had fallen. It was none other than the giant eagle that had been chasing Zhang Tuahai. At this moment, the giant eagle was crawling on the ground, its neck bent at a strange angle, and its feet kicking about wildly, obviously not doing well. Chapter 24, The Purple Supply Box. Zhang Tuahai was delighted to see the eagle in this state. Little fellow, weren't you fierce when you were chasing me just now? What's wrong now? Can't you be majestic anymore? You look like you're in pain, so let me help you on your way. Zhang Tuahai stabbed the hunting spear, which had been broken in half, into the eagle's head. The eagle flailed its feet twice and then stopped moving. Zhang Tuahai stabbed the eagle with a small knife to disassemble it. Obtain 500 g of eagle meat *50. Obtain eagle legs *2. Obtain eagle wings *2. Obtain eagle neck *1. Obtain 10 units of feathers. Obtain 1 set of internal organs. Obtain a common soul *1. This is a big wing. 1 wing is enough for a pot of chicken wings. Zhang Tuahai picked up a processed eagle wing and examined it. It was more than 2 meters long, and the amount of meat was at least 30 catties. It really lived up to the saying that the wings were so big that they couldn't be cooked in a pot. Zhang Tuahai took out a unit of cloth and made a bundle, putting all these things into the bundle and carrying it on his back. After dealing with these things, Zhang Tuahai began to use a strong flashlight to illuminate the surroundings and see where he was. Zhang Tuahai found that he was in a dark stone room surrounded by dark brick walls. It looked like it had been here for many years and was covered in dust. 2 meters away from him was a decaying carved wooden door, behind which was something unknown. Above his head was a ceiling with modeled murals, but the paint on the murals had weathered over the years, making it impossible to see what was painted on them. There was also a hole in the ceiling, and that was where he had fallen in. However, it was more than 3 meters from the top of the ceiling, and Zhang Tuahai definitely couldn't climb up there on his own. System, is there a way out here? Zhang Tuahai asked in a low voice. Go straight ahead along the wooden door, and walk to the end of the corridor. Don't enter the rooms on either side. Are you sure there's no danger? As long as you don't enter the rooms on either side, there's no danger. Okay. Zhang Tuahai took the bundle and pushed the carved wooden door with the broken spear. Bang! I don't know if it's because it's been here for so long, but the door hinges have rotted, and the carved wooden door was pushed down. It stirred up a lot of dust. Ahem! Zhang Tuahai tore off a piece of cloth and used it as a mask to cover his nose and mouth, barely blocking the rising dust. A cloth mask is not as good as a professional mask, but it can still block the dust. Zhang Tuahai stepped over the carved wooden door with a flashlight in one hand and a half-length hunting spear in the other. Behind the wooden door was a long, dark corridor. On both sides of the corridor were many wooden doors, each with a small sign hanging on it with distorted writing. Although he was curious about what was behind the doors, Zhang Tuahai still remembered the prompts from the system and resolutely refused to touch the doors. The corridor was very long, and Zhang Tuahai walked for 10 minutes before reaching the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor was another carved wooden door. What should I do? Zhang Tuahai asked in a low voice. Just push it open. Okay. With the system's guidance, what's there to be afraid of? Zhang Tuahai poked the carved wooden door with his hunting spear, and it opened with a loud bang. Accompanying this was a shrill sound of friction. Behind the wooden door was a room, and around the room were wooden shelves, on which were haphazardly placed scrolls. There were also many papers scattered on the ground. Zhang Tuahai poked the papers with his spear, and the moment the spear touched the paper turned into ashes and disappeared. Zhang Tuahai did not believe in evil spirits and swept the spears over the shelves one by one. Unfortunately, the papers had not withstood the erosion of time and had all turned to ashes. Just when Zhang Tuahai was a little discouraged and was about to give up, he suddenly noticed that the scrolls the spear had touched had not turned to ashes, but had instead shaken a little. A harvest! Zhang Tuahai was overjoyed and immediately reached out to grab it. However, halfway through, he withdrew his hand. System, is there a problem with this scroll? Is there poison or a deadly virus on it? The scroll itself is safe and does not contain any deadly toxins. However, there are many viruses on it, so it is recommended that you wash your hands with soap after touching it. After hearing the system's assurance, Zhang Tuahai let his heart sink. However, he still rolled up the scroll with a cloth. Sausage maker manufacturing diagram: after putting meat and flour in it, it will automatically produce sausages. Ingredients: 20 metal ingots, 40 metal parts, 10 metal scraps, 4 glass, 4 plastic, 1 electronic component. Note: you can make meat into sausages, but don't try to turn sausages back into meat. This note is redundant. Who would try to turn sausages back into meat? Zhang Tuahai shrugged, but still happily put the blueprint away. With this thing, the wolf meat and eagle meat in his hands no longer need to be wasted as oil residue. These meats can all be made into sausages and preserved. Zhang Tuohai continued to look around and found that, except for the manufacturing diagram that was made of parchment and therefore preserved, the rest of the information had turned to ashes. At least there was a gain, not a loss. Zhang Tuohai sighed and looked at the only exit from the room, a closed wooden door. This wooden door was obviously much stronger than the others, and it was reinforced with iron bars. Zhang Tuohai tried to push the wooden door with his spear, but it didn't budge. System, this door won't open. How do I get out? Kick it hard. The system's response was unusually concise. Got it. After receiving confirmation from the system, Zhang Tuohai took 2 steps back and then kicked the wooden door with a flying kick. Boom! Crack! The wooden door shook backwards, and a sound of something breaking came from behind. There's a door. Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up, and he repeated the previous action. Bang! The wooden door was kicked open, and a rotten bolt fell down. Good thing, no wonder it couldn't be pushed open, it was locked from the outside. Zhang Tuohai stepped over the doorway and was surprised to find that he had already arrived outside, in a sunken clearing. The hot sun was shining down on him, and in front of him was a purple box. Found a level 3 supply box. Holy shit! A purple box! Zhang Tuohai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect to see a purple box here. However, he didn't have a crowbar, so he could only take the box back to open it. Zhang Tuohai quickly picked up the box and took it back to the car. Bang! The purple box was prized open by Zhang Tuohai. 2 manufacturing diagrams and a card appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. Remington M870 manufacturing diagram, an excellent self-defense weapon. With it, any enemy will retreat 3 miles. The best range for shotgun is within 50 meters, and the effective range for single-headed bullets is 200 meters. Materials: 2 metal ingots, 18 metal parts, 1 medium-grade wood. Shotgun shell 12, Remington standard ammunition. Contains 12 pellets, maximum scattering area 9 square meters. Materials: 12 metal fragments, 1 metal part. Note, the scattering area increases with distance. Chapter 25, Sausage Maker. A gun. I have a heat weapon. Zhang Tuohai's face showed a look of ecstasy. This is a gun, and with this thing, he will have a chance to fight back when facing those large carnivores. Before, he could only rely on his small crossbow to pick up the cheap, hunting down injured animals. Now, he could almost stand toe-to-toe with a wild wolf. If it was a single-shot bullet, he could even hunt elephants or lions. Moreover, this thing was a shotgun that could kill multiple targets. With this thing, he could almost shoot without having to aim. He only had to pull the trigger in the direction he wanted to shoot. Moreover, holding the gun with both hands greatly reduced the problem of recoil. For novices, it was definitely one of the friendliest guns. Nice! Zhang Tuohai couldn't wait to make the shotgun. However, looking at the materials, he frowned again. He had all the other materials, but the only thing he lacked was intermediate wood. It seemed that he could only look at the regional channel. Zhang Tuohai sighed, put the manufacturing diagram away, and picked up the card again. Lucky player who has arrived here, hello. If you have read this letter, it means that you have been favored by the goddess of luck. In front of you is a door, which contains both treasure and danger. You can decide to open the door and accept the challenge, or you can choose to leave. Of course, you may not be strong enough to deal with the danger inside, so we have specially prepared a manual for you to make the Remington M870 and matching bullets. We hope you will succeed in obtaining the treasure. Zhang Tuohai looked at the card twice. In other words, this thing is the equipment for players who are going to explore that building? In the end, I accidentally entered and cleared the dungeon from the back door? I took the resources in the dungeon first, and then the exploration equipment? Damn! Zhang Tuohai threw the card on the ground and stamped on it twice. He couldn't vent his anger without doing that. How did these idiots design the dungeon? Damn, they almost killed me. It was clearly written on the card that players at this stage were not strong enough to fight the dangers in the dungeon, and the shotgun blueprint was distributed to balance the difficulty. It was certain that the dangers were hidden behind the wooden doors on both sides of the corridor. Those were enemies that could only be fought with a shotgun. If Zhang Tuahai hadn't had the hint system, he would have died inside long ago. Thinking about this, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Fortunately, he had survived and had a lot to show for it. After lying in the car for a while, Zhang Tuahai built a sausage maker. He had all the materials for it. A white light flashed, and a machine more than a meter long, wrapped in metal, appeared in front of Zhang Tuahai. The machine was completely wrapped in a metal box, and the inside was not visible. The parts that were visible were a funnel-like feed inlet and a round tube-like discharge outlet. Apart from that, there was a black solar panel and a red button. Sausage maker, can make sausages, solar-powered, charges for 1 hour, works for 10 minutes. Sausage recipe, 0.1 kilograms meat, 0.1 kilograms flour, 0.1 unit of inferior plastic or other material that can be used as sausage casing. Shelf life, 12 months. Note, the user can adjust the ratio of meat to flour. Nice! Zhang Tuahai was thrilled to see the instructions for the sausage maker. He finally had a way to preserve fresh meat. The 12-month shelf life was almost infinite in a world where today was never tomorrow. He would make a little and see how it tasted. Zhang Tuahai first put a caddy of wolf meat, a caddy of flour, and 1 unit of inferior plastic into the feed inlet, then pressed the red button. Hum. With a hum, a red-wrapped ham sausage fell out of the discharge port. Zhang Tuahai picked up a ham sausage and weighed it in his hand. A ham sausage weighs about 2 taels, or about 100 grams, which is about the same as a regular ham sausage. Zhang Tuahai opened one and took a bite. The taste was not bad, similar to the taste of a ham sausage with lots of meat, and you can taste the meat. It didn't taste like regular ham, with a floury aftertaste. However, Zhang Tuahai only had a limited amount of flour in his possession, less than 20 caddies, and he couldn't use it all to make ham. After thinking it over, Zhang Tuahai decided to buy some flour online. He would see how much he could get, and if that didn't work, he would have to make all meat ham. After all, preserving the meat was the most important thing. Buying flour, price negotiable. Buying intermediate grade wood, price negotiable. Zhang Tuahai posted these 2 messages on the trade channel. At this time, those who did not participate in the Challenge of the Brave were chatting in the regional channel. Anyway, there were no resources on the road during this period of time, so they could not do anything but chat here. As soon as Zhang Tuahai's 2 trade messages appeared, the regional channel turned upside down. Big brother, are you back from the challenge? Big brother must have obtained something new, otherwise he would not suddenly acquire these things. Big brother, can I hug your leg? Can you tell me how you survived the challenge? Big brother, can you tell us what you got? Zhang Tuahai didn't pay any attention to these messages. He started to read the private messages. As he read, Zhang Tuahai frowned. Other people in the regional channel had not obtained any flour, but they all thought that Zhang Tuahai had a lot of supplies and wanted to make a profit from him. Many people were asking for ridiculous prices. 1 kilogram of flour was even being offered for a kilogram of braised pork and a liter of water. Zhang Tuahai deleted all these private messages with a sneer. I was thinking of selling you some ham, but now it seems you haven't realized the situation. Never mind, let you eat more oiled eggs for a couple of days. Zhang Tuahai decided to make all the remaining meat into whole meat ham and keep it for himself. Then Zhang Tuahai sent Suchi a private message, keep an eye out for medium-grade wood. If you find any, buy it for me and I'll give you a bag of turkey noodles as a reward. Turkey noodles. Suchi's eyes widened at the sight of these 3 words. She stared at them, unable to take her eyes off them. As mentioned earlier, Suchi loves spicy food and turkey noodles are her favorite. In the past, Suchi's family always kept a box of it as a midnight snack. Now, seeing the words turkey noodles again in this world, she was reminded of those days, and involuntarily, her saliva dripped down. Don't worry, it's just intermediate wood, I promise to get it for you. Suchi assured him with a pat on the tarmac. Chapter 26, If there is no staple food, then have a barbecue. With Suchi's assurance, Zhang Tuahai let go of his worries and stopped paying attention to the private messages he received. Instead, he directly withdrew the commission. Once the commission was withdrawn, those in the regional channel panicked. They had originally wanted to take advantage of Zhang Tuahai's acquisition to make a profit, but they didn't expect Zhang Tuahai to be so decisive and actually withdraw the commission directly. They were dumbfounded. It was as if they had thrown flour in their hands. You see, not everyone is as wealthy as Zhang Tuahai and has the resources to make pasta. Making flour into food requires a lot of water. Without water, you can't knead dough, make buns, steamed buns, noodles, or even naan. Everything needs water to support it. For most people, the water they get every day is not even enough to drink, let alone make pasta. The flour in their hands was almost useless, not even as good as ordinary materials. At least wood can be used to light a fire for warmth. Cloth can be used to keep warm. What can flour do? Even if it is lit, it can easily cause an explosion. Zhang Tuahai's move immediately pinched them in the vital spot. It made them sober up from their dream of getting rich. It made them soberly realize that their vital spot had always been in Zhang Tuahai's hands. If Zhang Tuahai really didn't buy the flour, Zhang Tuahai would only make a little less money, but they would really be in danger of starving. If Zhang Tuahai really refused to buy it, then some of them might starve to death. Thinking about this, some smart people sent Zhang Tuahai a private message, first apologizing sincerely, and then voluntarily lowering the price. The lowest offer was even 300 grams of bread for 500 grams of flour. Zhang Tuahai didn't really want to push these people to their death, so when he saw that they had lowered their prices, he reluctantly bought a batch of flour and let these people thank him profusely. However, because Zhang Tuahai was so happy to receive the flour, he exchanged all the bread he had in his hands, and even exchanged the naan for a clean one. He now has almost no decent staple food in his hands. There are still some instant noodles, but they are for storage and cannot be used easily. Zhang Tuahai looked at the sky. It was already too late to steam buns. By the time the buns were steamed, it would be dark. Moreover, steaming buns requires yeast, which is too troublesome. Zhang Tuahai was too lazy to do it. He thought it would be better to eat something simple tonight. Let's have a barbecue. Zhang Tuahai looked through his own stock of ingredients. He took one of the eagle wings, one of the eagle legs, a few bunches of leeks, tiger hearts, tiger kidneys, tiger penises, and so on. He had already prepared a barbecue grill and skewers when he first went shopping, but he had never had the right opportunity to use them. Today, he finally had a chance to use them. However, when Zhang Tuahai set up the barbecue grill, he discovered an embarrassing problem. The eagle's wings were too big, and the grill couldn't fit them. Zhang Tuahai's grill was the standard grill used by ordinary barbecue stalls, 18 centimeters wide and 2 m long. The eagle's wings were 2 meters long and half a meter wide, larger than the grill, so how could he do it? Do you have a larger grill? Zhang Tuahai sent a private message to Sumu. A large grill? How big? Isn't the regular grill big enough? Sumu was a little curious. The ingredients are a bit big. Zhang Tuahai sent the dimensions of the giant eagle's wings. The biggest one I have here is a grill, 1.6 meters high and 1 meter wide. If you cut the wings in the middle, it should be enough. If that doesn't work, there's nothing I can do. Sumu said, and sent Zhang Tuahai the drawing of the grill. Giant oven manufacturing drawings, an excellent companion for slow roasting. Height 1.6 meters, width 1 meter. Equipped with 10 special barbecue tongs. Materials, 10 units of stone, 2 units of metal ingots, 5 units of metal scraps. Zhang Tuahai looked at the dimensions and was completely satisfied with his needs. Yes, how much? Zhang Tuahai asked. These drawings are not worth much. If you want them, you must be having a barbecue, right? Just give us some. Sumu knew that no one would want to buy the blueprints for such a large oven in the early days when supplies were scarce. Now, everyone is in dire need of supplies, and they would rather use one item twice than not use it at all. No one would waste resources on such a thing. Only a wealthy local landlord like Zhang Tuahai would buy it. Therefore, Sumu simply sold Zhang Tuahai a favor and gave him the blueprints for free. Okay, I'll give you a portion of it after the roast is done. Zhang Tuahai nodded in agreement. He could probably guess what Sumu was planning. However, the two of them had been cooperating happily, and they had accumulated a series of feelings after several transactions. It wouldn't hurt to get to know each other better. Having a potential helper could play an unexpected role at certain times. After receiving the manufacturing drawings, Zhang Tuahai built the giant oven. The giant oven was like a huge vase, divided into 3 parts. The bottom was like a ceramic basin, used to start a fire. The middle was the main part of the oven, and the top had a lid like a cork, used to seal the oven. Zhang Tuahai lit the wood and burned it into charcoal. On the other side, he split the eagle's wing in half, smeared it with sauce, skewered it with a special barbecue tongs, and hung it on the hook at the mouth of the oven. Finally, he closed the stopper and it was done. All he had to do was wait. He had seen this kind of oven in a video of a foreign uncle before and had always wanted to buy one. Unfortunately, he didn't have a yard for barbecuing, so he gave up on the idea. I never thought that this wish would come true in the end times, and I really don't know what to say. This kind of smothering oven grilling method is quite different from ordinary rack grilling. Ordinary rack grilling is open, and the loss of moisture is relatively large. If the grilling time is too long, the meat will become charred and hard, and if the time is even longer, it will even carbonize. It requires a higher level of craftsmanship for the barbecue chef. The smoker is different because it is closed, so the moisture is locked in, so the meat will be tender and not charred. If you want to make an analogy, it is probably the difference between hanging a duck and smoldering a duck. After about 20 minutes, Zhang Tuahai opened the lid and took out half a wing, cut a little with a knife and put it in his mouth. Num, the meat is tender and the sauce has completely penetrated the meat. The taste is excellent. I never thought I was such a good barbecue chef. If I could go back, I could probably make a lot of money by opening a barbecue restaurant. Chapter 27, Getting the Shotgun. It was Zhang Tuahai's habit to watch the regional channel and chat while eating. At this time, he was cutting the wings while watching the regional channel and chatting with everyone. Today's harvest was not good, so I could only eat the dry bread left over from yesterday. You're lucky to have bread to eat. I'm eating cornmeal now. If any of you have any extra food, I haven't eaten for 2 days. I'm willing to trade for plastic doll manufacturing drawings. What's the use of plastic dolls? They're heavy and hard to use. They're a hassle to clean. They're not as convenient as making your own. You want to keep them for dust? Someone upstairs has experience. Come on, the microphone is in your mouth. Tell us your story. The building behind quickly tilted. It seems that these people are not hungry, and they still have the energy to engage in pornography? Should we also reduce the sales of oil dregs by half? Zhang Tuahai thought to himself. At that moment, a new comment was inserted. Humph, a bunch of poor people. I drove a pizza today, and it was even fruit pizza. Aren't you envious? There were 7 or 8 pictures attached. The photographer was very skilled, and the lighting and angles were just right. Zhang Tuahai glanced at the speaker and realized it was Fan Mingkuan. An old friend. Zhang Tuahai remembered that just yesterday, Fan Mingkuan had publicly boycotted his purchase of herbs on the regional channel. He had been beaten back by himself. Unexpectedly, this kid was lucky today and actually got a box of pizza. Zhang Tuahai didn't care much about pizza because he had something better. However, the others on the channel were not calm. Wait, can you actually take pictures? Yes, I just tried it, but you have to apply to the system. No wonder I didn't find it before. Holy cow, pizza. There's even fruit on it. Big guy, can I have a change? I'll give you 500 milliliters of water for a pizza. Big guy, just give me a pizza and I'll recognize you as the boss. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Fan Mingkuan laughed. A bunch of poor people, 500 milliliters of water and want to exchange pizza with me? No way. I tell you, the bottom must be the car modification drawings, the rest do not even think. Also, where is Zhang Tuahai, was not very strong yesterday. I see you today to receive white flour, is going to steam buns, or cook noodles off? Is pizza delicious? Seeing Fan Mingkuan's provocative words, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to fight with these people. However, this person openly provoked on the regional channel. If he didn't take a picture of him, what would the others on the regional channel think of him? It would be even more difficult to buy things in the future. Shoot to death, you must shoot to death. With a decision, Zhang Tuahai took a picture of the half-eaten grilled wings on the table and sent it up. There is no staple food today, so I can only make do with some barbecue. Grilledwings.jig. Kidneys.jig. Chives.jig. After a few pictures were posted, the regional channel immediately became a buzz. Misty Grass, the big guy is the big guy, and he actually ate barbecue? What kind of wings are these? So big? They're almost as big as the table. Big kidneys. Big brother, give me a string of them and I'll trade you for gasoline. Oh, big brother, give me a string of leeks and I'll be oh so grateful. The regional channel was abuzz, and Zhang Tuohai's private messages were equally lively. Many people sent him private messages, some wanting to pay homage to the big brother, some wanting to trade, and some begging for alms. Many women discovered that they could take pictures, and sent some private photos to Zhang Tuohai. They also said that if Zhang Tuohai was willing to share some barbecue with them, they could send some photos of their benefits. You think I'm that low? Do you think I'd be tempted by mere beauty? You're insulting me. Zhang Tuohai angrily saved a few photos of people who looked better, and then deleted these private messages. A few photos like that would make him share the barbecue? That's naive. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to outdo Fan Mingquan, he wouldn't have sent the photos. Isn't it better to make a fortune in silence? At this point, Zhang Tuohai's popularity had completely surpassed Fan Mingquan's. Seeing that there was no hope of turning the tables, Fan Mingquan decisively disappeared. Seeing that Fan Mingquan was silent, Zhang Tuohai also didn't bother to continue talking and continued to enjoy his own grilled wings. After eating half of the half wing, Zhang Tuohai was already 70% full, and after eating 2 more leeks, 1 tiger penis, and 2 tiger kidneys, he felt that he really couldn't eat anymore. It was a mistake. I baked a little too much. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the oven, and there were still half a wing, 6 leeks, and 4 tiger hearts left. Forget it, I'll be a good guy and give you all of this. Zhang Tuohai traded half a roasted chicken wing, 6 skewers of roasted leeks, and 2 skewers of roasted tiger heart to the Sumu sisters. So big? Sumu was stunned when she saw the half-roasted chicken wing, which was almost as tall as she was. Well, I roasted a little too much. Eat slowly. This is only 1 meal, so don't worry. Zhang Tuohai replied. But, there are too many of these. I can't eat 2 meals. Sumu looked at the large roasted wings and really didn't know where to start. It's okay, you can send the leftovers back. Tomorrow morning, you can stir-fry them with some vegetables. Zhang Tuohai is very experienced in this. Then I'll trouble you. By the way, the intermediate wood you asked Xiaoqi to find has been found. Sumu said and sent the intermediate wood. You got it so quickly? Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed. With the intermediate wood, he could make a Remington shotgun. What's the big deal about a barbecue? Guns are the key to survival. I'll reimburse you for the materials. Zhang Tuohai said. It didn't cost much, just a few dozen milliliters of water. The person selling it didn't know the value of this stuff, and sold it to me along with some first-class parts. Sumu said without caring. Thank you anyway. Zhang Tuohai said, and sent 2 packs of turkey noodles over. Didn't you say you didn't need to pay? This is the kickback I promised your sister. After sending the message, Zhang Tuohai immediately went to the manufacturing area and made the Remington M870. A flash of light flashed, and a dark shotgun appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hand. The thick muzzle and smooth lines show the charm of modern industry. This is the famous M870 shotgun, a weapon loved by the military, police, and civilians. Perhaps its performance is not the best, but it is definitely the most widely used. This gun is very superior, especially in close combat. Even untrained civilians can use it to fight against bandits who are several times their own size. It is definitely a first-class self-defense weapon. Zhang Tuohai, who has a gun in his hand, is full of spirit. He now really wants to find another beast to try the power of the shotgun. Chapter 28, Selling Spears. There is a law called Murphy's Law. In simple terms, the more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen. In fact, this law can also be used in reverse. Now, Zhang Tuohai wanted to find a beast to try the gun. However, the beasts disappeared at the same time. Zhang Tuohai circled the car 3 times with the gun, but didn't find a single hare. What a letdown. After wandering around for a long time, Zhang Tuohai still couldn't find any wild animals, so he had no choice but to return to the car. At this time, the regional channel began to discuss whether there would be any more wild animals attacking tonight. What if there really are wild animals? My car has already had a broken window, and if there are any more wild animals tonight, I'm afraid I'm really finished. Me too, the door is all dented, if it weren't for me waking up quickly, I'm afraid it would have been pulled out by now. Does anyone have a weapon? Can I buy one from you? Even a knife would do. Zhang Tuahai was suddenly inspired by the news on the regional channel. Now that he had a gun, he didn't need melee weapons like spears. These things would take up space, so he might as well sell them and make some money. In the past, when he only had crossbows and hunting spears, he naturally couldn't sell them. Now, with firearms, the equipment has a generation gap, so there is nothing. As for whether other people will hit the prey and impact Zhang Tuahai's market, that is purely overthinking. Not to mention whether the beasts are so easy to hunt. Even if they hunt them, how many people will sell them? Even if they sell them, there are still more than 2,000 people on the regional channel, and how much can each person get? It will not affect the overall situation at all. After analyzing the pros and cons, Zhang Tuahai made 10 hunting spears and hung them on the trading channel. There are 10 spears in total, each for 30 units of supplies. Weapons? Really? 30 units of supplies? I only have 20 units of supplies left. Who wants to lend me 10 units of supplies? I'll pay him back tomorrow. Ah, I finally have weapons. Today I'm going to hunt wild beasts and eat meat. Right, I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'll see when those beasts come. Does anyone have a barbecue grill? I want to eat barbecue too. Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but shake his head and sigh as he watched the noisy crowd on the regional channel. These people are really fearless. Do they really think they can hunt down wild beasts with a spear? He had to rely on a series of equipment, including the system, crossbow, and flashlight, to kill a lone wolf. These untrained people think they can fight the beasts with spears? They're not going to get anywhere. Zhang Tuahai secretly wrote down the names of these people, to see if any of them would appear in the evening's obituary. After a while, he found that there was nothing to eat, so he just lay down on the seat and fell asleep. If there is one good thing about this world, it is that his daily sleep time is guaranteed. As soon as it gets dark, he can only sleep, and he can't do anything else. Not knowing when dinner would be served, Zhang Tuahai had a very beautiful dream. He dreamed that he was on a luxurious yacht, surrounded by simple-dressed women, and he was immersed in the rough waves. The waves rocked the yacht from time to time, and it was very comfortable. Rocking, Zhang Tuahai seemed to hear an electronic sound in his ear, constantly thinking back. Danger, danger. Danger? Zhang Tuahai woke up with a start. He looked at his watch and saw that it was 3 a.m. What was even more alarming was that the car was shaking. What the hell is going on? Zhang Tuahai was horrified and quickly turned on the flashlight and shone it out the window. Zhang Tuahai was horrified to discover that a large black face was pressed against the window, looking curiously inside. They locked eyes. The large face was startled by the sudden bright light, cried out, took 2 steps backwards, and sat down on the ground. Zhang Tuahai then saw the true identity of the large round face. It was a black bear. The second most difficult king in the mountains. If you were to rank the beasts in the mountains, many people would think that the tiger is the king of beasts. In fact, the tiger is only the third most dangerous in the forest. The number 1 is actually the wild boar. The reason why wild boars are so highly ranked is because they like to scratch their itch in the trees. After rubbing themselves with pine oil, they go to the riverbank to roll around, getting a thick layer of gravel on their bodies. These gravels protect the wild boars like armor. Not to mention bows and arrows, even ordinary shotguns can't hit them. Before powerful hunting rifles were available, hunting wild boars could only be done with traps. As for the second place, it is the black bear. Many people say that black bears are slow, don't climb trees, don't eat corpses, and just lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. If you believe this, you'll be the first to die when you encounter a black bear. The black bear is only slow compared to wolves and elk, which are fast. These things can run at 50 miles per hour, which is twice as fast as a human. Are you sure you want to compete with it in a long-distance race? Moreover, black bears can climb trees. It just hasn't been forced to climb trees by danger. As for not eating dead bodies, that's a joke. It just doesn't eat rotten ones. It's afraid of getting sick. The best way to deal with a black bear is to stick out your middle finger, stare at it, and then yell as loud as you can. This will allow you to leave with dignity. Zhang Tuahai's head buzzed when he saw the black bear outside. Although his car had been modified and the body was made of sturdy steel, it was still not as strong as an ordinary car. But whether it could stop the black bear was really a problem. Even if the steel frame could stop it, what about the windows? The windows were not bulletproof glass. The black bear could smash them with a slap. Zhang Tuohai saw the black bear and without saying a word, he started the car and sped off with the accelerator. The black bear saw Zhang Tuohai drive away and let out a loud cry, twisting its body and chasing after Zhang Tuohai. Black bears are very intelligent animals. All intelligent animals have one thing in common: they hold a grudge. Zhang Tuohai had just shown a flashlight at it, and although it had not actually caused any harm, it had made the bear's eyes a little difficult to open. This undoubtedly aroused the bear's anger, and the bear took 4 thick legs and chased Zhang Tuohai in the direction of Zhang Tuohai. Looking at the black bear chasing him, Zhang Tuohai's brows furrowed. If it were an ordinary black bear, it would have given up after seeing that it could not catch up. But this black bear was obviously sent here by the game system. Moreover, this guy has been chasing me for an hour, and he still hasn't given up. Who knows how strong this bear's endurance is, and whether it will keep chasing. Although Zhang Tuohai still had some gasoline in his hand, he absolutely couldn't waste it on this bear. He had to kill this bear. Zhang Tuohai made up his mind. Chapter 29, Supercharged Engine. How do I kill this thing? Zhang Tuohai's mind was racing. Suddenly, he saw a turn up ahead. Zhang Tuohai's mind flashed and he had an idea. He stepped on the gas pedal and increased the speed to the extreme, drifting through the curve. The black bear lost sight of the target and became anxious. It ran 2 steps and chased after him. As soon as it rounded the corner, it saw Zhang Tuohai standing 20 meters away from it. Zhang Tuohai was holding the black flashlight in his hand. "Idiot, look here!" Zhang Tuohai shouted. Although the black bear did not understand Zhang Tuohai's words, it instinctively felt danger and used its thick paws to block its eyes to avoid being blinded by the flashlight. Seeing that the bear had blocked his view, Zhang Tuohai's powerful flashlight turned into a shotgun. Bang! A gunshot broke the silence of the night sky, and the number 12 shotgun hit the bear. The 20-meter distance was within the killing range of the shotgun. The 12 pellets spread out in a circle and hit various parts of the bear's body. Although these injuries were not fatal, they provoked the bear's ferocity. The black bear roared. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai picked up the flashlight and shone it in the bear's face. Unprepared, the bear was ambushed again by Zhang Tuohai and unconsciously covered his eyes again. Seeing that he had succeeded, Zhang Tuohai got back into the car, didn't even close the door, and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The car was like an arrow leaving the bow, and crashed into the black bear. The 20-meter distance was over in the blink of an eye. The black bear was knocked over before it could react. Zhang Tuohai didn't know the impact force of the 100-kilometer top speed and the 3-ton car weight. But it was obvious that the black bear was in pain. At this moment, the black bear was lying on Zhang Tuohai's hood. The black bear opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. If ice could kill, Zhang Tuohai would have been killed by the black bear hundreds of times by now. It didn't die after the first hit? Then I'll hit it again. Zhang Tuohai quickly backed up the car, driving it more than 50 meters backwards. The black bear was thrown off the hood. After backing up, Zhang Tuohai realized that the black bear's legs had been damaged by the bumper full of spikes. At this moment, the black bear was sitting on the ground, snarling at Zhang Tuohai. "Can't move?" Zhang Tuohai's spirit suddenly perked up. If Zhang Tuohai didn't seize this opportunity, he would have lived in vain. Zhang Tuohai immediately increased the speed of the car and rammed the bear again. Boom! The car hit the bear again, knocking it more than 2 meters away. The bear's heavy body fell heavily to the ground. After the 2 collisions, the bear's legs were bloody, and it was difficult to move. System, is it dangerous to get out of the car now? Can the bear still fight back? Zhang Tuohai was still not at ease and asked the system. The bear had lost the ability to move, and as long as it did not enter the 2-meter range, it would not be counterattacked by the bear. It was injured like this, but it still had the ability to fight back? Zhang Tuohai was secretly surprised, and at the same time, he had a more intuitive understanding of the vitality of the bear. Knowing the range of attack made things easier. Zhang Tuohai backed away to 10 meters and got out of the car. If it weren't for the fear that the successive collisions would cause unnecessary damage to the car, Zhang Tuohai would have wanted to run the bear over. However, since it couldn't move, it would be good to test the power of the firearm. Zhang Tuahai aimed the Remington at the bear and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. 3 successive shots, more than 30 pellets hit the bear's body. The pellets pierced the bear's fur and caused it to bleed profusely. However, the bear still looked as if it had plenty of strength left and continued to snarl at Zhang Tuahai. So strong? Zhang Tuahai was surprised to see that the bear had not died after being shot so many times. If he had not been so alert and had not had the help of the system, he would have been killed by the bear. At the same time, he also had a rough idea of the power of the shotgun. This thing is okay for ordinary creatures, but for this kind of large prey, you need a single-headed bullet. Zhang Tuahai walked a little closer and aimed the key attack at the bear's head. He fired 3 shots at the bear's head. The bear's head was beaten into a sieve. Only then did the prompt system sound. The bear was dead. After receiving confirmation from the system, Zhang Tuahai was relieved. He came to the bear's corpse and stabbed the knife into it. Obtain 500 G of bear meat *300. Obtain bear paws *4. Obtain bear innards *1. Obtain tattered bear skin *1. Obtain common spirit *1. Looking at the tattered bear skin, Zhang Tuahai was even more determined to get the single-headed bullet. Without the single-headed bullet, the loss was too great. However, the fresh meat replenished quite a bit. Except for some of it that was used for marinating, the rest could be made into sausages and preserved. No more wasted oil. After loading the supplies into the car, Zhang Tuahai finally let out a sigh of relief. He lay down in the passenger seat and turned on the regional channel to see how everyone was doing. As soon as he turned on the regional channel, dozens of death messages flashed up. 99% of them were killed by animals. Zhang Tuahai looked at the list and saw that 9 of them were the guys who bought his spear. Looking at the names of those who had passed away, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He had a gun, a modified car, and a system, but it was still so difficult to win. These people wanted to hunt with a spear, which was just too much to hope for. There were also some unlucky people in the regional channel who were injured and were asking for medicine all over the channel. Zhang Tuahai saw this and thought about it for a moment, then hung up 10 anti-inflammatory drugs and at the same time reopened the order for anti-inflammatory drugs. The price was also 3 units of herbs. To prevent people from hoarding medicine maliciously, Zhang Tuahai also added a clause that anyone who wanted to buy anti-inflammatory medicine directly had to attach a photo of the wound. There were no restrictions on OEM. Zhang Tuahai's condition made many people who wanted to take the opportunity to hoard some anti-inflammatory medicine curse. However, it was well received by the injured. Soon, the injured sprayed those who were not good at exporting into autism. After all, no one wants to face malicious competition from others when they are injured. Selling this batch of anti-inflammatory drugs also brought Zhang Tuahai a lot of benefits. One is the car-like manufacturing diagram, and the other is the supercharged engine manufacturing diagram. Car-light allows you to avoid unnecessary dangers when driving at night. Materials: glass, 2 units, metal ingots, 2 units, electronic components, 2 units. Supercharged engine instantly increases power, increasing speed by burning more gas. Maximum speed increase of 100. Materials: metal ingots, 5 units, metal parts, 20 units, electronic components, 1 unit. Chapter 30, Version Update. Headlights. Supercharged engine. Zhang Tuahai's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 blueprints. He had finally found the headlights. Before, he could only rest at night because he didn't have headlights. He didn't dare to drive too fast, even when he encountered wild animals. Without headlights, the world is too dark at night, and if he drives off the road, he may never be able to get back. But now that he has headlights, this problem is solved. If he had had headlights before, he could have easily outrun the black bear. The downside is that using headlights increases fuel consumption by 10%. In a world where gasoline is extremely precious, this is a huge drawback. For this reason, the player who first obtained this blueprint did not choose to equip it. However, Zhang Tuahai had no problem. He had already installed lightweight tires, which could save 30% of fuel consumption, which could completely cover the cost of the headlights. As for the stamping engine, it was even better. Instant acceleration, an absolute life-saving artifact. When he saw an enemy he couldn't beat, he simply accelerated away with the accelerator, doubling his speed, which absolutely left all the enemies at this stage far behind. Moreover, the instantaneous increase in explosive speed also doubled the impact force. If Zhang Tuahai had had this thing before, he might have been able to kill the black bear in one go. The most important thing was that he had the materials for both devices, so he could make them right away. Zhang Tuahai went to the manufacturing page and made the two devices. After the headlights and supercharged engine were made, they were directly integrated into the car, becoming one with it. There were also a few more buttons on the dashboard, namely the supercharged engine switch and the light regulator. Zhang Tuahai looked at them and saw that the lighting effects were quite complete, with high beam, low beam, fog light, and even an electronic display behind the car, although it was not very useful. Zhang Tuahai felt that his car was becoming more and more complete and more like a real car. However, the most important air conditioner had not yet been installed, which made Zhang Tuahai a little worried. Without an air conditioner, it would be difficult to survive on the day of the disaster. He might even die of heat stroke. I must get an air conditioner and a way to cool down. Zhang Tuahai made up his mind. The leftover barbecue from yesterday mixed with dehydrated vegetables was a good topping, and 2 packs of instant noodles were even more delicious. Because he was too lazy to wash the pot, Zhang Tuahai ate it directly from the pot. Instant noodles would be called junk food in an ordinary city. However, in the precarious doomsday, it was a rare delicacy. Looking out at the yellow sand, Zhang Tuahai even felt that this bowl of noodles was better than KFC. After finishing the noodles, Zhang Tuahai looked at the time and found that it was 5:30 in the morning. He could also start exploring a new day. Zhang Tuahai checked his equipment and was ready to start a new day of exploration. However, at this moment, a light curtain suddenly popped up. The number of player deaths has exceeded the threshold, and the game version update has begun. A loading screen appears. 0%, 5%, 10%. The game has actually been updated? Zhang Tuahai is a little surprised. Before he can figure out what's going on, the loading progress bar has already reached the end. Road Survival Game 2.0 Update Notice. Since most players have not obtained enough supplies, Rally Mode is now available. Players can choose whether to participate, and if they do, they will be directed to a special track. In the racetrack, the number of all supply boxes is reduced by 3 times, and the quality is increased by 1 time. In the racetrack, airdrop boxes will be randomly dropped, and the lowest quality airdrop box is blue. In the racetrack, 3-car air conditioner blueprints will be randomly provided. Note 1, in the rally area, a large number of wild animals will be dropped. Participants with insufficient strength should choose carefully. Note 2, the rally area will be periodically reduced in size. Only those who survive to the end will be able to get the final reward. Note 3, the rally time is 12 hours. Car air conditioner. Zhang Tuahai couldn't take his eyes off the 4 words. This thing is related to his life and death in a few days. Don't look at him now, but in a few days, if there is no air conditioner, he may very well be directly killed by the heat. He didn't want to end up like that. However, he had spent countless efforts and still hadn't seen a single car air conditioner. Now that he had the opportunity to get one, he would definitely not miss it. As for the danger, he didn't care too much. With his own modified car and Remington shotgun, plus the assistance of the hint system, Zhang Tuahai didn't think he would be worse than others. A car air conditioner drawing was definitely not going to escape. Zhang Tuahai was definitely going to participate. At this point, the regional channels also began to discuss. It's car air conditioning. Finally, I've seen this thing. If there's no air conditioning, I'll die of the heat. I'm definitely going to participate in this competition. The quality of the supply box has doubled? That's great. I don't have to eat dry bread anymore. How can I get fried chicken legs out of a blue supply box? Benfei had had enough. No, have you all noticed that wild beasts will be released in the competition area? Will it be dangerous if we encounter wild beasts? It's not like it's not dangerous to collect resources on the road. Anyway, I'm participating in this time. If I win, I'll eat and drink delicious food. If I lose, I'll just die and be done with it. Many people agreed with him. However, looking at what everyone said, Zhang Tuahai smelled a business opportunity. Maybe I can take this opportunity to sell another batch of hunting spears. Anyway, it won't threaten me. Zhang Tuai thought about it and quickly created 50 hunting spears and put them on the trade channel. Trade 50 hunting spears to increase your chances of survival. Purchase price, 50 units of level 1 resources. Accept valuable items such as gasoline and blueprints. Damn, boss, this price has gone up too much. It was 30 units of resources yesterday. Some people think it's too expensive. You can choose not to buy it or not enter the rally area. Maybe you won't encounter the beast? Zhang Tuahai replied. But 50 units of resources is still too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? 40 units? I owe you a favor. Zhang Tuahai didn't even bother to reply. No one knows each other, and there's no guarantee that you'll even meet. What's the use of your favor? At this point, it's already a great favor for him to be able to sell weapons. These people are still not satisfied, it's really hard to know what to say. Chapter 31, Car Repair Kit. It has to be said that the stupid are a very small minority. While the fools were still chattering away on the regional channel, the smart ones had already started buying spears. The 50 hunting spears that were hung up were sold out in an instant. Many people who were slow to act beat their thighs in pain and then sent a private message hoping that Zhang Tuai would sell them another one, even at a premium. Seeing these fat sheep come to him, Zhang Tuai felt that he would be letting himself down if he didn't cut them down. So Zhang Tuai had to look embarrassed and say, "Okay, I'll make an exception and sell you another one. But don't tell anyone else. You don't want everyone to have weapons, do you?" I understand. I won't go blabbing about it." The man replied immediately. In this way, Zhang Tuai sold more than 30 hunting spears. Some people who didn't have enough resources used some interesting drawings to pay off their debts. For example, special combat boots. For example, motorcycle helmets. For example, tactical gloves. These are all things that seem useful, but don't seem to be of much use. Zhang Tuahai made all these things based on the principle of the more the better. While Zhang Tuahai was happily sorting out his harvest, another private message came in. Zhang Tuahai glanced at it and saw that the sender was Su Mu. "Help me make a weapon too. I don't want those things that fool people. At least it can crush them." "Okay, but what do you want in exchange?" "You get what you pay for." Zhang Tuahai wanted to see what good things Su Mu had gotten. Su Mu didn't hesitate, and directly sent a picture of the drawing. Car Repair Kit, disposable tool that can repair all damage to a car with one click after use. Manufacturing price, 10 metal parts, 10 metal ingots, 10 low-grade rubber, 10 glass fragments, 10 wood, 10 low-grade plastic. Good stuff. Zhang Tuahai's eyes widened. This thing is simply a magic weapon. With this thing, even if the car is damaged, it can be restored with one click. In this post-apocalyptic world where cars are a second life, this thing is like a resurrection coin. I must get this. Zhang Tuahai looked at the drawing for a long time, and finally took out the crossbow. How about this? It has an effective range of 50 meters, comparable to a pistol, and the sound is even quieter than a pistol. It can easily deal with those who use spears, and it can kill a medium-sized animal with a single hit to the vital organs. For large carnivores, just wash and sleep. Only large hunting rifles can be used, and ordinary pistols may not work. Zhang Tuahai took out the crossbow for the trade after careful consideration. This drawing was what Su Mu had traded to him, and the crossbow was no secret to Su Mu. Trading it out would also conceal the fact that he had a shotgun. In addition, he already had stab-resistant clothing, which could to some extent resist the damage of the crossbow. Together with the motorcycle helmet and combat boots, this set of equipment can basically block the crossbow's attack from a distance. Therefore, even if he trades the crossbow, Zhang Tuahai doesn't have to worry that Su Mu will threaten him with the crossbow. Add 2 more pairs of shoes. Su Mu was also very satisfied when she saw the crossbow. Although she guessed that Zhang Tuahai might have something better in his hands. However, she knows what it means to quit while you're ahead. Moreover, Zhang Tuahai is also responsible for her meals for the next few days. If Zhang Tuahai is forced to the extreme, she will have nowhere to cry if she is cut off. Okay, what size are they? Send them over. When making clothes, shoes, and other items, you can choose the size. Size 36. Your feet are really small. If it weren't for custom-made shoes, you wouldn't be able to wear them. Zhang Tuahai muttered to himself, and made 2 pairs of size 36 combat boots and sent them along with the crossbow. Sister, are we really going to participate in that rally? Suchi kicked off her sandals and put on the combat boots. At this point, she was no longer wearing the dress she had worn when she first came in. She was wearing a motorcycle rider's protective clothing, a helmet on her head, and a baseball bat in her hand, looking very heroic. There was no way. Although they had obtained a lot of drawings, they had never obtained the air conditioning drawings. It seemed that they could only try their luck in the rally. Everyone was getting ready to enter the rally and show off their skills. Zhang Tuahai was busy making bear meat into sausages. He was sure that there would be no time to cook during the 12-hour race, so these ready-to-eat foods would be very important. As for the others, he couldn't care less. Maybe he could starve them for a while, and then in the evening, he could trade them for something better. After everything was ready, it was already 6 o'clock. The sun rose from the horizon, and the scorching sun shone on the ground, proving that a new day had begun. In front of Zhang Tuahai, the road suddenly split into two. The sign on the right said Rally Entrance. Zhang Tuahai turned the steering wheel and drove towards the rally entrance. After passing the entrance, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. A black wall of clouds appeared behind him in an instant. System, what is this? Zhang Tuahai instinctively felt that something was wrong. The poisonous fog will shrink over time. After entering, the car will lose power after 30 seconds, and the vehicle will be completely corroded within 1 minute. After 10 seconds of continuous inhalation of the fog, the person will become poisoned, and after 30 seconds, they will become unconscious and die within 1 minute. Isn't this the poison circle? Zhang Tuahai was shocked when he heard the introduction of the prompt system. He originally thought that car rallies were off-road and avoiding animals, but now it seems to also contain elements of battle royale. Can you tell which direction the poison circle is shrinking? It's impossible to tell at the moment. We need to wait until the poison circle starts to move before we can deduce anything. I see, Zhang Tuahai nodded. He was sure that the competition would be much more intense than many people imagined. The poison circle, the beasts, and the competition for various resources would definitely intensify the conflict between players. It might even lead to players killing each other. I should be on my guard too. Zhang Tuahai drove forward with the accelerator. The rally map was similar to the desert area, but there were more cacti and the skeletons of various animals along the roadside. After driving for about 10 kilometers, Zhang Tuahai suddenly discovered a small town-like area in the distance. This area was less than 100 meters from the road, with white walls and red roofs, but it seemed to be too dilapidated, with broken walls everywhere. Could it be the ruins of a small town? Zhang Tuahai thought of the ruins of the village and the laboratory he had explored. Should I go take a look? Just as Zhang Tuahai was hesitating, a large transport plane flew by in the sky, and several resource boxes with parachutes fell from the sky. Those resource boxes were all purple. And coincidentally, one resource box fell right in the middle of the ruins. Chapter 32, 3 Shots. Looking at the location where the supply box had landed, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but whistle. What luck! He had just entered the area and had already found an airdropped supply box. Zhang Tuahai drove his car towards the town. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Tuahai had arrived near the town. Zhang Tuahai parked his car on the side of the road and asked the system, is there an ambush in the town? No living creatures have been detected within 500 meters, and there is a sleeping wild boar 800 meters away. As long as you don't make too much noise, you won't provoke it. Wild boar? Forget it. Zhang Tuahai decisively abandoned this target. If he had a single-shot bullet, he would have planned to use the pig to make a meal, but now he only had a 12-gauge shotgun, so forget it. Finding the airdropped supply box is the priority. Zhang Tuahai put on his helmet, stab-proof vest, combat boots, tactical gloves, took out the car key, tactical flashlight on his waist, Remington in his hand, and carefully got out of the car and walked towards the ruins of the village. After getting out of the car, Zhang Tuahai thought for a moment and put on the worn black coat again. The Remington was hidden under the coat. This outfit can lower the opponent's guard if they encounter a player. If the opponent has other intentions, it might even be possible to trick them. This village has the style of a small town in the Midwest of the United States, with white walls and red roofs, and pure wooden buildings. However, because of the long passage of time, the paint on the walls has long since become faded and worn, revealing the original wood underneath. The original wooden walls have also been worn down by the wind and sand, looking like they are about to collapse. The system announced the location of the drop box. Go 300 meters forward, turn left, and go 50 meters forward. Zhang Tuohai followed the system's instructions and arrived at the designated location. He looked up and sure enough, a purple supply box was placed not far ahead, with a parachute rope hanging from it. That's it. Zhang Tuohai took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of the supply box. He was just about to open it when the system's electronic voice sounded. Level 3 supply box contains a hungry cheetah and a diagram for making a car fan. A car fan. Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. Although this thing is not as good as a car air conditioner, it is still a cooling prop. However, the hungry cheetah is a problem. As we all know, cheetahs are animals with extremely explosive power and speed. Opening the box at close range may very well injure you. How can I open the box without getting hurt? Dig a pit, open the box at the edge of the pit, and kick the cheetah into the pit the moment the box is opened? While Zhang Tuohai was thinking about how to open the box without getting hurt, the system's voice rang out again. 2 players have been detected, armed with cold weapons, and judged to be non-threatening. Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw that not far ahead of him was another road. At this time, a car on the road stopped and 2 people got out. One was a fat man wearing a flowery shirt, sunglasses, a big gold chain around his neck, and a short steel axe in his hand, looking like a big brother in society. The big brother in society had his chest exposed, with a mountain tiger tattooed on his chest. However, because this person was fat, the fierce mountain tiger had become a fat orange cat, which looked inexplicably happy. Behind this social big brother, there was a young man with yellow hair, a thin figure, and dark circles under his eyes. He was obviously the younger brother following behind the big brother. The younger brother was carrying a spear on his shoulder. Zhang Tuohai glanced at it and found that it was the same hunting spear he had used. He didn't know if they had made it themselves or bought it from him. The younger man pointed at the purple box in front of Zhang Tuohai and said, "Brother, look, it's a purple supply box. I told you I was right. You're sharp, kid. I'll give you an extra half loaf of bread tonight." The older man patted the younger man on the shoulder and showed his yellow teeth. "Brother, there's another guy over there. Look, he's still wearing a coat." The younger man with yellow hair spotted Zhang Tuohai standing in front of the box. However, because Zhang Tuohai was wearing a motorcycle helmet, his face was not clearly visible. "Ha!" Big brother also saw Zhang Tuohai. Seeing that Zhang Tuohai did not seem to be carrying a weapon, he showed a look of contempt on his face. "Damn it, this guy is well equipped, with a helmet and a coat. Go get it for me, and also ask where his car is and get all the supplies from it." Big brother said impatiently, and he himself adjusted his hands and walked towards the box. The yellow-haired younger brother pointed his spear at Zhang Tuohai. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over your equipment, otherwise, don't blame me for not being gentle with the weapon in my hand." "Are you sure you want this airdrop box?" Zhang Tuohai asked in return. "What? Do you still want to resist?" Huang Mao's younger brother's mouth curled up in a sneer. "You don't even know who our boss was before he came in. You've killed countless people like him. If you're smart, you'll leave you alive. If you're not, I'll kill you today. In that case, I have no psychological burden." Zhang Tuohai nodded in response. "What does that mean?" Huang Mao was a little slow to react. However, at this moment, the social big brother behind him had already chopped the short steel axe in his hand on the purple material box. The material box disappeared instantly, and a cheetah appeared in front of the social big brother. As soon as the cheetah appeared on the ground, it glanced at the environment, then kicked its legs, knocking the social big brother to the ground, and biting the social big brother's neck. The cheetah's teeth were very sharp, and the social big brother's neck was instantly torn open, and blood flowed profusely. Big brother. Seeing his big brother being attacked, the little yellow-haired guy wanted to rush forward to help. However, seeing the huge body of the cheetah, he was afraid. He turned his head sharply and said to Zhang Tuohai in a stern voice, "You, go and block that beast." "Are you sure?" Zhang Tuohai smiled and raised his hand hidden under his coat. The black muzzle of the Remington pointed at him. A gun? The little guy's head felt like it was going to explode, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Although he had been with his brother for a few years and had even used a knife to kill someone, this was the first time he had seen a gun. In an instant, his courage, which was not very great to begin with, disappeared. "Big brother, this is all a misunderstanding," the little guy tried to explain. But Zhang Tuohai wasn't going to waste any more time on him. He pulled the trigger and a loud bang went off. The 12-gauge shotgun fired, and 12 pellets spread out in a circle. Pop, pop, pop. Because Zhang Tuohai was mainly aiming at the cheetah, 5 pellets hit the cheetah. The cheetah let out a scream, opened its mouth, and fell on the social big brother. 2 pellets hit the social big brother. The remaining 5 bullets landed in the air, and 2 of them, due to the dispersion, hit the yellow-haired kid by chance. Zhang Tuohai was so lucky with this shot that he hit 3 targets. Chapter 33, The Poison Circle Shrinks. Ah! The yellow-haired kid fell to the ground, clutching his neck in pain and kicking his feet wildly. Zhang Tuohai walked over and saw that the kid's luck was really bad. 2 bullets, one hit the neck, creating a hole the size of a bottle opening, from which blood gushed out. The other hit the opponent's lung, creating a hole the size of a coin. However, Zhang Tuohai was sure that the boy's lung had been destroyed by the bullet, due to the cavity effect. This kind of injury can be said to be hopeless. System, is Cheetah and that social big brother still a threat? Zhang Tuohai did not rush to check on Cheetah, but instead asked System for confirmation. Cheetah has the ability to fight back, and Golden Fong is already dead. Good boy, worthy of being a large carnivore, so resilient. Zhang Tuohai aimed the shotgun at Cheetah again and pulled the trigger. 7 or 8 pellets hit Cheetah. Cheetah is dead. Humph, you may be cunning as a ghost, but you still have to drink my foot bath water. Zhang Tuohai carried the shotgun and came to the carcass of the cheetah. He stabbed a knife into the carcass. Obtained 500 g of cheetah meat *150. Obtained a tattered cheetah skin *1. Obtained a set of internal organs. Obtained a common spirit *1. Normal harvest. However, the tattered cheetah skin still made Zhang Tuohai a little regretful. If he could get a single-shot bullet, he might be able to get a complete leopard skin. Putting the common materials aside, Zhang Tuohai solemnly picked up the drawing of the car fan. Car fan manufacturing drawing, level 1 auto parts, can be used to cool down. When encountering high temperatures, it is your good assistant. Materials, 10 metal scraps, 1 metal ingot, 10 metal parts, 1 electronic component. Note, each vehicle can only carry 2. The other materials are not a problem, but electronic components are a bit scarce. Zhang Tuohai has made so many items, and he has discovered a pattern: any item that requires electricity must use electronic components. It seems that this electronic component is very important among the materials. Zhang Tuohai put the electric fan drawing away, and then went to the front of the car of the social big brother and Huang Mao, and started to loot. The 2 cars had not been modified and were still in a shabby state. There were some first-class materials piled up in the back seat of the car, and 2 buckets of instant noodles were also piled up in the corner. The most valuable thing was probably the bucket of 100 units of gasoline. Other than that, there was nothing else. It was really poor. Zhang Tuohai spat, but he also knew that this was probably the state of most ordinary players. In the spirit of a mosquito's leg is still meat, Zhang Tuohai loaded all of these items into his car without missing a thing. He also managed to get the car's core. At this point, he had already collected 3 car cores. With his final supplies, Zhang Tuohai was ready to return to his car. As soon as he reached the curb, he saw a man crouching beside his car, seemingly fiddling with something. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai was shocked and quickly turned to the side to watch. He discovered that a middle-aged man who looked somewhat wretched was squatting in front of his car, poking at the lock with a piece of wire. Car thief! Zhang Tuohai was furious. He had gone through all the hardships and spent a lot of effort to get so much stuff and save up so many resources, and if someone had just taken it all away, it would have been a big joke. How dare this person steal a car in front of him? What are you doing? Stand up! Zhang Tuohai pointed the gun at the car thief. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. The car thief, seeing that Zhang Tuohai was actually holding a gun, his hands went numb and he raised his hands in a trembling manner. How did you target my car? Zhang Tuohai asked coldly. Brother, I was just passing by here, and I saw that this car was in good condition, so I got the itch to practice my skills. I really didn't mean anything by it. Brother, please let me go. The middle-aged man's legs were shaking. It turns out that he wasn't targeting me. Zhang Tuahai was relieved to see that the other person didn't seem to be lying. If it was a coincidence, it could only mean bad luck. If it was intentional, then he would have to pay more attention. I was just passing by, and I have some water in my car. Can I pay you for it? The middle-aged man said, and turned to walk towards the car, as if he was going to get some water. Be careful, there is a hunting crossbow in his car. The electronic voice of the prompt system suddenly sounded. Zhang Tuahai didn't think twice, and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! 12 projectiles hit the middle-aged man at close range, directly turning him into a sieve. The danger was over. Zhang Tuahai walked over and saw that the middle-aged man had already reached for the handle of the hunting crossbow. This hunting crossbow was much more powerful than the crossbow Zhang Tuahai had used before. The bow arm was longer, the string tension was greater, and the arrow was a full foot long. Even though Zhang Tuahai was wearing stab-proof clothing, if he had been hit by this hunting crossbow at close range, he would have been injured. Indeed, you have to be careful with people you meet in the wild. He threw the corpse under the roadbed and searched the car. In addition to the hunting crossbow, he found a bottle of mineral water and a bag of bread. What a poor man! Zhang Tuahai frowned and disassembled the car. The middle-aged man reminded Zhang Tuahai that he needed to improve the security of the car. It would be best to have some kind of automatic defense system. At the very least, he should replace the lock with a more secure one. Otherwise, if he goes down to look for supplies and the car is stolen, that would be a lot of fun. However, now is not the time to think about these things. After Zhang Tuahai got into the car, he first made an electric fan. After the 2 electric fans started spinning, the temperature in the car really dropped a lot. Feeling the strong wind from the 2 electric fans, Zhang Tuahai felt refreshed. He had never felt that being blown by an electric fan was such a pleasant thing. This thing must be sold at a high price. I won't change it without the blueprints. Zhang Tuahai continued driving happily. Attention, attention, the poison circle has begun to shrink. Please turn right at the next intersection, cross the iron bridge, and enter the ruined city. A bridge? There's a bridge here? Zhang Tuahai glanced out the window at the endless desert and was very curious about how there could be a bridge here. However, these questions were all resolved after he turned the next corner. After turning the corner, the desert turned into a hard Gobi Desert. At the end of the Gobi Desert, a deep canyon cut off the road, and only a rusty iron bridge spanned the canyon. Zhang Tuahai glanced behind him, and the rolling black cloud wall surged towards him like a tide. Chapter 34, Map of the City Ruins. How fast? Zhang Tuahai was shocked by the speed of the cloud wall. The speed of the cloud wall was at least 40 miles per hour, and it was estimated that it would reach him in less than 10 minutes. Zhang Tuahai, who knew the danger of the poison circle, did not dare to be negligent and rushed towards the iron bridge. As soon as he reached the edge of the iron bridge, he saw 2 cars parked diagonally at the bridge, blocking the way, and 4 people gathered around them. These people were all wearing the same type of uniform, with the same pattern, and some letters written in a wild cursive script. Each of these people was holding a weapon such as a spear or baseball bat, and they looked very fierce. When these people saw Zhang Tuahai coming, they immediately perked up and surrounded him. The one in charge was holding a baseball bat and knocking on Zhang Tuahai's car window. "Kid, get out. The car is not bad, hurry up and get out and pay the toll." "What did you say?" Zhang Tuahai lowered the window and put the muzzle of the Remington shotgun against the other man's chest. "No tolls, but I have a 12-gauge shotgun." "Do you want it?" The man who was knocking on the window froze when he saw the muzzle of the gun pressed against his nose. He had wanted to extort a toll and make a little money, but he had not expected to kick the tiger in the butt. "Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You can go through. We'll let you pass." The man backed away while saying this, trying to calm things down. The 3 people standing next to him saw the gun in Zhang Tuahai's hand and their faces turned green. They moved back one by one, preparing to take the opportunity to escape. Bang! Zhang Tuahai fired a shot into the sky. "Stop right there. Crouch over there." Zhang Tuahai pointed his gun at the crowd and escorted them to a place 10 meters away from the iron bridge. "You, all take off your belts," Zhang Tuahai ordered. Big brother, you can have money and supplies, but I really don't come out of the closet. If you are interested, find Lao Si, he likes this, and he can be 0 or 1. The leader pointed to a small man in the group and said. The small man looked less than 1.4 meters tall, with messy hair like a chicken coop, and a weak look. The small man looked a little panicked, but his eyes seemed to be a little eager. This made Zhang Tuahai feel sick. Get out of here. I'm not interested either. Stop talking nonsense and take off your belts and throw them over here. If anyone doesn't move, I'll shoot them. Zhang Tuahai pointed his gun at a few people. The men looked at each other and felt that there was nothing they could do. They took off their belts and threw them at Zhang Tuahai's feet. They themselves stood there with their pants in their hands, feeling aggrieved. What are you holding your pants for? Untie them. Hurry up, or I'll shoot. Zhang Tuahai continued to order. This. Zhang Tuahai's order made them hesitate. What, are you going to resist? Zhang Tuahai raised his eyebrows and put his finger on the trigger. No, no. Several people involuntarily let go of their pants, which slipped to the ground. You look like a bunch of posers on the outside, but you're quite the perverts on the inside. Are you here in a group? SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, etc. Why are you wearing a mink thong? Zhang Tuahai was shocked. A mink thong. He was really impressed. Just looking at it made him itch. It's a personal preference. The short guy explained sheepishly. Squat down. Zhang Tuahai kicked the belts of the others away and told them to squat down with their heads down. The reason he made them do this was to make it difficult for them to escape. In their current state, they would be slower than a tortoise trying to escape, giving Zhang Tuahai time to deal with them. The reason he treated them like this was that Zhang Tuahai wanted to ask them a question. That is, why were they collecting tolls here? Tolls are not something that can be collected by simply blocking the road. You have to find a busy road to make money. Otherwise, if no cars come for a long time, you will starve to death. However, these people are just like him, they are all entering the rally for the first time. How do they know they can collect money here? Zhang Tuahai is very curious. What makes you sure you can collect money here? Remember, think carefully before you speak, don't try to trick me. Zhang Tuahai put the gun on the back of the leader. The leader felt the muzzle on his back and almost peed his pants. Brother, after we came in, we opened a resource box and got a map. We determined that this was a must-pass road based on the map, so we set up a toll here. Where is the map? Hand it over. Zhang Tuahai said coldly. The leader didn't dare to be negligent and quickly handed over the map. Zhang Tuahai stepped back a few steps and carefully unfolded the map. Sure enough, the parchment was a detailed map. The place where they were was in a corner of the map, where dozens of roads converged, and where they entered the ruins of the city via an iron bridge. What surprised Zhang Tuahai the most was that the ruins of the city were simply too large, covering almost 2/3 of the entire map. In addition to the buildings, the map also marked out residential areas, factory areas, commercial areas, park areas, and mining areas. What was most striking was that in each of these areas, there was an orange treasure chest symbol. What the heck, an orange treasure chest? What level is this? Zhang Tuahai was completely dumbfounded. Since he entered the game, he had only seen 3 levels, white, blue, and purple. The purple treasure chest was the first he had seen. It had produced a blueprint for a car-mounted electric fan. What could be produced from an orange treasure chest? Zhang Tuahai didn't dare to think about it. At least it would be a car-mounted air conditioner, right? It would be too bad if he couldn't produce a car-mounted air conditioner. Zhang Tuahai had already made up his mind. He must get all 5 treasure chests. Even if he can't sell them for a high price, it's still worth it. However, the people in front of him. Zhang Tuahai's eyes flashed a cold light. Only the dead can keep secrets. Does anyone else know about this diagram? Zhang Tuahai asked coldly. No, only a few of us know. For such an important matter, how could we casually tell others? Big brother, I've told you everything I know. Let me go. The leader begged. Bang bang bang. The answer was the sound of a Remington gun. Several people fell to the ground. Zhang Tuahai glanced at the rapidly approaching black clouds and immediately returned to the vicinity of the iron bridge, searching both cars. There was nothing of value in the two cars, except for some bread and mineral water. The most was various level 1 materials. What was excessive was that Zhang Tuahai also found 2 pairs of stockings and a labor model's dojin. Who are these robbers? Zhang Tuahai was baffled. However, he still put the dojin book away. He didn't mean anything by it, he just wanted to criticize how despicable these artists were. After looting all the supplies, Zhang Tuahai drove across the big iron bridge and entered the ruins of the city. Chapter 35, Reorganizing the Language. Zhang Tuahai looked at the map. The closest thing to him was the factory district in the neighboring suburb. The orange treasure chest in the factory district was in a factory building 3 blocks away. Zhang Tuahai drove while looking at the factories on both sides of the street. These factory buildings were very old, but they also looked uniform. The same red brick walls, the same gray roofs, the same large chimneys, the same black iron doors. Without the map, it would be hard to tell which factory had the treasure chest. Zhang Tuahai was driving carefully on the street. Suddenly, the voice of the navigation system sounded. There is a vehicle pursuit at the intersection ahead. The speed is over 100 miles per hour. Please slow down and avoid. A pursuit? Zhang Tuahai slammed on the accelerator, reached for his shotgun, and braced himself. In less than 10 seconds, a red used car sped past from the intersection ahead. If Zhang Tuahai hadn't braked, he would have crashed into it. Damn, even in the end times, you have to follow the rules of the road. Who would be responsible if there was an accident? Driving so fast, are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Zhang Tuahai cursed in a low voice. Before Zhang Tuahai's words had finished, 2 white used cars also sped through the intersection. The speed was only faster than the previous red car. What was even more coincidental was that the window of the second car was half open, and Zhang Tuahai saw that the woman sitting in the driver's seat was a somewhat punkish woman. Her face was covered in heavy makeup that had already worn off, she had huge earrings hanging from her ears, and her hair was dry and yellow. Seeing Zhang Tuahai's car parked on the side of the road, the woman turned her head and gave him the finger. Then, the car sped off, disappearing around the corner. Zhang Tuahai didn't bother to get angry with people like this. As long as they didn't delay him from finding the treasure chest, they could do whatever they wanted. However, the prerequisite was that they must not fall into his hands. Sniffing, Zhang Tuahai continued to drive towards the factory where the treasure chest was hidden according to the direction indicated on the map. After turning 2 corners, Zhang Tuahai finally found the corresponding factory. The red brick wall, the black iron gate, and the dilapidated factory were the same as the others. No one would guess that there was an orange treasure chest hidden inside. It was so well hidden that if you didn't have the map, who would find it? Zhang Tuahai muttered to himself, and then came to the front door of the factory and pushed it hard. The factory door was only ajar, and Zhang Tuahai pushed it hard and it opened. However, because it had been so long, the door hinge was almost rusted to death, making a harsh grinding sound. Creak. Zhang Tuahai endured the noise and pushed open the door halfway, driving the car in. The second factory building. Zhang Tuahai checked the map and drove the car to the entrance of the second factory building. The door of the factory building was a large wooden sliding door that had long since rotted and fallen apart. Half of it lay on the ground, and the other half hung crookedly on the door hinges, as if it could fall at any moment. Zhang Tuahai drove the car straight in. Inside the factory were rows of production lines and various machines. However, they had rusted badly over the years, and Zhang Tuahai couldn't tell what they were. Where was the treasure chest? Zhang Tuahai got out of the car and looked around. Suddenly, he saw a glimmer of light at the top of a large machine. He looked up and saw an orange material box sitting neatly on top of the machine. The machine was not very tall, about 2 meters, and there was a ladder next to it for easy maintenance, so Zhang Tuahai easily climbed to the top of the machine. Looking at the orange box, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but rub his hands with excitement. The purple box had given him a drawing for an electric fan, so he wondered what the orange box could open. Just as he was about to open the box, the prompt system suddenly popped up a warning. Be careful, hold on to the handrail, impact imminent. Crash? What crash? Zhang Tuahai squatted down suspiciously and grabbed the edge of the machine. Before he could figure out what was going on, A loud crash came. A red used car crashed through the back door of the factory and rushed in. Coincidentally, the car crashed into the machine Zhang Tuahai was standing on. With a dull thud, the car's engine was indented and the hood flew up. Obviously it was inoperable. Zhang Tuahai glanced at the car and felt a bit familiar. He looked up and down a few times and slapped his thigh. This car is the used car that almost hit him before. However, I remember that there were 2 white cars chasing it. Since it has already appeared here, then. Zhang Tuahai felt a bit bad when he thought about it. Boom, boom. 2 loud noises came from the back door. The dilapidated door was completely smashed, and 2 white used cars crashed in, stopping in front of Zhang Tuahai. 4 people jumped out of the 2 white used cars. When these 4 people got out of the car, they almost scared Zhang Tuahai. If it weren't for the daytime, he would have thought it was a demon. These 4 people were all dressed in the style of the Burial family, carrying steel pipes and baseball bats in their hands, making Zhang Tuahai think he had returned to the era of literary revival. What century is this? Zhang Tuahai couldn't help scratching his head. At this moment, a young man with dyed hair the color of a green meadow looked up and saw Zhang Tuahai standing on top of the machine. He immediately glared at him. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before? Get out of here, or I'll chop you up too. Chingching Grassland said, demonstratively swinging the machete in his hand. Zhang Tuahai wasn't interested in people like this. As long as he doesn't bother me, it doesn't matter. Zhang Tuahai immediately picked up the orange crate and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a woman with a smoky face standing next to Chingching Grassland suddenly said, Brother, look, the crate, why is the color so strange? It's orange. Holy cow, it's really orange, maybe there's a gem. A man with white hair next to him said with excitement in his eyes. Oh, I didn't expect to have such good luck and actually see a top quality box. Chingching Grassland was also excited. Hey, you, stop right there. Leave the box in my hands. Oh? Are you sure you want to take this? Zhang Tuahai tossed the box in his hands and his face turned cold. What? You're not convinced? Let's go. Chingching Grassland felt that his dignity had been challenged, so he immediately took off the leather jacket full of thumbtacks, revealing his skinny body and waving the machete in his hand. Are you not convinced? Come on, I'll let you go first. If I don't let you leave the box behind today, I'll be your last name. Chingching Grassland waved the machete and looked fierce. Seeing Chingching's expression, Zhang Tuahai laughed. He reached into the bottom of his coat and pulled out a Remington. I'll allow you to reorganize your words. Chapter 36, Solar Panel. Chingching was stunned to see Zhang Tuahai's gun in his hand, and then burst into laughter. Grass, I'm laughing to death. There are still people who threaten me with a fake gun. If you're capable, shoot me. If I'm scared, I'm your son. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The 3 henchmen next to Chingching Grassland fell to the ground. Their bodies were all shot to pieces by the 12-gauge shells, and the gurgling blood stained their clothes red. Looking at the henchmen on the ground, Chingching Grassland froze for 3 seconds, and then his legs went limp and he knelt down. Dad! Seeing this, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Oh, I missed. He had intended to shoot Chingching Grass with a single shot. However, he had not controlled the recoil properly when he fired, killing the 3 henchmen but leaving Chingching Grass unharmed. However, this was not a big problem. At least the purpose of deterrence had been achieved. I will ask you questions, and remember, you only have one chance. If I am not satisfied, you know what will happen. Zhang Tuahai said coldly. I understand, you can ask me anything, I will tell you everything. Chingching Grassland replied. Why are you chasing him? Zhang Tuahai pointed to the red used car that had crashed into the machine. He robbed a purple drop box, and we asked him to hand it over, but he refused, so we chased him all the way. Chingching Grassland said. Just a purple drop box? You chased him all the way? Was it worth it? Zhang Tuahai was a little surprised. Why not? Chingching Grassland was a little dissatisfied. It was a purple drop box. We usually drive white supply boxes, and we've only seen blue ones twice. When we finally saw a purple one, we had to grab it back. After hearing Chingching Grassland's explanation, Zhang Tuahai nodded. It seems that he was a little arbitrary. He has a system, and he usually drives a lot of boxes. He participates in the Brave Challenge every time, and he sees a lot of blue boxes, which have a lot of supplies. For a box, he may not care too much. However, for most ordinary people, the Braveheart Challenge can be described as a life and death struggle, and a slight mistake can be fatal. They may only be able to look for supply boxes during a certain period of time in the morning. And the supply boxes during the day are mostly white. This has led to a severe shortage of supplies in their hands. No wonder they all got jealous when they saw a purple supply box. In addition to this, how many people have you robbed? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the baseball bat that Qingqing Grassland had thrown aside and found dried bloodstains on it. No, this is definitely the first time. We definitely haven't robbed anyone, Qingqing Grassland said, reaching out to show his innocence. However, as soon as he reached out, 7 or 8 wallets fell from his body. Zhang Tuohai, _ Qingqing Grassland, _. Zhang Tuohai picked up one of the wallets, opened it and looked inside. It contained a woman's ID card and a square photo. She looked pure and lovely, completely different from the members of the family who had just died. Zhang Tuohai, what did I just say? Listen to my excuses. Qingqing Grassland tried to save himself. Use your sweet words to talk to death. Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger. Bang! Qingqing's body fell to the ground. Since Qingqing had chosen to deceive, it meant that he was worthless. At least, Zhang Tuohai would not believe any information he gave. After confirming the deaths of several people, Zhang Tuohai came to the red used car that had crashed into the machine to check the situation inside. The owner of the car had not shown up since the incident and it was not known what the situation was. Zhang Tuohai looked through the side door of the red used car and found that the owner was a young man in his 20s, who was lying on the steering wheel. The windshield was completely shattered, and a sharp piece of glass pierced his chest, and the gurgling blood stained his chest. Seeing this injury, Zhang Tuohai felt a chill in his heart. He knew that this person was hopeless. Do you have any last words? Or can I let you go without pain? Zhang Tuohai said to the young man. Please give this to my sister for me. The young man spoke in a broken voice, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He held an oak box in his hand and handed it to Zhang Tuohai. Why don't you give it to her yourself? I remember that people in the regional channel can pass items to each other. Zhang Tuohai took the box, somewhat curious. We're not in the same channel. My sister's name is Zhao Wanwan. After saying this, the young man's head tilted and he died. Zhang Tuohai looked at the oak box in his hand. It was the size of a palm, with no patterns on it, and a small bronze hook on the opening and closing part, which was a bit tarnished and looked a bit worn. Zhang Tuohai had a thought to open it and take a look. However, this thought kept turning over in his mind, and Zhang Tuohai suppressed it. He reached out and closed the young man's eyes. I don't know your name, but I'll try my best to deliver it. If you don't meet me, don't blame me. Oh, right, you won't need the supplies in your car, so just consider it a reward. Zhang Tuohai said, opened the passenger seat, and took out the purple supply box. Check what's in both supply boxes. Zhang Tuohai said to the prompt system. The orange box contained a reinforced solar panel, for units of high-grade glass, for units of high-grade plastic, for units of high-grade metal ingots, and 1 unit of high-grade electronic components. The purple box contained a carton of milk, a portion of tomahawk steak, and a portion of KFC family bucket. Zhang Tuohai was a little disappointed that he didn't get the air conditioner he wanted, but since it was still something useful, he wasn't too disappointed. He opened the crate and the contents exploded out. The reinforced solar panel absorbs sunlight efficiently and provides power support for the onboard system. It generates 50 kW of electricity per hour of sunlight and can store 24 hours of electricity. Materials: 4 units of high-grade glass, 4 units of high-grade plastic, 4 units of high-grade metal ingots, 1 unit of high-grade electronic components. It's so powerful. Zhang Tuohai felt a bit overwhelmed when he looked at the solar panel. It can generate as much power as a small diesel generator, and it can also store electricity. This is a bit too much. However, the materials for making it look a bit familiar. Zhang Tuohai took another look at the materials that had popped out of the orange crate. They were exactly the same. Could it be that all the orange crates contained the materials for making the blueprints? Chapter 37, The Weird Basement. Zhang Tuahai had no way of verifying whether the orange crates really contained all the materials needed to make the blueprints. However, he still had the map, and he would know once he found the remaining orange treasure chests. Zhang Tuahai quickly made the enhanced solar panel. After the solar panel was made, it was like a piece of black glass, and it was attached to the roof of the car. The charging plate is not large, and it looks like a skylight on the roof. It's okay, it's inconspicuous. Zhang Tuahai was satisfied with a glance. After making it, Zhang Tuahai began to search for the remaining cars. From these cars, Zhang Tuahai only found 2 packs of bread, 4 bottles of water, and 600 units of gasoline. He also found an extra pack of Snickers from the young man. He was really poor, no wonder he went crazy when he saw the purple supply box. Zhang Tuahai took a look at the supplies he had taken from the cars of the people inside. In the spirit of not wasting, Zhang Tuahai also took out the cores of the 2 white cars. The 2 used cars immediately turned into a pile of scrap metal. When Zhang Tuahai was about to take out the core of the young man's car, he suddenly stopped. He looked at the young man's corpse and took out 100 units of gasoline from the trunk and poured it on the car. Then he took out a windproof lighter, lit a fire, and threw it in. That's all I can do. Zhang Tuahai took a deep look at the burning used car, drove his own car, and turned away from the abandoned factory. Coming out of the abandoned factory, Zhang Tuahai found that the rolling black clouds had already rushed past the cliffs outside the city and were beginning to advance in the direction of the ruins of the city. System, what is the speed of the poison circle's movement? Can you determine where the final circle is? Based on the current speed and direction of the poison circle, the factory area will be engulfed in 15 minutes, and the final circle is tentatively determined to be in the mining area. Mining area? Zhang Tuahai took out the map and immediately looked it up. The mining area is roughly in the northeast of the map, while the factory area is in the southwest of the map, basically diagonally. If he wants to go to the mining area, he will have to go through the entire city. Luck is not good, but it just so happens that he can collect all the orange treasure chests. Zhang Tuahai sketched on the map, drawing a brief route map. In order of proximity, he was now going to the residential area to find the second orange treasure chest. Zhang Tuahai drove his car towards the residential area. Unlike the factory area, which was neat and tidy, the residential area was very different. There were 2-story single-family villas, 4-story townhouses, and various illegally built tin houses. From these remaining buildings, you can see the living conditions of the former residents. Unlike the desolation of the factory area, in the residential area, Zhang Tuahai could see a car passing by from time to time. These cars either sped by or stopped on the side of the road, and the owners rushed into the villas to look for things. When these people saw Zhang Tuahai passing by, they couldn't help but show nervous expressions, staring at Zhang Tuahai tightly, afraid that he would come over and rob them. Seeing these people's actions, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but shake his head. The city has been abandoned for many years, and even if there were things left in the villas, they probably wouldn't be usable now. Even if they found some cans, Zhang Tuahai wouldn't dare to eat them. Who knows how long they've been expired? Zhang Tuahai now only dared to believe in the things in the supply box. Ignoring these people, Zhang Tuahai sped off towards the buried orange treasure chest. Seeing Zhang Tuahai leave, these people all breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the villas to continue rummaging through the cupboards. Zhang Tuahai drove past 5 or 6 blocks, almost to the edge of the villa and apartment area, before finding a 4-story townhouse. The apartment was built entirely of red bricks, and the paint had long since peeled off, revealing the bricks inside. The windows were also broken, with large and small pieces scattered on the road. This kind of dilapidated apartment was not popular, and people preferred to look for supplies in the villas next door. When Zhang Tuahai parked his car in front of the apartment, a young couple came out of a nearby villa, carrying a stack of plates, cups, and other things, and walked out of the villa happily. When they saw Zhang Tuahai, they immediately looked nervous and hid the stack of plates and cups behind them, as if they were afraid that Zhang Tuahai would rob them. Seeing the nervous look on the couple's faces, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but snicker. He shook his head and pushed open the door to enter the townhouse. "Honey, how did he get into the townhouse? Maybe we should go take a look, there might be something good there." The woman was clearly tempted after seeing Zhang Tuahai enter the townhouse. "What's the point of going there? I looked at it from the outside, it's in a terrible state, it's obviously where ordinary people live, there's definitely nothing good there." The man looked disdainful. "But his car is very nice, and he is wearing a coat and a helmet. He must have good taste. Otherwise, let's go to the apartment and take a look. The woman hesitated. I tell you, he must have been very lucky to get a good car. Those things must have been brought in from the outside. I haven't heard of anyone who can make a helmet. Let's go. I saw a villa over there that hasn't been searched yet. Let's go over there and see if we can find something good. If we do, we might be able to trade it for some oil tonight. The man led the woman into the villa across the street. Zhang Tuahai walked into the apartment and found that it was a corridor with rows of doors on both sides. Because of the lack of light, the corridor was dark. Zhang Tuahai turned on the flashlight. System, where is the orange supply box on this floor? The map only indicated which building the orange crate was in, but not its exact location. Walk 10 meters forward, the door to the storage room on the left, open, there is a handle on the floor of the room, that is the stairs to the basement, the orange crate is on the tool rack in the basement. Hearing the system's description, Zhang Tuahai's face was unusually excited. If the system had not given the specific location, even if Zhang Tuahai had the map, it would not be easy to find the orange crate. This hiding place is too secretive, isn't it? After greeting the female relative of the person who hid the supplies in his heart, Zhang Tuahai opened the door to the storage room. As soon as he opened the door, a smell of dust came over him. Zhang Tuahai waved away the dust and followed the prompts to find the inconspicuous sliding door to the basement. Opening the sliding door, a dark hole appeared in front of Zhang Tuahai. A cool breeze came up from the ground, making Zhang Tuahai, who was wearing a coat, involuntarily shiver. Chapter 38, Mutant Desert Spider. Where is it so cold? Looking at the dark and eerie basement, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but frown. You see, the temperature outside is around 30 degrees Celsius, and if it weren't for the shotgun on his back, he would have even planned to search for items in just his stab-proof vest. However, this basement is dark and cold, and the cool air coming out makes him shiver in his coat, which is obviously not normal. Even though this basement has been dark for years. There must be a problem. System, is there any danger down there? There is a giant mutant desert spider in the basement. Mutant desert spider, an alien creature caused by some kind of radiation. It has a huge body, sharp joints, poisonous mouthparts, can spit out spider silk, and likes to liquefy its prey into liquid protein. It is afraid of bright light and fire. Overall, the danger level is low. Is that so? Zhang Tuahai was relieved to hear the explanation from the warning system. Since the warning system had determined that the danger level was low, there should be no problem. Zhang Tuahai tidied up his belongings, took out a flashlight and a shotgun, and carefully entered the basement, imitating the tactical movements in the movie. Creak, creak. The old stairs creaked under Zhang Tuahai's feet. Zhang Tuahai carefully shone his flashlight on every inch of the floor in front of him, afraid that a giant spider might pop out of anywhere. When Zhang Tuahai turned the corner, he suddenly discovered that there was an open area ahead. In front of him, there was a huge stone room. The stone room was about 3 meters high and at least 200 or 300 square meters. The stone room was filled with rows of wooden shelves, each of which was filled with all kinds of bottles. Each bottle contained an insect. There were locusts, sandworms, centipedes, ants, and of course, the most numerous of all, various kinds of spiders. Black, red, white, colorful, all kinds of bottles filled the stone room. Looking at the bottles, Zhang Tuahai felt uncomfortable all over, and it seemed that he was having difficulty breathing. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound coming from the corner of the stone room. Zhang Tuahai quickly turned the flashlight over. He was shocked to discover that, less than 5 meters away from him, a huge 2-meter-tall spider was staring at him with hungry eyes. The spider was all black and red stripes, 2 meters tall, its front limbs gleaming with an iron-like luster, its mouthparts the size of a wash basin, and its 8 fist-sized compound eyes staring at him. Holy cow! Zhang Tuahai almost sat down on the ground in shock. Although he was mentally prepared, he really didn't expect the system to prompt him that the giant was so big. Are you afraid of a 2-meter-tall spider? Are you afraid of 8 eyes staring at you? The most chilling thing is that there is a bunch of shriveled white cocoons behind this thing. No need to ask, it must be the prey that was captured before. He looked down and breathed a sigh of relief. The stab-proof suit was not damaged, and there was no blood seeping out. Seeing that his injuries were not serious, Zhang Tuahai was relieved and quickly raised his shotgun, ready to fight back. At this time, he noticed something strange. The mutant desert spider did not take the opportunity to rush up, but instead kept backing away. This was the situation of the desert spider that made Zhang Tuahai a little confused. After observing the situation for a while, Zhang Tuahai discovered the reason for the strange behavior. When he fell, the powerful flashlight in his hand happened to shine on the eyes of the mutant desert spider. The mutant desert spider was obviously very afraid of the bright light, and kept backing away, trying to avoid the flashlight. So that's what it meant to be afraid of bright light. Having found the mutant desert spider's weakness, Zhang Tuahai was relieved. He used the flashlight to force the mutant desert spider into a corner, then loaded the shotgun and kept pulling the trigger. Bang bang bang! A number of 12-gauge shells hit the mutant desert spider. Although the mutant desert spider looked terrifying, it was still made of flesh and blood and did not fall outside the scope of ordinary creatures. The 12-gauge shells could easily be shot into the mutant desert spider's body and knocked it back. It was just a fake. Zhang Tuahai was relieved and began to fire the gun repeatedly, emptying the entire magazine of 7 bullets. At this point, the mutant desert spider had become like a sieve, covered in blood holes, looking like it was about to collapse. Zhang Tuahai quickly reloaded the gun with 7 more 12-gauge shells, ready to finish off the mutant desert spider. Just as Zhang Tuahai was about to do so, the prompt system suddenly sounded. If you don't want to face a group of mutant desert spiders that are even more agile, don't kill it. What does that mean? Zhang Tuahai frowned. When a mutant desert spider is dying, it will lay eggs to give birth to offspring, and even accelerate the hatching of larvae in its body. If you kill it at this time, you will make it accelerate the hatching of larvae in its body, and by then, you will face more than 20 mutant desert spiders that are even more agile. 20? Zhang Tuahai almost bit off his tongue when he heard this number. A mutant desert spider was already difficult to deal with, but if he had to deal with 20 at once, he would definitely be dead. So what should he do? Is there any way to get the orange crate buried here? If he could, Zhang Tuahai didn't want to give up the orange crate here. Use the flashlight to restrict its movement, turn to the back of the 3rd row of cabinets, and the orange supply box is there. Take the supply box and escape. Understood. Zhang Tuahai took a deep breath and shone the beam of the flashlight into the eyes of the mutant desert spider. Sizzling. The mutant desert spider screamed and retreated to the side. Hiding in the corner, it constantly dodged the beam of light. Seeing this, Zhang Tuahai carefully came to the back of the 3rd row of cabinets. He looked down and saw that there was indeed an orange supply box on the bottom shelf of the cabinet. If he hadn't come over, it would have been difficult to find. It's really insidious. Zhang Tuahai cursed in his heart. If he hadn't had the prompt system, he would have almost been killed here. Zhang Tuahai spat, picked up the supply box, and retreated step by step to the exit of the basement. Chapter 39, Advanced Car Air Conditioning in Hand. Zhang Tuahai retreated step by step from the cold basement. When he saw the sunlight again, he felt for the first time that the scorching sun was so beautiful. System, is there any way to completely kill this guy? Zhang Tuahai was extremely disgusted with this mutant desert spider. It could be filled with gasoline in the basement and burned to death. The system gave a solution. Forget it. Zhang Tuahai resolutely rejected the proposal. Although he hated the mutant desert spider, it still made Zhang Tuahai feel a bit sorry to go to all this trouble to burn it to death. That was more than 200 square meters of basement. How much would it take to fill it with gasoline? It would be a waste to waste so much precious gasoline just to burn a spider. However, it was a bit out of character for Zhang Tuahai to just leave like that. Zhang Tuahai found a toolbox in the apartment and used planks and nails to seal the door to the basement. At the same time, he filled the utility room with all kinds of bulky furniture, completely blocking the utility room. If you can't burn to death, I'll starve you to death. After completely sealing off the utility room, Zhang Tuahai was very satisfied with his masterpiece, and then left the townhouse with the orange supply box in his arms. As soon as Zhang Tuahai walked out of the townhouse, he ran into the young man and woman who had just looted the villa across the street. The young man was showing off an axe to his girlfriend. See, I was right. There are good things in the villa. Look at these silver wine glasses and this axe. It can be used as a tool or a weapon. It's a good deal. This axe alone is worth the price. I bet that if I hang this axe on the trading platform, I can definitely get 2 pieces of braised pork. You were just thinking of searching the townhouse? It turns out that my decision was the most correct, the young man said excitedly. Husband, the young woman poked the young man with her finger and pointed at Zhang Tuahai. Look, he is holding an orange supply box. Young man? Orange? The young man's eyes were about to pop out. He had been searching for days, but had not been lucky. He had only seen one blue crate, and now someone had actually found an orange one. How many good things could be inside? And it was in the townhouse, which he had not expected at all. The man felt a burning sensation on his face as he thought about what he had just said. At that moment, Zhang Tuahai turned his head and glanced at them. Zhang Tuahai saw the 2 young men he had seen before and nodded habitually. However, this action was perceived by the emotionally agitated young man as contempt and humiliation. Mad, it's just an orange crate, what's so great about it? If I can't find it, I'll just take it, right? The young man weighed the axe in his hand, gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and strode toward Zhang Tuahai. What do you want? Seeing the young man approaching, Zhang Tuahai pulled out his Remington M870. I just want to ask if you want an axe. I see that you are alone and don't have a weapon for self-defense. If you need one, I can sell it to you at a discount. However, it seems that you already have a better one, so I won't bother you. After the young man finished speaking, he turned and left, not giving Zhang Tuahai a chance to respond. Looking at the young man's back, Zhang Tuahai smiled. He was sure that the young man's aggressive appearance just now was definitely not to sell him an axe. However, he was not willing to kill someone who posed no threat. Forget it, for the sake of the leaks, I won't do it. Zhang Tuahai whistled and drove away in his car. What were you doing just now? The young woman poked the young man and asked curiously. Nothing. The young man irritably shook off the young woman's hand, and his eyes stared fixedly at the townhouse that Zhang Tuahai had searched. Do you think anything important was left there? No. The young woman looked at the townhouse and said hesitantly, he just came out of it, how could there still be anything valuable left? No, there must be. The young man's eyes were a little red. There must be more than just a little valuable stuff in an apartment, and besides that orange crate, there must be something else. The young man, like a man possessed, quickly walked into the townhouse. The young woman thought for a moment, and decided that searching the place was a waste of time, and that it didn't seem to be a big deal. So she sighed and followed him. Ha, I told you there was something here. Look, there's so much stuff in this utility room, there must be something valuable in there. Hurry up and help me move it out. The young man's excited voice came from the room. Zhang Tuahai drove 2 blocks away and stopped by the side of the road to make sure no one was following him. He took out the orange supply box. System, what's in the supply box? The supply box contains advanced car air conditioning manufacturing drawings, 3 units of advanced metal ingots, 10 units of advanced plastic, 10 units of advanced metal parts, 10 units of advanced rubber, and 1 unit of advanced electronic components. Great! Zhang Tuahai excitedly punched the air. He finally got the car air conditioner, and it was a high-end version. In addition, the materials in the crate also proved his guess about the orange crate. The orange crate came with a set of manufacturing materials. Although it was not known whether this set of materials was a special benefit of the orange crate or a convenient door opened for them because they did not have access to high-end materials at the moment, Zhang Tuahai did not care. He only knew that he was going to get an air conditioner. Zhang Tuahai opened the orange crate. The manufacturing blueprint and various materials spewed out. Advanced car air conditioner manufacturing blueprint regulates temperature by consuming electricity, can work normally between -50 and 50 degrees, beyond the working range. The effect is reduced by 30% for every 10 degrees beyond 40 degrees, will not work. Materials, 3 units of advanced metal ingots, 10 units of advanced plastics, 10 units of advanced metal parts, 10 units of advanced rubber, 1 unit of advanced electronic components. Looking at the air conditioner manufacturing drawings, Zhang Tuahai couldn't help but laugh 3 times. He finally had a plan to fight against the Doubleday natural disaster. The highest temperature on Earth is only about 57 degrees. How high can the Doubleday sky reach? 60 degrees, 70 degrees, or 80 degrees? As long as the temperature does not exceed 90 degrees, his advanced car air conditioner will always be effective. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai believed that the temperature of this disaster would definitely not be too high, at least not more than 70 degrees. Otherwise, except for him, the remaining players could just lie down and wait to die. You have to know that the hottest time of the year in India is only about 40 degrees, and people die of heat, not to mention 50 or 60 degrees. Zhang Tuohai had every reason to believe that even if the disaster was going to test them, it wouldn't be too difficult the first time. At least this time, he could safely survive the disaster. Chapter 40, The Japanese Player Who Was Doing Well. Manufacture, install. Zhang Tuohai proudly manufactured a high-end car air conditioner. An electronic LCD screen appeared on the dashboard of the car. Real-time temperature, 37.5 degrees. Adjustable temperature, -40 degrees to 40 degrees. Use smart mode to keep the temperature in the car at a constant comfortable temperature. Attention! Using this mode will increase power consumption by 10%, and the normal power consumption of this unit is 1 kilowatts per hour. Use. Zhang Tuohai chose the smart mode without hesitation. Now, he has a high-end solar charging panel in his hands, so it would be a waste not to use it. The high-end car air conditioner began to work, and a gust of cold air blew in from the air conditioner, reducing the temperature in the car at a speed visible to the naked eye. Comfortable. Zhang Tuohai stretched out comfortably. He hadn't felt such a comfortable temperature in a long time in this post-apocalyptic world. He felt as if he had returned to the familiar air-conditioned room. It would be even better if he had another glass of ice-cold happy water. Zhang Tuohai thought, unsatisfied. Oh, I have some happy water too. Zhang Tuohai remembered that he had gotten a family bucket at the factory. It came with 330 milliliters bottles of happy water. Zhang Tuohai immediately took a sip. The carbon dioxide bubbles instantly filled his mouth. Cool. Zhang Tuohai lay on the seat, savoring the aftertaste, feeling a sense of happiness in his heart. Things that were once within reach, only when lost, do you realize how precious they are? Zhang Tuohai finished half of the cola in one gulp, feeling full of strength. I must get the remaining orange crates. Zhang Tuohai opened the map. According to the route he had previously drawn, his next goal was the center of the city, the business district. Zhang Tuohai was sure that this was definitely the place where most players gathered. Moreover, there were the most supplies here, and the conflicts between players would definitely rise exponentially. The business district would definitely be fraught with danger. However, he didn't care. Under the spray gun, all living things are equal. Whoever dares to block his way, he will pull out the other person's leak route. Zhang Tuohai drove his car towards the commercial district in the city center. The commercial district in the city center was full of 4- or 5-story buildings. These buildings were obviously much more beautiful than the buildings in the factory and residential areas. There were various reliefs on the walls and decorative columns at the entrances, which looked elegant and imposing. There were also many colorful glass on the streets. Judging from the size, they should be the original windows of these buildings, which shows how luxurious it was here. It was much more lively here. Zhang Tuohai saw many cars parked on both sides of the street, and many people coming and going from the buildings, with more or less loot in their hands. This scene made Zhang Tuohai feel as if he had returned to the peaceful era, looking for a parking space. Zhang Tuohai saw this and slowed down, and began to look at what everyone was holding. He wanted to see if there were any supplies in the commercial district that he could loot. After looking carefully, Zhang Tuohai was a little disappointed. He found that the most common items in the hands of these people were various kinds of porcelain and metal utensils. Then there were some clothes that were not easily damaged. A few lucky people had some tools like axes and hammers in their hands. More people had some wood. Zhang Tuohai didn't see any food. He didn't know if these people had hidden it or if there really wasn't any food left in the city. These things are not worth Zhang Tuohai's time. After wandering around for a while, Zhang Tuohai found that there was really nothing of value, so he drove directly to the building marked on the map as containing the orange treasure chest. It was a 3-story building with a black stone exterior, a red roof, 16 beautiful columns in front of the door, and even 2 4-meter-tall statues of guards at the main entrance, which looked very imposing. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the building and felt that it must have been very famous at the time. Of all the buildings he had seen in the city, this one was definitely in the top 3. Such a magnificent building would naturally have attracted the attention of others. When Zhang Tuahai arrived, 2 cars were already parked at the entrance. Seeing someone coming, Zhang Tuahai was a bit anxious and hurriedly asked the system. System, has someone taken the orange supply box here? It is still there. Zhang Tuahai was relieved. Where is the supply box hidden? It is in the box on the 3rd floor attic. Zhang Tuahai. He felt that the map was purely playing with people, hidden so secretly, how much effort it would take to find it. He was completely convinced that the person who originally placed the boxes did not want the map carrier to find all 5 boxes. However, the opponent had calculated everything, but did not expect that a group of rookies would be mixed with a hanger. They actually did not play by the rules. Zhang Tuahai still wore a helmet and a coat and walked into the building. The 1st floor of this building is like a lobby. Zhang Tuahai also saw a bar counter similar to a reception desk. Behind the bar counter was a huge painting made entirely of stained glass. However, some of it had fallen off, and Zhang Tuahai couldn't see what was inside. On either side of the bar counter were marble staircases with worn-out carpets. There were several clear footprints on the carpet, and it looked like someone had gone upstairs. Zhang Tuahai became cautious, grabbed the Remington in his hand, and walked carefully toward the 2nd floor. Zhang Tuahai had just reached the 1st floor and a half when he saw 3 people facing off at the top of the stairs. A middle-aged man in a hood was facing off against 2 young men in denim. The hooded man was holding a katana, denim number 1 was holding a large pipe wrench, and denim number 2 was holding a wooden baseball bat covered in nails. Although the hooded man had the upper hand in terms of weapons, the large pipe wrench was no joke either. The baseball bat covered in nails was even worse, as it had a tetanus debuff, which would cause slow death if it hit. The 3 of them were thus locked in a stalemate. In fact, if they had found a place where no one was around, they could have been at each other's throats for the rest of their lives. But the problem was that they had blocked the stairs to the upstairs. This is a pain in the ass. Zhang Tuahai looked up at the several people and gritted his teeth. Guys, it's getting late. If you want to fight, hurry up. If not, get out of the way and don't block the road, okay? Zhang Tuahai looked at his watch and said impatiently. Baba, get out of the way, don't bother us. The hooded man stammered.